Darkcore Frontiers, Season 1, The Stowaway, by Thomas Chase. Episode 1, The Wanderer of the Stars, Orbit 7 Space Station, Osirian Prime, Quentus System. Nex squinted up at the massive supply ship from the shadow of a stack of pallets near kilometer marker 15. The catwalks were alive with hundreds of blue, yellow, and red engineers, technicians, and dock workers scurrying over scaffolding and zooming in and out on flight packs. This supply fleet was Nex's ride out of there, his ticket to freedom. But really, he was just trying to keep breathing, keep moving, and not get caught. For the occasion, he was dressed in a blue engineer's standard issue uniform. It was the smallest size he could find, but it hung across his grease-smeared hands and spilled over his boots. His yellow hair poked out from beneath the oversized headgear.
Ready, Nex?
He took a deep breath and adjusted the strap of his bulky backpack.
Okay, here we go.
The plan was simple, but also kind of dangerous. Nex needed to sneak aboard one of the 7 ships and hide until the fleet blasted off. Once in space, the real fun would begin, meaning he would have the freedom to explore and, hopefully, eat. Nex moved swiftly and as silently as he could. He hung close to walls to avoid the dock workers and ducked to miss a mobile supervisory platform bobbling by. Reaching the docking area where the towering airlocks of the supply ships rose before him, he stopped. Each ship was marked with a unique identifier, and Nex had already picked his target, the SS Horizon, a ship bound for the distant Earth colonies of Theta 9. It was the lead ship in the fleet, which meant it could be occupied by a manned crew and would have the ability to override the directives of the other ships. Most importantly, its primary cargo was food. This section of the docking platform of Orbit 7 was tricky. It was crowded with knots of logistics teams, tall dock worker droids, and supply chain managers making final checks of all containers and equipment. It was also under almost constant watch from observation decks, glassed-in bulb-like domes that hovered above the fracas. Maybe Nex should have been used to this by now, but this scene still got his insides in a knot. Crowds were not his thing, at all. He'd had his share of close calls navigating various docking areas throughout the galaxy. A few times, more than he preferred to count, he had not been quite so lucky. Swallowing hard, Nex stepped out into the open. As he approached the SS Horizon, he spotted a team of blue-clad engineers walking briskly toward an open maintenance hatch near the rear of the ship. He fell into step closely behind them. Focusing out the colorful blur of movement on his left and right, Nex locked his eyes onto the engineer's boots in front of him. He might have looked silly to anyone who happened to observe him. An awkwardly short engineer in an oversized uniform carrying a backpack almost half his own weight, straggling along behind the group like a toddler running after a line of grown-ups. His best chance here was the heavy bustle of activity. He hoped this group was moving fast enough to get him through the open space in a few seconds. As they mounted the steep ramp, Nex struggled to keep from sliding back down on the cuffs of his jumpsuit, but somehow, miraculously, he made it up and into the ship in one piece. Once inside, out of view of the observation decks, he quickly dropped off the group of engineers and dove into the first alcove he came to, a small emergency response station. He glanced around. No voices, no alarms, no lights. Silence. Okay, he was in. Nex hunched against a soft metal bulkhead over a rack of fire extinguishers and took a moment to allow his pounding chest to slow. Turning his gaze up to the map posted above the station, he noted his current location. Sure, it would be nice to catch his breath for a second, but nope, he had to keep moving. In this spot, he was probably both under observation from a security camera and in the pre-programmed patrol path of a security droid. Looking around the empty main corridor, he pulled up the pesky bottoms of his trousers and hefted his backpack once more. He shut off all those what-if scenarios whizzing through his mind, took a deep breath, put his shoulders back, tried to look like he was supposed to be there, like he was just another crew member, definitely not a teenage Zraynian stowaway. As he strode along, passing occasional loading crews who did not spare him a second glance, out of the corner of his eye he counted the shiny, pitted black hornet-like faces of the security cameras mounted in the ceiling. Nex had learned that looking directly at one could catch the trained eye of an astute security monitor. He slipped through a hatch and into a dark maintenance corridor. The narrow passage was filled with pipes and conduits. So far, so good. But Nex had to find a more secure hiding spot before the final checks were completed. He quickly slipped off his backpack and pulled the zipper open. From it, he lifted out a plain spherical metal box about the size of a coffee can and set it on a steel cowling. This was DC, Nex's dual-core nestling bot. It sounded fancy, and it kind of was. Nex built him when he was 11. It took him 3 whole months tinkering away in his father's lab back on Zrayn. It was the first time he really got his hands into nanotechnology, and it had blown his mind wide open. All the possibilities, the things he could make. That was back before the dark days. Now, parts were scarce, and tools for microassembly. Well, he wasn't going to stumble across those in some random spaceport. So DC was probably the last of his kind. At least, the last one Nex would ever make. He never thought he'd be using a droid to stay alive. But without DC, he wouldn't have survived long in the harsh, fast-paced intergalactic spaceways. He tried not to think about what he would do when the bot's internal mechanisms gave out. But for now, the dual-core nestling bot kept him breathing. And from talking to himself. Well, mostly.
DC, bring up the SS Horizon schematic.
Nex instructed. The metal object whirred to life and rose into the air. Its sensors flickered and it rotated several times, orienting itself after its bumpy ride inside Nex's backpack. A small, 3-dimensional holographic map of the ship sprang out from his optical projection module. Nex studied the layout and established the locations of storage compartments and engine rooms relative to his current location. From his previous examination of the map, the crew lockers near the thrusters seemed like the best option. They were out of the way and unlikely to be checked before launch. They were also near some banks of service panels, which would be helpful in the second stage of his mission.
Let's head to the crew lockers.
Nex instructed his robot. DC squeaked and floated along closely behind him as he started through the maze of conduits. They moved quickly and quietly, passing through huge sections of the ship, all disposal and robotic storage bays. The SS Horizon's interior housed mostly current-generation technology, up-to-date enough to pass inspection anyway. The ship's systems creaked and pounded through bulkheads around him. Nex had seen it all before, but every time he looked up at ceilings that vanished above like the night sky, it made him feel so insignificant. Part of him thought it was neat, like sneaking into some giant secret castle. But the other part of him, the part that was into tiny machines, always felt like these large ships had too much wasted space. Finally, they reached the crew lockers, a cramped area near the engine rooms. As Nex suspected, monitoring cameras were few to none in this part of the ship. The lockers were stacked against the walls, each one tagged with an empty slot for a crew member's name. Nex chose an empty locker near the back. Zraynians were much smaller than most humanoids. Still, the locker was barely large enough to accommodate him, his backpack, and DC too. He pulled off his boots and awkward headgear and tossed them into the locker next door. Then he pressed his knees against his backpack, and DC settled on top of his head.
Seriously, DC? You better be on lookout duty up there, because I can barely move.
Through the small vents in the locker door, Nex watched the room outside. Now it was time for his ears to go to work. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and listened as the final checks were completed. The occasional sound of footsteps and muffled voices echoed from somewhere through the walls, and the ship's systems kept up a steady rumble around him. He was near the ship's great fusion thrusters. He could feel the power of the slowly idling thrusters shuddering through his bones. Nex glanced at his wristwatch. Great. He had to stay quiet and not move for about 20 minutes. It sounded easy, but it wasn't. He had been practicing for a while, though, training his muscles to relax in tight spots and to sleep pretty much anywhere. Sleeping wasn't just about staying quiet, though that was a big plus when he was trying not to get caught. It was also about saving energy, which was really important when he hadn't had a proper meal in a couple of days. So now he forced his eyes shut, tried to breathe slowly, and just drifted off. Nex was shaken awake by the heavy thunks of the ship's airlock sealing shut, followed by the hiss of pressurization. The lights in the corridor went dark as the ship switched to its internal power grid. The first time that happened, he nearly panicked. Now he knew what was coming, but still the sudden moment of total darkness gave him the creeps. The ship went silent, signaling the minimization of the life support systems. A soft, automated voice announced,
"Final security protocols initiated. All non-essential systems offline. Launch sequence commencing."
The ship's advanced security systems activated. The external sensors and defenses were operational. One mistake now and, well, it wouldn't be pretty. The ship shook as it detached from the docking clamps, and the countdown began. He had to admit, even though he'd done this before, there was a rush. He didn't know what it was. Maybe it was because he'd made it this far, or maybe it was just that feeling of the next stage. Scary, but exciting at the same time.
10, 9, 8.
He closed his eyes.
7, 6, 5.
The thrusters roared to
4,
life, shaking
3,
the bulkheads.
2,
Nex
1.
clutched his backpack.
Launch.
The thrusters exploded to life, shoving him forward. All of the metal lockers clattered around him as the drives cycled through thrust calibration. There was no feeling of actual movement with a ship of this size. Nothing but the awesome power of its quivering fusion drives as the supply fleet left the Orbit 7 docking platform. Then, as the initial acceleration subsided, the heavy thudding of the drives backed down and the ion thrusters took over as the ships pushed out of the station into the space above the planet. Nex felt a subtle, almost imperceptible shift as the SS Horizon lumbered into alignment with the hyperspace jump vector. This maneuver sometimes took a while. He closed his eyes, picturing the fleet poised on the edge of normal space. Each second brought him closer to the jump that would fling him across unimaginable distances. Nex braced himself. Any second now. Any second. The transition to hyperspace was like being in two places at the same time. Then the SS Horizon jumped, leaving the normal dimensions of space behind. Episode 2, The Convergence. The SS Horizon, Theta 9 supply fleet. Nex leaned back and steadied his head. The jump to hyperspace always put his brain on tilt. Now any connection to the outside world was cut off. The SS Horizon was running on full automation, which meant there was no crew to worry about. But also the ship's internal AI security was engaged, and it would not be messing around.
TC, status report.
Nex whispered. DC squeaked softly as he lifted into the air. He projected a holographic display showing the ship's current status and trajectory. Everything looked normal. Oxygen levels were still good, but CO2 toxicity in this room had already jumped to 2%. Reaching into his backpack, Nex pulled out a compact respirator. The device was an older model, but it worked well enough. He slid the small breathing tubes over his nose and mouth and adjusted the flow rate to conserve the oxygen supply. He pulled in a few deep breaths. The cool, filtered air filled his lungs.
All right, DC, it's your turn.
Nex whispered to the spherical dual-core nestling bot. The bot's sensors flickered.
We need to disable security systems.
Nex instructed.
Locate the nearest access point.
He opened the locker door just enough for the small bot to zip out into the deep blackness of the room. DC's headlamp fluttered on, and Nex watched the tiny halo of light float down the hall and vanish around a corner. He looked at his wristwatch.
Show me nestling bot,
he whispered. The view changed to a green schematic that moved about on the display. This was the real-time visual interpretation of DC's sensors and navigational systems. True, he wasn't much to look at, maybe. But with his architecture of pattern recognition and cryptanalysis, along with years of AI learning, this little bot had more brains than most living beings Nex had met out there. A diagram flashed up on Nex's screen. DC had reached the nearby service panel.
Switch to camera,
he said. DC's camera view came up, revealing a gray metal panel cover illuminated with a bright spot from DC's headlamp.
Okay, DC. Disable security systems, starting with all intrusion detection and surveillance drones.
From his utility housing, DC extended a thin, multi-tool arm. He soundlessly wound the screws out of the panel and gently removed the cover. Then, moving past bundles of red and blue wires, DC plugged into a PCB connector. The bot's processors whirred as it interfaced with the ship's systems. This step was critical. If he tried to get into this part of the ship without the right credentials, it was game over. Moments later, activation lights on the security cameras along the corridor blinked off one by one. The internal alarm systems followed, their status lights dimming to nothing. Nex let out a breath.
Good job, DC. Now, deactivate any AI or robot deterrent systems.
Nex instructed. This next step was even more important. And kind of terrifying, if he was being honest. The bot floated further down the corridor, approaching a larger panel labeled Security Control. This panel was more heavily secured, with multiple layers of encryption and physical locks. Without the proper credentials, any attempt to access this part of the ship would trigger an instant response from the ship's security droids. DC's retractor door opened. A swarm of tiny, multi-legged bee-sized drones streamed out. Nex had actually made these little guys originally to help his mother with her garden, pollinating flowers, and each was equipped with miniature electrical emitters for chasing off real pests. But they had since been reprogrammed by DC with quantum key analyzers, which allowed them to intercept and crack encryption keys and complex algorithms in different parts of the system at the same time. Each drone operated with no sound or physical contact. They disappeared through the thin protective grills in the metal. DC's sensors pulsated with data streams as he directed the drones like a conductor playing a delicate symphony of melody and counter-melody. A few tense seconds passed, and then the ship's defensive turrets, which were hidden in the walls and ceiling, powered down, followed by the patrolling security droids. Nex listened for any sign of a triggered alert, but none came. The bee drones poured out of the panel and flew back into DC's nesting bay. His retractor door slid shut, and he headed back to the room. Nex opened the locker door and stepped out. The air felt cooler now. The ship's temperature was dropping with the life support systems running at low power. In the rest of the ship, it would be turning into a popsicle. But back here near the fusion drives, it would never quite hit freezing. DC zipped back into the room and took his place hovering nearby, waiting for further instructions. Nex pulled off the baggy engineer's uniform down to his comfortable, lightweight, moisture-wicking shirt and trousers. He dipped into the front pocket of his backpack and pulled out an elastic headlamp, which he strapped over his forehead and switched on. Then he headed for the nearest service computer. Once there, he tapped on the touchscreen till he found the environmental control screens. He didn't need to flip on the life support for the whole ship. He just had to make sure he could breathe in the sections he planned to be. One by one, he turned on life support on deck levels 12, 13, and 14. The lights sprang on. A gentle whoosh filled the corridor as fresh air began circulating and the ambient temperature started to rise. Next removed his respirator, taking a deep breath of the now fresh air. The scary part was over. He made it. No more hiding, no more jumping every time he heard a noise. It was just him, alone, safe. The SS Horizon. It was his own private spaceship now, and for the next 6 weeks until the fleet reached Theta 9, it would be his home.
All right, DC, let's explore,
Nex said, pulling on his backpack. Nex made his way through the ship, from time to time stopping to consult a posted location map. The SS Horizon was a labyrinth of interconnected rooms and compartments. He passed engineering sections humming with machinery, and the ship's docking bays with a squat line of hatches leading to the ship's lifeboats, which were more for maintenance or emergency access rather than crew use. He passed through storage areas filled with rows and ranks of hibernating robots, each waiting for some pre-programmed task. Some of the automated repair drones moved along tracks in the ceiling, their articulated arms scanning for system anomalies. In the engine room, Nex paused to admire the imposing hyperdrive core, its swirling blue light casting dancing shadows on the walls. The core was the heart of the ship, cranking out the immense power needed to move through hyperspace. Finally, he came to large blast doors labeled Cargo Hold E. He tapped out passcode 0, the universal passcode assigned by DC when he hacked the ship's computer. The door slid open. A blast of cold air rushed at him. The hold was cavernous, filled with stacked shipping containers, each the size of a small house and marked with various numbers and barcodes. Nex's headlamp shot a bright pinpoint of light about the room, reflecting off the frosty metallic walls and catching the clouds of vapor exploding from his mouth. The temperature here never changed. It was like the galaxy's most high-tech fridge. Nex felt his thermoflex clothing repelling the chill. His stomach was going crazy. He had been trying to ignore it for the past couple days, but now that he was so close to actual food, it was all he could think about. Nex scanned the rows of containers. His eyes settled on a medium-sized one marked with the symbol of the Starkist Canning Company. He pulled a small multi-tool from his pocket, a gift from his father years ago. He carefully pried open the container's latch, making sure to keep the bolts and edges undamaged. As the lid lifted, the vacuum seal broke, and Nex peered inside at the rows of cans. His hands trembled as he picked one up, cut it open, and peeled back the lid. The aroma of peaches filled his mouth. Nex couldn't even remember the last time he smelled something this amazing. He drank some of the sweet syrup from the lip of the can, and then lifted a peach slice to his mouth. For a second, it was like everything else just disappeared. He forgot about being cold, about the universe zooming by outside, and was overcome as the soft fruit slid into his stomach. Warmth spread through his body. Nex set the can aside and opened the door of a walk-in container. Inside, he found racks of vacuum-sealed packages of Earth food: chicken and beef stew, rice, beans, and pasta. He filled his backpack with a selection of items, trying to take only what he needed, and then secured the door. All the time he did this, his mind cleared and life surged through his body. For the first time in days, the feeling of death that hung over him was replaced with a profound feeling of hope. DC hovered softly beside him, his optical sensor shining green. Nex smiled, reaching out and giving him a pat.
Thanks, DC,
he said quietly.
I couldn't have done this without you.
DC squeaked softly, and although Nex knew this bot was just a machine, incapable of emotion, Its response filled him with warmth.
DC, let's have some music,
he said. DC's sensors flickered for a moment as he established a data link. Antonio Vivaldi's Symphony in A major began to echo throughout the vast ship through its intercom system, filling the empty corridors and cargo holds. Nex picked up the can of peaches and left, making sure the door was sealed tight. With DC floating beside him, he headed back to the empty crew quarters to the sound of soft strings which contrasted the cold, mechanical environment of the SS Horizon. Nex took some time to survey all of the rooms in the crew's quarters and settled on his favorite, a small, comfortable compartment near the rec hall. It was the perfect place to set up a temporary base of operations. In the washroom, he found an electric clipper and gave himself a quick trim, showered, and laundered his clothes. He probably looked terrible, but hey, no one was going to see him anyway. Then while DC found a power terminal near the head of the bunk to plug into, Nex unpacked all his stuff and whipped up some food. Soon, a hot serving of chicken and spiced rice steamed on a metal plate in front of him. He even used a napkin, like he was at a fancy restaurant. Nex lay back on his bunk, staring at the ceiling. In the quiet moments between jumps, Nex thought about Zrayn, his lost home. In his head, it was so colorful and real sometimes, he felt like he could almost reach out and touch it. From his backpack, he pulled out The Legend of Varric, the Starfarer, opened the book to its marked page. It was his 5th time reading through it. As the SS Horizon hurtled through the depths of hyperspace, Nex, his belly full, dreamed of the adventures and discoveries on the uncharted worlds. The book dropped out of his hand. He opened his eyes to find himself once more in the sleeping quarters, still lit with the soft, incandescent ceiling lights, looking just the same as the night before. The music playlist had ended, and all he could hear was the occasional rumble of the ship passing a pocket of hyperspace turbulence and the soft hum of DC sleeping next to the power terminal. It was kind of cute, actually. Nex pulled out a small, handheld datapad from his backpack. On it, he established a data link, logged into the ship's central server, and brought up the navigation logs. The SS Horizon was on a direct path to Theta 9. He got out of the bunk, feeling hungry, and noticed for the first time some scratches and bruises he must have gotten the night before. Pulling on a Stellar Logistic Corps blue jacket he had found hanging in the rec room and his boots, he made a quick trip back to Cargo Hold E using one of the ship's small transit pods. He brought back some dried fruit and nut bars and packets of coffee. As he ate and sipped hot coffee, he settled back, letting his mind go all over the place. Nex spent his hours reading or working on a small, portable energy converter he was building to keep DC powered up on the go. The bot had originally been built with a slot to hold a Darkcore gem, but since the destruction of his planet when all the Darkcore gems were destroyed, he was forced to modify the bot to carry a rechargeable lithium battery pack. Nex found a stash of old movies in the projection room and watched one called Union Pacific. It was wild. Half the time he had no clue what was going on, but it was still exciting. Between meals, he and DC explored spots on the ship he hadn't been to before. He talked to him all the time, which helped keep off the feeling of being boxed in. He slept deeper than he had in months and ate pretty well, and after about a week, color began to return to his cheeks and his craggy face filled. It was around day 8 when suddenly a soft chime reverberated through the cargo hold, waking Nex from a doze. He sat up, alert, as the ship's automated voice announced,
"Hyperspace exit imminent. Prepare for a gravitational shift."
Nex scrambled to shove everything in his backpack. The feeling of being in 2 places at once gripped him as he transitioned from hyperspace to normal space. Nex clutched the side of the bunk. As soon as he regained his balance, Nex activated his datapad, bringing up a holographic image of their location. The supply fleet had emerged from hyperspace near a desolate, rocky planet. He had no clue where they were. It was definitely not where they were supposed to be. Something was up, and not in a good way. Nex quickly dressed and woke up DC, and the two of them left the living quarters towards the observation deck.
Stay close, DC.
Nex whispered. The lights wavered, and the familiar rhythm of the fusion drives changed pitch. Passing quickly through engineering, he stopped in the doorway of the docking bay when he heard the heavy clunk of the outer door lock engaging. Nex's blood froze at the sudden rushing sound of airlock pressurization. Someone, or something, was inside. Episode 3, Flames in the Dark. A green light blinked on above the airlock, throwing a spooky cast across the darkened room. The inner airlock hatch hissed open. Nex jumped behind a transit pod. From the shadows of the chamber, a figure emerged. At first, it looked like a tall man, cloaked in a dark coat, suspended several feet above the ladder at an unnatural angle. Then, rapidly, a series of moving spindles followed him out of the airlock. Faster than humanly possible, the thing crawled halfway up the wall and stopped, its multiple arms fastened between two riveted bulkhead joints. It clung in the green half-light like a spider. He had seen some weird stuff since leaving home, but nothing like this. Its metallic body and long, jointed arms glinted. The airlock light winked out, dipping the room into total blackness. And that was when he realized his headlamp was still on. Oh, glitch. He was basically a glowing target for whatever that thing was. Nex quickly switched it off. Two round red eyes shone on the wall. A second later, they vanished, and the sound of metal skittered across the ceiling, heading directly for the doorway. Nex froze, suddenly feeling like he was standing in a spotlight. The intruder paused. Great. It probably had night vision, maybe even infrared or thermal imaging. Nex held his breath, remaining perfectly still as the two round eyes shone brightly in the dark.
Who's there?
At once, Nex recognized the weird sound of a voice scrambler. He had only heard one a few times in his life, in the seedier byways of the galaxy. A bright red laser light shot through the darkness and flitted around. Nex glanced toward DC. They had to do something. The creature's light scanned the docking bay and the hallways beyond. Its spider-like arms clicked out a rhythm on the cold metal. Nex activated his wristwatch and tapped out a silent command to DC. The little bot zoomed off. A moment later, from several meters up the passage, the darkness lit up with a blinding series of flashes from DC's distress beacon. While the alien was distracted by the light show, Nex slipped deeper into the shadows. Once clear of the docking bay, he sprinted back down toward engineering. A minute later, DC caught up to him. Glancing back, Nex saw nothing but darkness. Who was this creepy spider? Had he brought the convoy out of hyperspace? How? And what did he want aboard a supply vessel? All of these questions swirled through Nex's brain. Out of breath, he reached his quarters, dug out his datapad, and established a link to the SS Horizon central server. Because he had been so brilliant in turning off all the cameras, now Nex couldn't see where this guy was or what he was up to. All he had was the ship's location and status. Nex watched as first, the life support systems turned on everywhere. Then, one by one, all the other ships in the convoy powered down their defenses. That spider thing? It had hacked into the ship's computers and was shutting everything down. This had to be a hijacking. From the gear that thing was using, it was not your average thug. It was an elite-level space pirate. And the worst part? Nex's genius move of turning off the ship's security basically had allowed it to take the fleet free of charge. Nex's first thought was to get out of there. There were lifeboats, and they were near a planet. He could probably sneak away without anyone noticing. Next switched the central server view to the star map. The nearby planet was called simply R34710. It was a Class E planet, which was a fancy way of saying it had no air, extreme weather, and was basically uninhabitable. But it did have at least one outpost, signified by the O in the name. But there was a voice in Nex's head. Maybe something his father said way back when. He couldn't really remember, but it kept screaming at him. It would be wrong to cut and run. But why? Nex owed Novacore Industries nothing. Hijackings happened, and those gigantic megacorporations had insurance. One supply fleet? They probably wouldn't even notice. They had mining operations all over the galaxy. And Nex was a thief himself. Why should he stick his neck out? But this ship had allowed him to live. Yes, he was a thief, but he had rules. Don't hurt anyone, only take what he needed to survive, and leave everything clean. No damage, no trace. And what about that mining colony out in the middle of nowhere? They were counting on this convoy. Food, machinery. Without it, they were done. And Nex? He'd be partly to blame for the colony's catastrophic loss. He looked at DC hovering beside him, and it hit him. He was going to stay, at least for a bit. Maybe just a few minutes, but he had to try to fix this mess. If things looked totally hopeless, then yeah, he'd book it or find a place to hide till these hijackers reached wherever they were going. Nex considered his options. He couldn't just go at these guys. He was vastly outnumbered and outmatched. What he needed to do was stay hidden and try to mess up their plans from the shadows. Stop them before they could really dig in.
DC, we need to reactivate the ship's security,
Nex said.
Get back into the mainframe and turn everything back on.
DC's sensors flickered as he processed the command. With a squeak, the bot zipped out of the quarters toward the nearest access panel. Nex watched the display. The bot interfaced with the panel, reconnecting the circuits and re-enabling the security protocols. The lights on the security cameras blinked on, and shrill alarms started going off in every corner of the ship. The calm, automated voice squawked through the intercom system.
Security breach detected.
A series of error delivery failure messages popped up on the SS Horizon's central server. Nex closed them out and brought up camera views, scanning for movement. As he suspected, the spider creature he had encountered in the docking bay was now on the bridge. In the full light, Nex saw he was not a creature, but a man, walking about on two legs. An array of mechanical arms was strapped on his back, which he controlled with a dashboard of levers attached to what looked like a metal arm. He wore a hooded coat and a wide, goggle-eyed mask that gave his obscured face an insect-like appearance. Surprised by the sudden activation of the security alarms, the spider pirate bent over the computer consoles, tapping frantically on the controls. And he was no longer alone. Two dark-cloaked and armored figures moved around him, armed with ISR Iron Surge rifles. Two other fire teams sprinted along the corridors, securing and locking down different areas of the ship. Nex watched the live feed from the security cameras. The doors to the bridge slid open. He barked through his insectoid mask. His two hooded companions moved to flank him, their ISR Iron Surge rifles raised. The spider pirate leapt out of the way as the air distorted from just off screen. Two squat security droids, moving like little fire plugs, rolled into the shot. Their wide, round eyes stared unblinking as their weaponized arms swung around opening rifts that pockmarked the air with tiny matter displacements. Small chunks of metal and plastic disappeared around the flight deck as the rifts snapped shut. One hooded hijacker, caught off guard, went down. The other sprang behind an operations console. A volley of rifts rippled against the droid's phase disruption armor, dispersing the energy across its surface in a cascade of fragmented light. The spider pirate moved with inhuman speed up the side of the wall, and clacking across the observation windows, flanked the combat droids. From his belt, he pulled a pistol and fired a bolt of electricity. It crawled around one of the droids in eruptions of light that flared out the camera lens. A laser beam strobed out of the eye of his goggles through the rising smoke-filled room and sliced into the sensors of the second droid. Both robots slumped over in an upright position, arms still pointed out, as smoke hissed up through their wrist and cervical joints. The ship's corridors, once silent and lifeless, reverberated with the distant echoes of weapon fire. Security droids were popping out of their housings all over the ship. Each droid was fitted out with fractal weapons, non-lethal shock batons, and sonic emitters. The droids' red sensors and AI targeting systems locked onto the hijackers, calculating the most likely openings of their rifts. In Cargo Hold C, a team of cloaked hijackers positioned themselves behind storage containers, creating a crossfire zone in front of their position. Their armor absorbed glancing hits as they returned calculated shots at the droid's sensor arrays and weapon arms. In the medical bay, the second team split into two groups that alternated between laying down suppressing fire and falling back to the next covered position. One pirate rolled out from behind cover and hurled a pulse grenade into the midst of the droids. It detonated with an electrical blast that sent two more robots slamming against a row of instrument trays. From concealed compartments in the walls and ceiling, more security bots emerged. Their sonic emitters filled the air with a piercing screech.
There are too many!
One of the hijackers screamed, throwing his hands over his ears. The door to the medical bay slid shut and the lock snapped. Automated turrets descended from the ceiling, their twin barrels swiveling. Before they could react, the turrets opened fire. The air filled with the sizzle of rift projections. Matter vanished in perfectly circular holes, chewing through equipment and cover. Nex blocked his eyes as the speakers distorted with screams. On the bridge, the spider pirate snarled and opened a ship-wide channel. He tapped on his wrist. A high-pitched signal pulsed through the corridor, scrambling the droid's targeting systems. One of the droids near the back jerked and began firing at random shadows on the walls, its AI struggling to recalibrate. Seizing the diversion, the spider pirate and the surviving member of his party fell back into the corridor. He switched his ISR Iron Surge to fractal burst mode, opening rifts that severed control panels and bulkhead supports, forcing the droids to divert and take cover. He shouted, his mechanical arms already propelling him towards their escape route. Nex gathered his belongings. Looking around, he realized he had lost track of DC. He tapped his wristwatch as he headed across the room, trying to find the nestling bot's current location. He was about to exit his quarters when the door suddenly slid open in front of him. A security droid stood there, its weapons aimed directly at him. Its advanced IFF system initiated a scan.
Intruder detected. Preparing to neutralize.
Episode 4, Distress Beacon. Nex backed slowly away from the security droid.
DC, shut this thing down!
He whispered, hoping his bot could still hear him. Nothing happened.
DC!
The security droid's wide-staring optical sensors jittered. Its weapons remained trained on him.
Unauthorized command. Request denied.
Nex squeezed his eyes shut, waiting to get blasted. But nothing happened. Then the ship's alarms just stopped. Nex squinted open one eye. Was he still alive? The droid's eyes went dark. The weapons retracted into its chassis, and the stubby robot slumped to one side. Nex stood in the silent ship.
DC, return to base.
DC floated around the corner.
Where were you?
DC just hummed. Nex glanced around. The camera's activation lights were off. What happened? DC hadn't done this. Nex took out his data pad. When he tried to log back into the ship's central server, his universal passcode was rejected. The hijackers must have bought enough time to get into the computers and take down the ship's security. Great. They had seized control of the SS Horizon again. Now they would waste no time locking the ship down tight. To make everything worse, they probably figured out someone turned on the ship's AI, which meant they were going to be hunting for whoever did it, aka Nex. On the bright side, he wasn't dead yet, and with the cameras offline, he had a few minutes to move around before they could track him down. Now all bets were off. If these hijackers were looking for him, they would find him. And after taking out half of their crew, Nex was pretty sure they wouldn't be in a forgiving mood. It was time to find a lifeboat and get out of there. He moved swiftly toward the lifeboat bay, past deactivated droids littering the corridor. When he passed a ship's terminal, he stopped. One thing bugged him: the delivery failure errors that had popped up on the ship's central server when they reactivated the security defenses. Nex was kind of busy at the time, so he didn't really think about it, but the SS Horizon should have sent out a distress beacon. In case of a breach, the standard beacon on all automated ships was programmed to blast out to the Space Authority's network of faster-than-light communication hubs. If the distress beacon actually went through, some patrol ship should have showed up by now.
DC, get into the system and manually trigger the distress beacon.
The bot plugged into the system. Hacking by the initial security wall, he toggled past various readouts. Then a flashing error code stopped DC's progress. F0431. Critical failure detected in power distribution unit. Fuse F3, 20 amps, overload. Immediate maintenance required.
Try again.
DC tried again. The error repeated. Nex drummed his fingers on the console. The hijackers must have smashed up the distress beacon when they first broke in. It made sense. The first thing they would do is wreck anything that could call the Space Authority. Even DC couldn't repair busted hardware on the fly. It looked like his time hacking his way around the SS Horizon was done. It was time to get his butt in gear and move. He struck out for the ship's aft lifeboat bay, one of 4 small emergency exit bays situated in different sections. Each was stocked with a number of lifeboats, a manual airlock, and a variety of strapped-down emergency equipment for fire, medical, or external ship repairs. Nex pulled open the manually operated hatch cover, and a small dome light sprang on inside the cramped 3-seated lifeboat. He was pulling off his backpack to lug it inside the cockpit when his eyes fell onto a set of open-faced lockers across the room. In each hung a bulky red EVA suit. Nex stopped. Wait a second. There was still one way to get off the SS Horizon and send out that distress beacon. He leaned against the wall, trying to get his brain to focus. It was called space hopping. He'd seen people do it tons of times. On most manned ships, part of their job was to pop out the airlock in radiation-shielded EVA suits to do routine maintenance. And sometimes, they even jumped from one ship to another. Nex had never actually done it himself, though, and if he messed up, he would be on his own out there. But if it worked, he could sneak over to one of the other ships, hit that distress button, and then book it to the planet in a lifeboat.
We have to try it, DC.
He pulled the suit off the rack and looked it over. It was big, but he could make it work. Then he noticed the oxygen tank slot was empty. He looked around and dug through another equipment locker, but couldn't find any spares. Because of course not. When was anything ever easy? Nex took out his portable respirator. With an adapter he had in his backpack, he was able to attach the respirator's output valve to the suit's oxygen input port. He pulled off his boots and stuffed them in his backpack, lifted the suit up over his arms and shoulders, and the thick helmet over his head.
Come on. In you go, DC.
DC blinked and lowered into the backpack. His lights dimmed as he went into standby mode. Nex zipped the backpack. With the respirator secured, he checked the suit's battery pack. It was fully charged. Nex switched on the temperature controls, grabbed a tether line and his backpack, and clunked up the ladder into the airlock depressurization chamber. The door rolled closed behind him, and the latches snapped. His fingers tapped the controls, initiating the depressurization sequence. Nex's helmet filled with the heavy roar of air. His heart was pounding out of his chest. To keep his mind off of it, he tied his backpack to his belt straps with a strong knot and double-checked the respirator settings. This whole setup was risky, but he tried not to think about it. The trip would probably wipe out his respirator's oxygen supply, but it was his best shot at reaching the other ship. The chamber faded into silence as the pressure equalized. The outer door swung open into the yawning blackness beyond the airlock. Nex felt sudden weightlessness as the ship's artificial gravity lost hold of him. His boots clamped onto the ladder, keeping him from drifting out. He moved his arms and legs, which were now puffed out with internal pressure. Everything seemed functional, but like moving through water. Closing his eyes and forcing a dry swallow, he climbed up out of the airlock. Outside the SS horizon, the dark canopy of terrifying galaxies stretched above him across a stunningly dark void. To his right, the hulking silhouette of the ship stretched out in the light of the distant sun. His breath was taken away by the sheer size of everything out here. The ship's staggering gray and white hulk shone in the starlight, marred by occasional sparkling flashes from space debris. The ship's exterior lights cast long shadows across its surface. From where he was floating, he couldn't see where the hijackers had docked their ship. Everything looked normal. To his left, another supply ship in the fleet floated serenely. It was similar in design to the Horizon, with a matte, utilitarian build. The ship's name, SS Endeavor, was stenciled on its side in bold orange lettering. At first, Nex was surprised by the immense gulf between the two ships. Maybe this whole space-hopping thing wasn't his brightest idea. But then he could just see that its tiny docking bay was open, a faint glimmer across the void.
All right, Nex, get it together,
he told himself. It was just a little jump between spaceships, in the middle of nowhere. What could go wrong? Probably a million things. But nope, he was not going to think about that. Just don't look down, or up, or anywhere, really. Nex took a deep breath through the respirator, switched off his magnetic boots, and crouching at the knees, gave himself a good push. The vacuum enveloped him as he floated away from the SS horizon. He gave a little shot of the EVA suit's thrusters. He was actually doing this. Moving through open space was electrifying. His breathing was so loud inside his helmet, it was like being sucked into a cyclone. The staggering views of the multicolored planets around him, the feeling of a lack of control over his own motion, and the size of the cherry-colored planet as it became visible underneath his feet, made him feel like a drifting piece of dust. As Nex moved further from the SS horizon, he started to tilt to one side at a crazy angle. He tried to straighten himself with puffs from his propulsion unit, but with his lack of experience, he only rotated upside down. So he decided to leave it alone before he got himself into worse trouble. In 0G, his brain told him the ships were rotating upward. He got so dizzy that for a minute he lost track of the docking bay light. He could see the enormous curves of the other supply ships forming a loose cluster. His progress was slow but steady. Each burst from the thrusters nudged him closer. The EVA suit's heads-up display flashed readouts of his velocity, distance, and suit integrity. Nex's eyes flicked between the HUD and his target, and he made small adjustments. An alert flashed in the corner of his vision, indicating a gradual drop in his respirator's oxygen levels. He couldn't stay out there much longer, but if he sped up, he might lose control. As Nex approached the second supply ship, he activated the tether's magnetic clamp. The clamp latched onto the ship's hull. A sudden wave of relief rolled over him. He looked at his oxygen supply. It was down to 14%, and the numbers ticked down as he watched them. He took the slack out of the tether and dragged himself toward the ship. His boots touched the metal. The next moment, his forward momentum sent him bouncing into the hull, and he gripped onto the airlock to stop himself from spinning out of control. Nex took a second to catch his breath, Then he disengaged the tether and lowered himself upside down, moving hand over hand across the ladder. Holding on with one hand, he reached down and tapped on the airlock's controls. The outer door slid closed, and the roaring sound of air filled his helmet. At last, the chamber reached full pressurization, and the artificial gravity returned back to normal. The inner airlock door slid open. Nex stumbled down the ladder and snapped off his helmet. It was black inside, freezing cold, and the air tasted stale, but he could breathe well enough. It would have to do. His respirator's oxygen supply was down to 4%, basically useless. He shook off the heavy EVA suit and, groping about in the darkness, found the zipper of his backpack.
We're here, DC.
The little bot rose out of the backpack into the air.
Give me some light.
DC's headlamp switched on. The piping and thick bundles of cabling threw strange shadows on the walls. The interior of the docking bay was oddly similar to the SS Horizon. The SS Endeavour carried machinery and heavy equipment. It wasn't meant for actual people. It was just a part of the follower group. That meant it was set up to be operated remotely by the lead ship, the SS Horizon. It had some defenses, but that was it. No life support, no fancy creature comforts, and just a bare minimum of temperature control to prevent damage to the equipment. Nex quickly pulled on his boots.
Let's go.
His feet crunched on a thin layer of ice as they made their way up to the bridge. Nex had this weird feeling, like he'd been here before. The SS Endeavour's layout mirrored the SS Horizon's in every detail, but this ship's darkened, empty interior, marked by the dead-eyed specters of deactivated Sentinel-32 patrol droids and defense turrets, sent a shiver through him. Nex entered the bridge. The control console screen glowed in the dark, its operating system command prompt blinking, waiting for instructions.
DC, send the distress beacon.
DC zipped over to the console. Nex bit his lip, hoping this would actually work. In a few seconds, the progress bars popped up, showing that the ship's systems were transmitting the distress signal. The message carried ship identification, coordinates, and the nature of the emergency. A beacon-received notification popped up on the screen. Nex shook his fist.
We did it. We did it, DC.
His legs suddenly turned to jelly, and he fell back into a seat. The Space Authority was on its way. Episode 5. From One Fire to Another. The supply ship's comm systems ruptured into static and cross-chatter. A stern voice cut through the noise.
This is Captain Bridges of the Space Authority frigate Adamant. Unidentified vessel. This is your only warning. Power down your systems and prepare for boarding. Any resistance will be met with force.
Nex's fingers clamped onto the icy metal of the observation deck railing. Moments before, the black Space Authority ships had flashed out of hyperspace responding to the distress signal. The SSV Adamant glided ahead of the fleet. Several corvettes fanned out, their fusion drives flaring as they adjusted their attack vector to screen the larger vessel from enemy fire. 2 electronic warfare vessels skulked at the edges of the formation, launching clusters of decoy drones. Ghostly streaks of light leapt up from the far side of the SS Horizon. In answer, the Authority's slip cannons retaliated. Slashes of spatial distortion lanced across the supply fleet. Nex glanced at DC hovering beside him. His small headlamp still glimmered. The ghostly image before him, the Space Authority fleet, the awesome display of weapons, DC, dragged him back to that day. The day that turned his life upside down. He had awoken that morning to the soft chime of his alarm. Nex still remembered his sleeping quarters, a cluttered sanctuary of half-finished projects and broken prototypes. DC had been there too, hovering. Nex had been working on him late the previous night, uploading weeks of new AI programming into the bot's memory. Breakfast had been a blur. As he ate, he he stared at the Darkcore gem his father had on display. His father, Dr. Elias Novak, an astrophysicist from the Zraynian Institute of Advanced Sciences, with additional specialization in tenebrium physics, had barely looked up from his holopad. He was lean and wiry, with hunched shoulders and rumpled shirt and tie. His mother, Dr. Hesper Novak, a researcher on Darkcore gems when she first met his father, had since retired to focus on raising Nex. Hesper's long yellow hair was pulled back in 2 braids surrounded by frizzled loose strands. She was subbing at the institute that week. She had ruffled Nex's hair as she passed. Nex pretended to hate it, but secretly always had trouble holding back a smile.
Don't forget your respirator if you're going to the caves,
she had called over her shoulder. His father was going on and on about some dispute between Zrayn and the Galactic Council. At the time, it had flashed by Nex. It wasn't his problem. Everyone hated Zrayn and the people who lived there, but it never really made sense to him. That was just the way it had always been. His life was good. The rants of his father had seemed like nothing but a distraction to him.
We'll be back before lunch, Nex, and I've got a little surprise for you.
His father winked. Nex wasn't really paying attention to his parents that morning. He was too busy planning out his day. Now, standing in the cold endeavor, he wished he had. He remembered his mother's laughing, mischievous eyes as she kissed him goodbye and the distracted tone in his father's voice promising to return. It would be the last time he ever saw them. He remembered those 2 sons of Zrayn that morning, one gold and one pale blue, showering everything in a warm, dream-like light. The fields rolled like an emerald ocean, each blade of grass a prism of scattered light. Towering trees swayed in the breeze, their fruits hanging like jewels. Buildings, some natural, some they grew themselves, dotted the lush greenery. Nex had set out to meet his best friend, Ismariel, and her little brothers, Larkin and Jace. They had spent the morning exploring the crystal caves that dotted the outskirts of Gravelook City. Nex had stocked his backpack with everything he thought he might need for the adventure: his datapad, some snacks, and his portable respirator. Good thing he did, because he wouldn't have time to pack later. Ismariel always looked like she stepped out of a fairy tale. She wore fancy brocade dresses with flowing blue skirts. But she wasn't just a pretty face. She was super smart and always up for an adventure. They kind of balanced each other out. She'd come up with crazy ideas, and Nex would figure out how to make them work. He always kind of figured they'd end up together someday. It was weird thinking about all that now. The second they stepped inside the caves, the outside world fell away. Each cave was a huge, amazing cathedral of light and color, sparkling with crystals of every shape you could imagine. There were massive geodes everywhere, and when he looked inside, it was like seeing tiny crystal cities made of amethyst and citrine and other gems mixed with Darkcore energy. Stalactites and stalagmites blossomed from living crystals, reaching out to each other, and the light came through little holes in the ceiling and exploded into every color he could think of. Reds turning into purples, blues becoming greens, yellows bursting into orange and gold. It was like being inside a living, breathing rainbow. Nex had seen a lot of planets since then, some pretty ugly ones too, but he couldn't think of anywhere more beautiful than those caves. He could still hear Ismariel laughing, the sound bouncing all around them. He remembered how the colorful light danced on her face and the way she balanced way too close to the edge of the ravine, forcing Nex to clamp his eyes shut. He wondered, not for the first time, if she had escaped the cataclysm that followed. When he got home that day, his room was all decked out with gold and blue streamers, their celebration colors. And the smell of chaliceberry cakes was everywhere. His mother, Hesper, only made those for special days. He found, placed neatly on the lumpy pillow of his unmade bed, his father's surprise gift, the legend of Varric, the Starfarer. Tucked in the book, his mother had left him a note. Nex could still remember the words.
Urgent meeting at the Institute. Your father and I will be back soon. Love you, Starfish. P.S. 12 years old tomorrow.
Nex had paced back and forth, glancing at the door every couple of seconds. But as the hours passed, he knew something was wrong. Then the darkening suns, the rumble, the alarms from the city, the fear that turned his tongue to stone in his mouth. Rushing outside, the sky was blotted out with dark shapes, stretching as far as he could see. Space Authority battlecruisers. A brief, silent flash of light snapped Nex back to the present. He pressed his face against the window, trying to make sense of the light show beyond. But from his limited view, the ships seemed to be firing on one another, and most of the action was happening on the other side of the SS horizon. Nex really didn't want to run into the Space Authority again. They'd caught him twice before, leaving him bruised and battered. To them, he was just a nuisance, some vagrant they had to process and get rid of. As the battle was raging outside, Nex's mind kept going back to his parents and their work. He'd overheard bits and pieces of their conversations, and had even seen some classified papers they were working on. Being leading scientists at the Institute, their work had centered around the Darkcore gems that powered their civilization. His mother had been excited about new uses of the gems in her garden. His father had been more troubled, talking in hushed tones. Did their research somehow attract the wrong kind of attention? Was this whole invasion thing connected to whatever they were doing? Nex had so many questions, but no answers. All he could think about were those Space Authority ships that showed up that day. It had to be related somehow. But now, all the pieces were lost. His life had just become an endless game of jumping from one hyperspace lane to the next. DC's soft chirp pulled Nex out of his spiraling thoughts. He looked out the viewport and saw the Space Authority ships had stopped firing. They were just hanging there, totally silent. No more of that frantic chatter going back and forth. Captain Bridges' voice squawked over the comms once more.
Inform Novacore Industries that we've boarded the vessel. The situation is under control. The Space Authority will be posting an officer on board for the duration of the journey.
Nex's survival mode switched back on. With the fleet coming back online and the lead ship manned, it was way too risky for him to stick around. He had to get out of the SS Endeavor before the Space Authority turned the security back on.
Time to move, DC.
His footsteps pounded through the empty halls. The ship's systems had been partially reactivated, so it wasn't an easy trip. Doors that had been remotely opened by the hijackers were now shut and locked. Nex watched the lifeless droids, ready to jump if they suddenly came back online. The air was becoming thinner, and now the cold was starting to work down into his thermoflex clothing. Reaching the forward emergency lifeboat bays, Nex cycled open a lifeboat's hatch, clambered into one of the stiff seats, and pulled the heavy straps over his shoulders. DC zipped in after him, taking up position by the touchscreen controls. These lifeboats were just for short-term survival. Once launched, they would send out a shortwave emergency signal, but rescue was the last thing he wanted right now.
DC, override the lifeboat's transponder. I'd rather not broadcast our location to those ships.
DC plugged into the lifeboat's universal data port. A soft beep confirmed the transponder's deactivation. Nex tapped through the lifeboat's on-screen menu. The lifeboat had no piloting controls. It operated strictly from a series of yes, no, or cancel touchscreen instructions. He tapped a confirmation, and with an ear-splitting burst of thrusters, the lifeboat left the bay. Nex's backpack lifted up out of its seat as the artificial gravity left them. He pulled the straps over it as best he could to keep it from bashing about the cockpit. DC whirled about, trying to counteract the sudden effects of freefall. The lifeboat was short on comfort. Every cranny was packed with extra oxygen, food supplies, and survival gear. Through the view screen, Nex watched the supply fleet and Space Authority ships spin away from him, shrinking to tiny specks of light. Freedom. For now, anyway. The lifeboat hurtled toward the planet, its basic navigation system locked onto the coordinates for R34710. Nex could not scan the surface with the lifeboat's limited equipment, and DC didn't have the range to do planetary analysis from space. As it approached, the lifeboat's computer would try to lock onto the nearest habitation and use an internal predefined checklist to find the safest place to set down. An urgent alarm from the lifeboat's dashboard made Nex jump.
Proximity alert.
The computer announced.
Vessel detected on an intercept course.
Shattered cores. Nex squinted at the view screen. The star-speckled void stared back at him, silent and empty. Suddenly, space itself seemed to tear over his head. A ship emerged above him, barely in the peripheries of the screen. Its hull warped light, deflecting Nex's gaze whenever he tried to focus on it. Its stealth field dissolved to reveal the thick black lines of a Space Authority corvette. Just when he thought he might have caught a break, the universe threw this at him. The ship descended. Its fusion drives shook the bolts out of the tiny lifeboat. Before Nex could think, the lifeboat's systems and view screen blinked out. Darkness engulfed him. An invisible hand seized the lifeboat with a jolt that threw Nex against his restraints. The lifeboat was pulled towards the corvette's port in the grip of its docking arm. The indicator lights jumped back to life. Nex held onto his seat as the heavy metal docking clamps locked down. Then it was still, except for the gentle whir of the lifeboat's slowly rebooting computer. Nex took a deep breath. The hatch unsealed and slid open. Just outside the lifeboat, with nothing above them, stood a pair of white legs. Episode 6, The Nebula Nighthawk.
Come out of there.
Nex grabbed his backpack and scrambled out of his seat, legs wobbling from the gravity change. DC followed him. A white titanium alloy droid, made up of nothing but a pair of metallic legs and pelvis, strode away from the hatch, across the polished floor. Its movement was oddly graceful, each actuator's micro-adjuster maintaining perfect balance. Nex blinked against the floodlights trained on him as he stepped through the hatch. He took a trembling step forward.
The backpack. Be so good as to leave it on the floor.
Nex let it fall. Raising his hands in the air, he turned to face the speaker. The voice came from behind the docking control interface. It was a fat luminid with hairless skin the color of curdled milk and watery eyes that bulged behind his thick glasses. He swayed back and forth in a steady rhythm, as though every breath was an effort. His lab coat was stained with a palette of colors Nex didn't want to identify.
And what are you?
The luminid said, his mouth making little kissing sounds as he spoke. Nex froze up for a second. What was he supposed to say? He hadn't exactly had time to come up with a cover story or anything.
I'm Nex.
His voice sounded weird, like it wasn't even his.
First Officer Slime.
His mouth did this thing that might have been a smile, but it looked more like he'd eaten something nasty.
Science Officer of the Nebula Nighthawk.
The two-legged robot strode by Nex in an aimless path.
Do you and your little droid be so kind as to move forward into the scanner?
First Officer Slime dabbed his eye with a yellowed handkerchief as the water started to dribble down his cheek. Nex approached the AIT scanner. He stepped onto the platform, DC hovering beside him. It vibrated underfoot as the machine powered up. Sensors bathed him and DC in a soft blue light. The nestling bot squeaked as the scanner mapped his internal circuits and compartments, checking for weapons and contraband.
Curious.
Slime's bulbous eyes narrowed. Before he could press further, a voice crackled from an intercom on the wall.
Son, what are you doing?
Captain!
First Officer Slime responded, his handkerchief fluttering.
We've picked up something rather unusual. It appears to be a small humanoid creature. Shall I hold it for questioning?
No!
The disembodied voice barked.
To my quarters. Now.
Slime pointed next toward a door.
Leave your bag here. Follow my droid into the turbo lift. I'll be right behind you, so don't try anything unwise.
Nex followed the swiveling hips of the droid into the turbo lift, as instructed, with First Officer Slime right behind him.
Fascinating, isn't it? Megatron droid, my own design.
Nex just nodded, not really knowing what to say. Honestly, the thing looked kind of ridiculous, but he wasn't about to tell him that. A few seconds later, the lift chimed and the door slid open onto the bridge. The room buzzed with soft holographic displays and low-frequency electronic chatter. 3 darkly clad technicians glided between workstations and control panels of colored lights and screens. Filling the entire viewport, its curvature just visible, the colossal cherry-colored planet rose up beneath them. Nex tried to focus his mind away from the strange surroundings. He had to think of a story, and fast. If they figured out he'd snuck on board illegally, he'd be in deep trouble. The Space Authority didn't mess around with repeat offenders. They'd probably send him off to a penal colony somewhere for the rest of his life. Or worse. He followed Legatron across the room, DC moving silently beside him. They stopped in front of an ornate door to the side of the bridge, out of place with the design of the rest of the ship. Slime pressed his palm against a scanner, and the door slid open with a soft whoosh. Moving into the captain's darkly lit quarters was like stepping into another world. The walls were decorated with tapestries showing epic battles and mythical beasts. Thick furs carpeted the metal floor, muffling footsteps and lending a soft quiet to the room. An oak desk sat in the center, its surface inlaid with patterns of rare metals. Behind the desk sat a throne, a monstrous construction of salvaged starship parts and handcrafted woodwork. A weapon rack lined the bulkhead, gleaming with longswords and crossbows. Suspended from a rack in the center of the room hung a human skeleton, its bones yellowed with age. One leg had been replaced below the knee by a shiny black prosthetic. As Nex's eyes took in the scene, a chill ran through him. Something was off about the bones. As they stood there, waiting for the captain to show up, that slime guy kept dabbing at his eyes with his handkerchief. Suddenly, the skeleton's eye sockets lit up with 2 sharp blue lights. Its bones ground against each other as it lowered itself from the rack, with sharp, stuttering movements. Nex stumbled backward and bumped into the Legatron droid. Slime's clammy hand gripped his shoulder and shoved him forward. The animated skeleton creaked behind the desk and sat down in its seat. Servo motors purred softly as the chair adjusted. He reached down and drew up a transparent helmet of vibrant green, which he placed firmly onto his skull. It was powered with some kind of life support system. With those empty eye sockets and bare teeth, he looked like some kind of grinning maniac.
Slime, what is this?
The voice that blared from the skeleton's neck bone matched the one from the intercom.
Just as I was telling you, Captain, we picked this up, you see.
What do you mean you picked this up? Where?
This creature was in a lifeboat out there, outside of planetary orbit.
Planetary orbit? Did you scan for any other ships?
We scanned, Captain, and what did we find? Not a single ship. This little lifeboat, it was all alone out there.
The skull locked eye sockets with Nex.
I'm Captain Grimhelm. Welcome aboard the SSV Nebula Nighthawk.
Nex swallowed hard, forcing himself to meet the eye sockets. The blue lights that stared back at him were filled with intelligence.
Thank you,
Nex managed, his voice steadier than he felt.
Thank you, Captain.
Nex gulped.
Thank you, Captain.
Captain Grimhelm waved it off. He leaned forward, bony fingers steepling beneath his chin.
Let's dispense with the pleasantries. Who are you, and what in the 7 hells were you doing in a lifeboat over this unpopulated rock of a planet?
The question hung in the air.
I'm a traveler.
A traveler?
Grimhelm's tone dripped with skepticism.
With nothing but the clothes on your back and that peculiar little robot?
He did have a backpack, Captain.
Captain Grimhelm held up a bony hand at Slime in obvious annoyance. Nex took a deep breath and went for it.
My father was a colonist on the starship Odyssey, Captain. We got knocked out of hyperspace, some kind of problem. I barely got out before the whole ship blew up.
He'd used this story before. The Odyssey was a real ship, and he knew it would show up in the Space Authority records. It was one of the first large-scale ships he had ever stowed away on, and now it was probably either junked or stuck in some backwater system. They wouldn't get much from examining the lifeboat. Those things usually just had the manufacturer's name on them.
My droid DC is kind of like a family heirloom. It's all I've got left.
DC?
Slime interjected, his watery eyes gleaming.
What does it do?
It's just a companion.
Nex lied.
Nothing special.
Grimhelm's eyes bore into him.
We'll see about that.
He was interrupted by a burst of static from the comms.
We've entered orbit around the planet, Captain.
I'm on my way,
he said into the microphone. His eye sockets once again turned onto Nex.
For now, consider yourself under protective custody. Slime, he's to stay with you at all times.
Slime nodded. They led him from the captain's quarters back out onto the bridge. For now, he'd have to play along, keep his head down, and not do anything stupid. Staying alive was priority number one. He could worry about busting out of there later. Now that the Nebula Nighthawk had entered orbit around R34710, Nex saw clearly the toxic soup of angry red and yellow weather systems that engulfed the planet. Crimson clouds spanned thousands of kilometers and prickled with internal electricity. Captain Grimhelm's bones cracked as he strode onto the bridge. Slime walked behind. He prodded Nex into a seat with a clammy hand.
Strap yourself in, unless of course you have a peculiar desire to see your various body parts decorating our bridge.
Status report.
Grimhelm barked, settling into his command chair with a snap of old joints.
Stable geocentric orbit achieved, Captain. Atmospheric density, 15.2 kilograms per cubic meter. Wind speeds exceeding 400 kilometers per hour.
Grimhelm's skeletal grin gleamed.
Perfect. Initiate descent sequence.
The Nebula Nighthawk shook as the pilot slowed the drive and began their descent. Nex clutched the straps of his seat as the ship breached the thermosphere. Slime's bulbous eyes swiveled towards the view screen.
Captain, the ionic interference...
I'm aware, Slime.
Grimhelm snapped and gripped his command chair as the Nebula Nighthawk shuddered violently. A maelstrom of red dust sprayed against the viewport.
Shields at 82% and dropping.
Compensate for wind shear. Adjust entry angle 0.3 degrees.
Nex's stomach lurched as G-forces lifted the Corvette's nose. A bolt of lightning struck the port wing. Sparks cascaded over the shield bubble.
Port fusion drive destabilizing. We're losing altitude control.
Grimhelm leaned forward, his green helmet reflecting a string of dancing numbers on the Nighthawk's readouts.
Reroute power from life support. Maintain thrust symmetry.
Thick waves of gravel-sized chunks of rock and debris rattled off the glass. A couple of large rocks thundered along the ship's metal spine.
I can't get a consistent reading on shield integrity, sir.
Engage point defense lasers. Wide dispersal.
Red beams lanced out from the ship's hull, vaporizing debris and creating a temporary clear zone around the Nighthawk.
Altitude 5,000 meters.
The ship broke through the dust-choked stratosphere, revealing a hellscape of dunes and rocky spires. Vast salt flats, remnants of long-dead oceans, periodically lit up with jagged strikes of lightning. The Nebula Nighthawk leveled out.
There,
Grimhelm said, pointing a bony finger at the viewport. Through howling dust, Nex glimpsed their target, a flat, abandoned research complex.
Extend landing struts. Engage repulsors at 25%.
With a groan, the ship's legs unfurled. Dust swirled beneath them as the repulsors fired. They touched down onto the corroded tarmac of an ancient hangar. Captain Grimhelm rose to his feet.
Slime, you're with the repair team.
Slime sighed. His bulbous eyes switched up to Nex.
You, come along now.
At the airlock, Slime thrust a bulky spacesuit into Nex's arms.
If you have any fondness for breathing, I suggest you put this on. The atmosphere out there will melt your lungs in seconds.
Nex fumbled with all of the clasps and seals like an idiot, trying to get his suit on. He finally managed to get the spacious helmet over his head. But then, oh man, he wished he hadn't looked. Slime was getting into his own suit, and it was like watching a walrus trying to squeeze into spandex. But that wasn't even the worst part. Before putting his helmet on, he thoroughly sprayed down the inside of it with some kind of viscous fluid. The repair crew stepped into the airlock, Slime, Legatron, and 3 other suited-up engineers, wheeling metal carts full of tools and replacement parts. The airlock hissed open. A dusty, cavernous room sprawled before them. Wind whistled over the open overhead hangar doors. The engineers clicked on their helmet lights and descended the ramp. The bright lights flashed about a graveyard of derelict spacecraft and abandoned research equipment. Sand-blasted gantries swung overhead, darkly visible in the external lights of the Nighthawk. The hangar walls shielded them from the worst of the gusts, but a steady trail of sticky red dust settled on their visors. Captain Grimhelm's voice spluttered through their helmet comms.
All right, crew. You've got 1 hour to get the ship repaired. Move fast, stay alert.
A lean engineer with a prosthetic arm scanned the hangar with a multi-spectrum analyzer.
Picking up some nasty business over yonder. Probably from old drive cores. Steer clear of that whole west side.
A distant boom echoed through the structure. The floor trembled.
Seismic activity? Nope.
The lean engineer replied.
Thermal expansion. Is there any way to get them overhead doors closed?
Slime looked around and wandered toward a pitted blast door, staying within visual range of the engineering crew. There was a grinding screech as he pulled on the manual release, but the overhead doors remained open. As the Space Authority crew dispersed to their tasks, Nex and DC looked around at the machinery scattered about the hangar. Some of it bore markings similar to Zraynian script, but far older. Most of it looked unserviceable. It was possible he could have done something with the machinery given time, but his chances of surviving this planet with only the supplies in his lifeboat would have been pretty grim. Even though he was in the clutches of the Space Authority now, it could have been much worse if he hadn't been picked up.
Hey, you! Squirt!
A gruff voice called over Nex's comm. He turned to see the lean engineer approaching.
Make yourself useful, eh? Hold this.
A huge stack of coolant lines was thrust into his arms. The engineer switched on flood lamps and pointed them up at the underside of the Nighthawk. Nex could see the scarred metal paneling and drive wells streaked with scorch marks.
Name's Thorn, but they call me Iron Claw.
He grunted, his robotic forearm suddenly clamping onto an access rung with a clang that made Nex jump.
You the stray they picked up? Hope you ain't expecting no 5-star accommodations.
Nex nodded.
I'm Nex.
His fingers ran over the charred innards of the fusion reactor.
These sifters are burned out.
Yeah? Where'd you learn about sifters?
Nex shrugged.
Here and there.
Ironclaw's robotic arm twitched.
Here and there, huh?
Nex quickly changed the subject.
That arm, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, fix it up after the accident. Ain't pretty, but she gets the job done. Just like yours truly.
He was curious now.
What happened?
Ironclaw's eyes narrowed.
A mining drone. Blew up on me. I was about your age, I guess. Nasty business, that.
They were both quiet for a bit. He could feel Ironclaw staring at him.
You're not just some random drifter, are you?
Nex's hand slipped, dropping the coolant lines. Smooth, Nex. Nice going.
Thought so. You got that look about you. Like you've seen more than you're letting on.
Nex couldn't look at him. This guy was figuring him out way too fast. Ironclaw barked a laugh.
Okay, suit yourself. But remember,
his robotic arm flexed.
On this ship, everyone's got secrets. And some are deadlier than others.
Nex nodded. What the glitch did that mean? But then this whole ship was weird. Even discounting the fact that the captain was a cyborg skeleton. And they were talking about Nex's insides decorating the bridge like it was no big deal.
Just watch your back.
Great. As if he wasn't paranoid enough already. As the repair work neared completion, the winds picked up, singing through old chains and cabling.
Gale force winds are coming in. How are those repairs coming?
Captain Grimhelm's voice crackled over the comms.
Hoses are replaced, bops are running smooth, no cavitation detected, heat exchangers are clean.
Ironclaw returned.
All hands, prepare for immediate departure.
The crew quickly loaded up the supply carts and wheeled them aboard the Nebula Nighthawk's main loading ramp as the ship's fusion drives rumbled up. As soon as the airlock closed, the ship gave a jolt. Nex felt the pull of the Nighthawk lifting away, and the shimmy of the buffeting wind as the Corvette left the shelter of the hangar. The repair crews stripped off their EVA suits and stowed them in lockers. Slime wiped his glasses.
Oh, there's wretched dust. It's going to wreak such havoc on my poor, delicate sinuses.
It was as the engineers pushed the equipment carts back into the dark storage compartment by the loading ramp that Nex caught a glimpse of something shining in the half-light. Inside, partially hidden behind netted-down supply crates, was a familiar set of mechanical arms. He had seen them before, on the SS Horizon. The Spider Pirate. Episode 7, Ghosts of Planets Past.
Here.
Slime gurgled, his bulbous eyes swiveling towards a nondescript door.
Your accommodations, such as they are.
Nex found himself in a bare room within the Nebula Nighthawk's living quarters. The space was small, barely large enough for a narrow bunk and personal storage.
Rest. The captain will summon you when he's ready.
The door slid shut and the lock clicked. Finally alone. He surveyed his surroundings and sank onto the thin mattress. DC hovered nearby. Here he was, light years from the nearest jump point, trapped on a pirate ship pretending to be a Space Authority vessel, surrounded by a bunch of killers and madmen. And the really crazy part was the Nebula Nighthawk that was basically his prison right now might actually be his ticket out of there. The alternative, getting nabbed by the real Space Authority, meant just cold interrogation rooms and detention centers. No thanks. So for now, he had to play it cool, be the good little prisoner. Bide his time, wait for his chance. Next time they made planetfall, he would make like a shadow and disappear. Nex's eyelids grew heavy. He awoke to a harsh buzzing. Before he could respond, his door slid open. Legatron stood outside.
Captain wants to see you.
Slime's voice came from somewhere inside the droid's pelvis.
Situation room, now.
Nex followed the smooth movements of Legatron up to the top deck. Here in the early shift, the bridge was manned by just one deck officer. Outside, stars appeared stretched by the great speed of the ship. Occasionally, static-like eddies twinkled past the viewport. Nex squeezed his fists, following Legatron through a side door into the ship's situation room. The Situation Room was in keeping with the streamlined design of the rest of the vessel. A wide viewport, long metal hollow table, and basic seating, with one security console in the corner. At the far end of the table sat Captain Grimhelm. His green helmet pulsed with light. Probably not a good sign.
Sit.
He gestured to a chair with a bony finger. Nex sat down, and the chair felt like it was designed by someone who hated butts. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the whisper of Grimhelm's life support. He leaned forward, his hollow eyes and pinpricks of blue light locked onto Nex.
Listen here, you little knave. You think you can pull a fast one on me?
Nex's mouth went dry.
I don't know what you mean, Captain.
How did he figure it out?
Don't insult my intelligence. I'm not a fool and neither are you. I know you came from that supply fleet, so let's try this again. Who are you really?
For a second, Nex thought about sticking to his story, but as he looked into Grimhelm's bright eyes, he knew it was too dangerous. This was a being who had seen too much to be fooled by a desperate lie. Nex's shoulders sagged.
Yeah, okay. I was on the supply fleet, Captain, but I swear I'm not with the Space Authority. I'm just a stowaway.
Grimhelm leaned back with self-satisfaction.
Ah, just a stowaway. But that's not all, I think.
Honestly, that's everything, sir. My parents, they've been gone for 5 years. I've been planet hopping ever since, hitching rides on whatever ship I can. I was going to ride this one out to the mining colony, then bounce to another off-world ship.
He fixed Nex with a stare.
Do you know you are responsible for blowing an operation that took 9 months of planning and cost me almost 1 million credits? I ought to have you thrown out of the airlock for that alone.
Nex's mouth fell open. For a second, he was sure this was it. He was about to become space debris, but he managed to find his voice.
Look, I'm not exactly a fan of the Space Authority either, Captain. I was just trying to slow you guys down a bit. I never thought anyone would actually die. Seriously, Captain, I didn't mean for that to happen.
Grimhelm's empty eyes continued to bore into him.
You think I give a hoot about some credit-sucking warp dogs? Those trigger-happy mercenaries knew the risks when they signed up. Let me tell you something. The clients who hire us for these jobs don't take kindly to failure. So while you were sleeping on my ship, thinking you're some kind of hero, I had a conference with my contact. What do you think I told him?
About me?
Grimhelm laughed.
I told them one of our insiders hath betrayed our trust.
Nex shook his head.
Why didn't you just tell him the truth, Captain?
He leaned forward.
For the same reason I haven't had you killed. Because, frankly, you're fascinating to me. For example, do you realize that on an operation of this scale, we paid tens of thousands of credits to obtain a single decryption key? If that one key fails, we fail. But you, a stowaway, a piece of space flotsam, you come waltzing in with your tin can sidekick, and suddenly you're flipping security systems on and off like child's play with a music box. Now do you understand why we're having this conversation?
He waited for Nex to speak, but he was lost.
No, Captain.
Grimhelm's helmet tilted, the green glow intensifying.
Because there's something about you, and I don't know what it is.
Nex looked across at him. Grimhelm growled.
And you're not going to tell me.
Nex shook his head. He paused, skeletal fingers drumming against the table.
We'll be making planetfall soon, picking up some specialists for our next job.
Planetfall. Nex nodded, his mind already racing to thoughts of escape.
In the meantime, you'll make yourself useful and assist Dr. Slime in his laboratory.
It was pretty clear this wasn't a suggestion. He stood up, trying not to look too eager to get out of there. Captain Grimhelm nodded toward the corner of the room. Nex's backpack sat there, pockets half closed and mussed.
It's yours. Take it.
Nex hefted the backpack onto his shoulder and turned to leave.
Oh, and one more thing. I told you we're making planetfall because you're going to think about running. I will let you run. But if you run, you'll keep running. If you stay, I can offer you food, a place to sleep, and protection. Think about it.
Grimhelm dismissed him with a wave of his cybernetic hand. Nex left the situation room. Was he telling the truth? Was he really going to let Nex run? Part of him doubted it. It had to be a trap. But even if it was, the second they hit dirt, Nex could outfox a crusty old pirate like Grimhelm. He was ready to ditch this creepshow. Nex followed Legatron back down to Slime's laboratory. As the door slid open, his nose prickled at the smell of antiseptic and burning electrical circuits. Bioengineered limbs in various stages of construction lined the workbenches, connected to electrodes and artificial plasma. Continuous streams of data rolled across screens, neural network patterns that Nex recognized as AI decision-making parameters. A series of darkened robot prototypes stood against the walls, slumped over in grotesque humanoid mockeries. In one corner, a mountain of empty discarded boxes was stacked almost up to the ceiling. Slime sat at a jumbled workstation and quickly closed his computer when Nex entered.
Ah, you. You're here. Good. You're just in time to join me for breakfast.
He waved Nex to a seat and held out a tray. Cream-colored pods writhed on the plate, their segmented bodies leaving a faint trail of nectar.
I have an archaean vanilla worm, rich in antioxidants, and completely free of sodium chloride, of course. No salt for poor old Slime. Don't be shy now. They're quite the delicacy. Perhaps you'd like to watch them squirm a bit more before you taste?
Nex hesitated, then picked one up. His teeth sank through the outer skin. It was like a custard-filled water balloon popped in his mouth, but it tasted like flowers. It was sweet and weird and kind of good. But also, he was eating a worm, so there was that.
You spoke with the captain?
Slime's bulbous eyes blinked rapidly. Nex nodded.
Yep.
Slime fidgeted, clearly expecting more. When Nex kept his mouth shut, he frowned and dabbed at his eyes with his handkerchief. He decided to take a shot.
What is he?
Nex asked, trying to sound casual.
What do you mean?
Slime's voice sharpened.
What a curious question.
He pushed a little more.
Is he really alive?
Slime's eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands together.
Well, that's a very impertinent question to ask. Indeed, very impertinent.
He scolded. Then switching his bulbous eyes around, he moved closer to Nex and his voice dropped to a whisper.
The captain, you see, he's a fascinating integration of biocompatible systems. His molecular electronics and neural interfaces, they work together almost perfectly. But shh, we mustn't speak too loudly of such things.
How did it happen?
Slime bustled over to a cabinet and started popping vitamin supplements like they were candy. His earlier caution evaporated as he launched into the tale.
Before the disaster, Captain Grimhelm was quite a powerful man. I've heard his word was law across 1,000 star systems. Such power, such influence. Then came the attack. His ship incinerated, his body burned beyond recognition. Oh, what a dreadful affair it was.
Nex wanted to ask more, but he was also wondering if he really wanted to know. The more he learned about this crew, the weirder and scarier it got.
Why'd someone attack him?
Slime glared at him.
Why? One can only wonder, my curious friend.
Slime reached for a blender that contained a swampy concoction with an occasional alien tuber sailing by. He poured the gurgling mixture into a glass and took a cautious sip. His lips puckered as if he had bitten into a sour lemon.
Good.
But Captain Grimhelm...
Yes, the captain. Well, I was not there, you understand. I did not meet the captain until many years later. But from what I was told, a scientist salvaged what remained of him. Experimental biocybernetics kept him alive. I don't know if you're familiar with the discipline, but it's very new, very developmental. Even now, we scientists who work with biocybernetics can do things, remarkable things, for a while, and then they expire. But the captain, he survived. A miracle of science, one might say. Or perhaps something else entirely.
The story seemed impossible, but Slime was talking like he actually believed it.
Ah, whole grain fennel crickets.
Slime crooned, retrieving a plate. Nex prayed that it wasn't another weird breakfast food. A holographic alert flashed above the table. Slime squinted at it, his expression shifting from curiosity to irritation.
Always something, always.
He grumbled, pushing his breakfast aside. He tapped a few commands into a touchpad. The hologram dissolved into a rotation of data.
Protein synthesis anomaly. You do know how to handle bioengineered cybernetic limbs, don't you?
Nex swallowed hard, fighting to keep his face straight.
Sure, I can help.
Excellent.
Slime's eyes narrowed.
But do be careful. One wrong step and we'll be knee-deep in viscera.
2 days passed aboard the Nebula Nighthawk in a haze of artificial night cycles. When Nex wasn't laying low, he found himself helping Dr. Slime, grabbing tools and samples. The Luminids projects were all over the place and pretty bizarre. He tinkered over a bioengineered skin that could change color and texture, and a thing that supposedly told you what plants were feeling. He spent a lot of time messing around with a gadget with wobbly antennas. He said it was from some lost advanced civilization. Nex had to admit, even though he was super weird, Slime was pretty brilliant. The Luminid's mind seemed to operate on a different level, leaping from one idea to another with dizzying speed. But most of the time, he couldn't actually keep pace with what he started, and ended up with a trail of goopy, half-finished wreckage. Surprisingly, Nex found himself granted a measure of freedom aboard the ship. Several hours in the afternoon, Slime spent hunched over his computer, typing and going over diagrams. During this time, Nex got to know the layout of the ship. It was compact. Nex could move from one end to the other in just a couple of minutes. The top deck housed the bridge, captain and officer's quarters, and situation room. Below that, living quarters and common areas, medical and engineering. The lower levels, deck 3, 4, and 5, had the cool stuff. The armory, docking bay, cargo, maintenance, stealth, and a bunch of high-tech systems. The crew was a small group of seasoned pilots, technicians, and guerrillas. They looked like they'd seen some serious stuff, all rugged and brown, scarred up and tattooed. They mostly ignored Nex, which was fine. When they did look at him, they didn't seem to know what to think. Except for that one guy, Ironclaw. He actually nodded at Nex once. Captain Grimhelm remained an unseen presence, but Nex noticed that Slime went to his room every day with a mysterious black case. He had no idea what that was about. It was during one of these sessions that Slime left a hologram active at his workstation. It showed all the plans for the pirates' next big score. Nex couldn't help himself. He sneaked over to take a closer look. It was a high-stakes robbery of a heavily guarded Discovery Foundation convoy. The more Nex dug into it, the crazier it got. He flipped through page after page of complicated plans and diagrams, trying to make sense of it all. He figured this was his only chance.
DC, copy everything,
he whispered. DC plugged into Slime's computer and softly began siphoning data. But then, oh man. As he was scrolling, his blood turned to ice. Captain Grimhelm was planning to use Nex to get past all the convoy's sophisticated security systems. He was to be the key that unlocked their prize. Nex started skimming through everything as fast as he could. What could be so valuable that they'd risk all this? And then he saw it. Darkcore Shards. Episode 8, Boy Against the Galaxy. Nex sat hunched on his bunk. DC hovered beside him, plugged into his charging port. The Darkcore Gems. Tenebrium was their scientific name. The gems had been a huge deal back on Nex's world. A common mineral on Zrayn, they emitted a unique energy signature that could be used for pretty much everything. Running the ecosystem, powering all their tech, you name it. For that reason, the Darkcore Gems had been among the rarest in the galaxy, and everyone wanted to get their hands on them. Nobody really knew where they came from, though. They all grew up hearing stories about them, but even the smartest people on Nex's planet, including his parents, leaders in gem research at the Institute, didn't really understand how powerful they actually were. Nobody had any clue they could destroy the planet the way they did. Nex always thought the Darkcore Gems were wiped out along with Zrayn. But now these shards were out there somewhere, a ghost of his past coming back to haunt him. Nex wondered if they still worked the same way, or if breaking them had changed their nature. Nex rose and paced his room. Here he was, the last person from Zrayn, and now he was caught up in this whole crazy plan to steal the same gems that killed everyone he knew. Memories swept him back. The sky torn open, swarming with hostile ships, the ground falling apart under his feet, and the screaming, everyone screaming as everything just came apart. Nex's fists clenched. He had to do something to stop this. Whatever Captain Grimhelm and whoever he was working for were planning, it couldn't happen. The Darkcore Shards were way too dangerous and unpredictable. If the wrong people got a hold of them, Nex didn't even want to think about what could happen. It'd be destruction on a scale that was hard to even imagine. Being the last guy from Zrayn who actually got how scary the Darkcore Shards could be, Nex had no choice.
DC, bring up the plans.
The holographic display jumped out from DC's projection module. Grimhelm was going after a heavily guarded convoy moving the Darkcore Shards from a classified research facility to a fortified vault in Space Authority territory. The ship carrying the shards was the Aegis transport, a Discovery Foundation vessel designed specifically for the transfer of sensitive materials. But that wasn't all. According to the notes, the Aegis transport would be accompanied by a specialized escort fleet from the Space Authority, 2 frigates, a cruiser, and 3 support corvettes. The convoy would be using randomized hyperlane jumps, making it difficult to predict where they'd pop up next. Their ship, the Nebula Nighthawk, was just one of 4 pirate ships teaming up for this job. The lead escort ship for the heist was under the command of some guy named Captain Susek. The pirates also had spies working on the inside, both on the escort fleet and the Aegis transport. These agents planned to hack into the ship's systems, change their course to some out-of-the-way spot, and mess up their comms. This is where Nex came in. Captain Grimhelm wanted to use him to surgically take out the convoy's defenses. After that, the plan was to board the transport, knock out everyone with a fast-acting paralytic gas, grab the Darkcore Shards in shielded containment units, and then book it through a series of pre-planned jumps in the shadow lanes. The pirates weren't messing around. Each step of the operation included pages of timelines and execution windows, backup scenarios, and fail-safe measures. Nex looked over his involvement with the plan again. There weren't a lot of details about how Grimhelm intended to get Nex and DC onto the ship. Clearly, they were still figuring that part out. They had backup plans for taking out the weapons, but it was pretty obvious they were counting on Nex and DC to pull it off. Nex's eyes darted over to his backpack at the foot of his bunk. A thought sprang into his mind.
DC, scan my backpack.
DC zipped over to the backpack. The holographic image changed to reveal all of its contents. Sure enough, the scan picked up something Nex could not identify. He dug out a tiny electronic chip about the size of a pea, sewn deeply into the lining of one of its pockets. A tracking beacon. That was it. Grimhelm never intended to let him go. Nex could feel the old pirate's bony fingers tightening around his neck. All that stuff he said about giving Nex food and a place to sleep and protection, and how he was letting him wander around the Nebula Nighthawk was all a con. Just trying to make him feel free so he'd want to stick around. Clearly, they'd been watching him way closer than he thought, and the tracker proved it. But then he started thinking, what if he said no to this whole thing? Was Grimhelm going to try to force him into it somehow? He tried not to think about getting locked up, or threatened, or worse. He had to stay focused. He'd been in tough spots before, and he couldn't let himself get paralyzed by fear. He was in deep here, but he had to keep his head on straight and figure a way out of this mess. The Nebula Nighthawk was one day away from picking up more people for the job. Nex's earlier thought of bailing now felt like he'd be letting Grimhelm get away with his whole plan. Nex couldn't just straight up stop this thing without blowing his cover, but he could sabotage it from within. Nex carefully placed the tracker chip back where he found it.
All right, DC. Time to get to work.
In the pre-dawn quiet of the Nebula Nighthawk, Nex slipped softly down the corridor to the galley. He clicked on his headlamp, found a salt shaker, and carefully tapped a small amount into a paper napkin and wound it into a spool. With the salt safely concealed in his pocket, Nex stowed his headlamp and made his way to the laboratory. As usual, when he wasn't sleeping on his bunk in the corner, Slime was hunched over a workstation. Nex approached.
Check the vitals on that number 3 biotank, won't you?
Slime said without looking up. Nex nodded. The murky number 3 biotank throbbed with an unsettling rhythm. He jumped back when a gray hand rose out of the liquid and wiggled its fingers before dunking back in. Slime's bulbous eyes flicked to his timepiece.
Oh my, is it that time already? The captain's check-in. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Now, you be good while I'm gone. No peeking into forbidden corners or opening any mysterious doors. We wouldn't want any accidents, would we?
Nex nodded. The Luminid's cart squeaked as he maneuvered through the door.
Megatron, come with me.
The droid, which had been standing motionless in a corner, fell into step behind him. The laboratory door slid shut. Nex was alone with the quiet, bubbling tanks and beeping monitors. He sprang over to Slime's workstation. There, among vials and data pads, sat Slime's half-consumed health concoction. Nex twisted open the napkin and brushed a trace amount of the granules into the liquid. The Luminid returned a few minutes later and took a seat at his workstation. Seconds stretched into eternity. Slime reached for the solution. A sip. A pause. His skin began to jiggle and contort like a loose custard. His eyes bulged.
Excuse me one moment,
he squeaked, struggling for composure.
I seem to be experiencing some unexpected changes.
The lab door shut behind him. Nex took a breath. Phase 1 done. Now for the real work. He slid into Slime's chair. He had been shopping on EpiCart. He had over 100 items in his cart. Heart-healthy snacks, essential oils, even body butter. Nex minimized it and got down to business. The trap was pretty simple. Plant some fake messages in search history. Make it look like Slime was thinking about selling those Darkcore shards himself. Drop some hints about where he might do it, who he might sell to. He even threw in this encrypted meeting spot way off from where they were supposed to go. It seemed to be taking forever. Sweat beaded on Nex's brow as he initiated the backdating subroutine. Then, out of nowhere, the door slid open. Nex spun around so fast he almost fell out of the chair, only to find himself face to pelvis with Legatron. Then an idea hit him. What if he could mess with its programming a bit? Nex cleared his throat.
Hey. I noticed your movement's kind of off. I could fix that up for you if you want. Make you work 7% better overall.
Legatron just stood there motionless. Nex held his breath, wondering if this was going to work, or if he just majorly screwed up. Nex set his jaw and, working swiftly, opened the panel on Legatron's right buttock. Inside, he found a tiny keypad tucked into wires and circuit boards. Using the tip of a ballpoint pen, Nex weaved into its basic programming a hidden command override. His heart was pounding the whole time, thinking someone was going to walk in and catch him with his hand in the droid's butt.
Okay,
he said, closing the access panel.
Give it a try now.
The droid moved around, articulating its joints, even though Nex didn't actually fix anything. Talk about dumb luck. As Legatron wandered aimlessly around the lab, Nex turned back to Slime's computer. He put in the finishing touches on his little trap, making it look like he deleted some messages, did some math on how much money he could make, hiding it just deep enough that someone could find it if they knew how to look. And then, right in the middle of all this, Legatron's hips started buzzing like crazy. Oh, glitch, what now? Ironclaw's gruff voice blasted through the speaker.
Get your tail down to the engine room. In a parsec.
Time was up. His hands shook a little as he hit the command key, integrating the false data and wiping out any trace of his presence in the system. He looked over at Slime's cup and realized he had to cover his tracks there too. He cleaned out what was left of his drink and poured in more of the nasty concoction from the blender, just in case the doctor got paranoid and decided to run some tests on it. He'd done what he could. Now he just had to hope it was enough to mess up their plans without getting him caught. The engineering bay hummed with the magnetic confinement coils and the steady hiss of coolant cycling through the heat exchangers.
Over here!
Ironclaw's voice boomed. Nex found him elbow deep in the main power relay console. He looked way more wiry without his EVA suit. His trim, pale, muscular arms and grease-smudged t-shirt were darkened with sweat. A cigarette hung out of his mouth. His cybernetic arm moved rapidly, removing the protective casing of the primary relay.
Slime's laid up in sickbay.
Ironclaw grunted, not looking up.
Captain says you're with me now.
What happened?
He said, trying to act innocent.
Don't know, some kind of reaction.
Ironclaw shrugged.
I isolated the main power conduit. Grab them new capacitors and make yourself useful, Squirt.
Nex handed him the capacitors and tried to make conversation.
That arm must be handy in here,
he said, immediately feeling dumb for the pun.
Sure is.
He nodded.
The first prototype was kind of a dud, but I tweaked it. Built another one, kept on improving them. Always tinkering. That's me. Learning how things tick.
Ironclaw's mouth twisted in a wry grin.
Turns out those skills are pretty useful out here.
Ironclaw looked at DC hovering beside Nex.
That's a neat droid you got there. Bet it comes in handy too.
Nex shrugged.
He doesn't do too much.
Then he quickly changed the subject, because he didn't want him getting too interested in DC.
You said you lost your arm in a mining accident?
Ironclaw looked up, pulling the cigarette from his mouth.
Yeah, on Tarsus 5.
Tarsus 5. I've never been there, but I've heard some crazy stuff about that place.
Crazy stuff?
Ironclaw snorted.
Let me tell you, it ain't no vacation spot. Storms that'll flay the skin right off your bones. Mine's deeper than your worst nightmares. The corporation owns everything. Even you.
Nex was kind of curious now.
What corporation?
Well, it was called the Tarsus Mining Corporation when I was there. You're probably too young to remember that. Anyway, that outfit went under some years back. Them labor unions finally got fed up with all the backwash and decided to show their teeth. Whole thing went up like a faulty warp core. Can't say I was sorry to see it go, mind you. Them corpo puppets had it coming, if you ask me.
Nex nodded.
So how'd you get out?
When I got old enough, I turned my back on the mining life. Picked up a few jobs here, a few jobs there. Smuggling, contraband, stolen goods, to and from the colony. That's how it started. And after the uprising, my folks was gone, colony was gone. I had nothing left, except this.
He waved his mechanical arm around.
Jobs got bigger, the credits got better, and before you know it...
He gestured around.
Here we are.
Ironclaw stood and wiped his greasy hands on a rag.
Okay, these new models ought to cut the wear on our conduits.
Ironclaw shifted his gaze to Nex. His expression hardened and he lowered his voice.
Listen, Squirt. Get out while you can. There ain't no future here.
For a second, Nex felt bad for the guy. He almost said something, but then he remembered he couldn't risk blowing his cover. As they continued working, Nex started thinking about how similar their stories were. Both of them lost everything. Both of them were just trying to survive in this crazy galaxy. It was kind of scary. Was this what Nex's future could look like? Nex spotted a pile of junk parts near a workbench. Focus, Nex. While Ironclaw wasn't looking, Nex snagged some wires he thought he could use. As their shift ended, Ironclaw clapped Nex on the shoulder with his mechanical hand.
Nice work, Squirt. Don't need to babysit you much.
Nex tried to smile. His hand brushed past the stolen parts, bumping against his leg. Just like him. 1 minute he was feeling sorry for Ironclaw, the next he was stealing from him. He took a roundabout path back to his quarters, swinging by the bridge. While he was there, he took a good look across at the bridge's control panel. 1 hour and 30 minutes to the next jump point. The clock was ticking. No pressure. Back in his quarters, Nex cobbled together a makeshift data transmitter. It wasn't pretty, wires sticking out everywhere, and the insides held together with strips of tape. But it would do the job. It would send an encrypted signal through the Nebula Nighthawk's communication array and try to connect to a list of IPs for the Space Authority's faster-than-light communication hubs. The tricky part was, transmissions could not be sent or received while in hyperspace. Nex glanced at his watch. It was almost time. He had a tiny window between jumps to make it happen. 10 minutes to connect and send the message. 5 minutes of wiggle room. Any longer, and he risked detection. Nex raced to the laboratory. The standby lights threw long shadows across Slime's abandoned workbenches. Legatron stood motionless in the corner.
All right, DC. It's now or never.
The little bot's sensors swept the corridor as Nex connected his jury-rigged transmitter. Then it came. Nex held onto a bolted-down table as the Nighthawk exited hyperspace. He input the message. Current destination, ship specifications, crew manifest, and finally the complete plans to the Aegis transport heist. This was it. Once he pushed that button, there would be no going back. Footsteps in the corridor. Nex froze.
DC, status.
DC's sensors swiveled. Someone was outside. Nex dove for cover behind one of Slime's half-built robots. The door slid open. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness. He held his breath. The beam swept around the room. An eternity seemed to go by. Every fiber of his being could feel his window for transmitting the message growing smaller. Finally, the door slid shut. The footsteps faded. Nex lunged across the room, slamming the transmit button. The transmitter started cycling through the IP addresses, looking for one that would connect. Nothing. Nex was about to pull the plug when DC's lights flickered. The message was away. As he erased their tracks, DC lit up again. Incoming transmission. Nex accepted it. A string of encrypted text scrolled across the screen. DC deciphered it. Transmission received. Information confirmed. Maintain radio silence. Nex read the words once, twice, 3 times. It was done. Chapter 9. A Dance with Devils. Nex followed Legatron to the bridge. He tried to look calm and determined, but inside he felt anything but calm. Part of him was kind of glad he hadn't seen much of Captain Grimhelm on this trip. But then again, maybe if he had, he wouldn't be so nervous about facing him now. Give him a gadget to fix or a tech problem to solve any day. But talking to an actual person who might see right through him, and hearing unconvincing lies pouring out of his own mouth, that was way scarier. He was no good at lying. In truth, if Nex could have bolted right then, he probably would have. But as he had told himself 100 times, he had to stick with it, had to see it through. He looked at DC hovering beside him. Just seeing him there made him feel a little better. Nex was surprised to find the bridge cleared and strangely quiet. The solitary skeletal form of Captain Grimhelm sat silhouetted against the vast starfield. His pinprick eyes pierced through Nex as the door slid closed behind him. Don't mess this up, Nex. Don't mess this up.
You wanted to see me, Captain?
Nex's voice wavered.
Ah, our young stowaway.
Grimhelm crackled.
I trust you haven't found the Nebula Nighthawk an unpleasant deviation from your luxurious lifestyle.
No, Captain. It's been way better.
First Mate Slime's been extolling thy virtues in the laboratory. It seems my gut feelings about you were true.
Thank you, Captain.
Nex nodded. Captain Grimhelm leaned forward.
We're at a crossroads, you and I. I'm willing to take a chance on you. The question is, do you have the spine to go all in with me?
This was the part Nex had been dreading. He swallowed hard, then nodded.
Yes, Captain. I'd like to stay.
It sounded so fake he was sure Grimhelm was going to see right through it. Grimhelm paused. The lights in his eye sockets intensified.
Good. Now keep it together. This is no picnic we're headed for.
Nex blinked. He tried to look eager, but not too eager.
Okay.
It will demand every scrap of your skill, every ounce of that keen intelligence you've been trying so hard to hide.
There was a hint of amusement in the captain's voice.
But for those who prove their worth, the spoils are substantial.
Nex didn't want any part of this, but he couldn't let that show.
Spoils?
Grimhelm chuckled, a disturbing mechanical sound.
We're talking about big credits. Fancy gadgets that'll make your little floating trash can look like last year's model.
Nex took a deep breath. He met Grimhelm's gaze.
Whatever you need, Captain. I'll give it my best shot.
Grimhelm's eyes bored into him, searching. He nodded.
Wise choice. You'll find life aboard the Nighthawk far better than crawling around in the shadows.
Then pausing, he aimed a bony finger at Nex.
But if you double-cross me, I'll make you wish you'd never left thy lowly birth hole.
He turned to the console and spoke into the microphone.
Helmsman Shears, prepare for planetfall.
Nex let out a huge sigh. Well, he had made it through that hurdle. Through the viewport, a darkened orb hung against a backdrop of unfamiliar stars.
Mordrax 4,
Grimhelm announced.
Welcome to the Void Marches.
Night engulfed most of the planet, except for the far curvature, where a strip of gold spread across a patchwork of plains and mountain ranges. The dark fabric of Mordrax 4 was sewn together with threads of artificial light. As they descended through the atmosphere, Nex caught glimpses of ramshackle settlements clinging to cliffsides and wide open pit mines scarring the landscape. The Nighthawk swept down through rainy skies towards the colossal Mordrax 4 spaceport, a twisted maze of mismatched materials and architectural styles that seemed to shift and reconfigure even as they watched. Garish neon signs in a dozen alien languages buzzed, advertising all sorts of sketchy black market robot parts and weird alien drugs. The Nighthawk glided into one of the less reputable docking bays. Its entrance was hidden behind a facade of misshapen metal and debris. As the ship settled onto its landing struts, Grimhelm wrapped himself in an elaborately woven purple cape. He tied it with a golden cord about his neckbone and turned to Nex.
Stay close. I've seen things in the Void Marches that would blanch thy locks and curdle thy very soul.
He took a deep breath and tried to look cool, but his heart was pounding like crazy. Okay, Nex, you can do this. Just stick to the plan and don't do anything stupid. The airlock hissed open. A blend of scents overpowered Nex's nostrils. The sharp odor of rocket fuel, the sweet rot of alien fruits, and an undercurrent of something metallic and vaguely sinister. The swish of anti-grav lifts, the chittering of creatures, and the constant underlying rumble of the spaceport's engines assaulted his ears. They disembarked, Nex flanked by Ironclaw and Slime. The Luminid scientist seemed to have recovered from his earlier reaction, but as soon as they exited into the open air, his bulbous eyes began to water profusely.
I do hope this trip will not take too long. Who knows what these noxious fumes might do to my delicate sinuses?
Some of the other crew from the Nebula Nighthawk were there too, either heading off to get paid for the last job or going to grab a drink. Grimhelm led the way, his cape flowing theatrically about him.
We're meeting the new recruits at the gravity well. Watch your step. Gravity's wonky in these parts.
As if on cue, Nex lifted off his feet. Ironclaw clamped down on his shoulder. The engineer's gravelly chuckle rumbled.
First time in fluctuation zones, eh, Squirt? You'll get used to it.
Grimhelm strode off at a brisk pace, his cape floating behind him like a great purple bat. They began a dizzying journey through rain-wet, crooked streets and dark blockhouses. The walls themselves seemed alive. Panels slid and rearranged as the spaceport adjusted to the ever-changing flow of traffic. With his long legs and shadow-like movements, Nex had to sprint to keep up with Grimhelm. Bony children with smeared faces watched from black corners and small gaps between the buildings.
We have to go through the refugee quarter of the spaceport. Not all who live in the marches are outlaws, but they've all got one thing in common. They don't like the space authorities sticking their nose where they don't belong.
Nex nearly fell down when, crossing a little stone bridge, a third-story window flew open and a pair of muscular woman's arms threw a paper bundle of greasy innards into the canal. He was even more startled when what appeared to be a man thickly covered in black goo rose sideways from the water, snatched the bundle, and rolled back under, leaving only a trail of bubbles. Nex stepped into a towering four-armed creature selling tiny, brightly colored lights that floated around in glass jars. Pink and blue and green. They jumped out and landed like snowflakes into Nex's hair and down his shirt.
Do watch where you're walking.
Slime scolded, gathering the lights for the creature.
One bad step here and you'd be dissolved by some alien aphid, or sucked into a dimensional rift. That'd be most inconvenient for me. Just mind your step.
Finally, they made it to the gravity well. The entrance was guarded by a pair of hulking droids, each towering over 3 meters tall, encased in heavy, battle-scarred armor with pulse cannon arms. The door slid open. The whole place had a gross yellow glow, like when you shine a flashlight through your hand. The walls, once white, were now stained with years of grime and smoke, giving the entrance an almost jaundiced appearance. A green-skinned hostess greeted them, her eyes, large and pupilless, fixed on the group.
All right, welcome to the gravity well. 4 of you, hun?
She asked Grimhelm. She tossed each of them a small egg-shaped device.
Here, take these belts and strap them on wherever you got parts. You're gonna love this, I promise. Just don't crash into the other folks. Or do. Might liven up my shift to see some pinballs bouncing around.
Nex turned the device over in his hands and clipped on the fabric straps. His was a little sticky, and he tried really hard not to think about why. They followed Grimhelm to the threshold between the foyer and the main lounge. The floor ended, opening into a vast cylindrical chasm that stretched up and down farther than Nex could see. Patrons of various species drifted through the air on floating platforms or propelled themselves from one conversation to another. Next thing he knew, Grimhelm floated off, his cape billowing around him as he shot forward. Nex hesitated. Slime gave him a shove from behind, shattering cores. The world tilted sickeningly as Nex found himself suspended in midair. It was like that feeling of missing a step and knowing that he was going to die at the bottom of 18 flights of stairs. Except instead of falling, he just dangled there. Nex flailed around like an idiot, trying to figure out how to work his grav thruster. Finally, he got it together enough to move forward. This was going to be one interesting meeting. He just wished that Green Lady had handed out barf bags along with the eggs. Smoke from a dozen different narcotics created a hazy, dreamlike ambiance. Slime's tears floated up the sides of his face. A discordant melody wove by. It wasn't until Nex spotted the musician, a being composed entirely of moving light waves, that he realized where it was coming from. Grimhelm guided them to a secluded cluster of floating booths, his cape whirling about him like a nimbus. 3 figures were already there, drifting in circles around each other.
Our new recruits.
His voice seemed to be pulled out of the air and dissipate around them.
Specialists for our upcoming acquisition.
The first to propel himself forward was a small, furry creature with cybernetic implants glinting at his temples and wrists. Despite his size, there was a dangerous gleam in his yellow eyes.
Name's Spank, weapons expert. If it goes boom, I'm your man.
Next came a burly Cronin, his craggy, stone-like skin carved with elaborate clan markings.
Tiny. Demolitions.
The final figure regarded them with cool, gray eyes. He was human, or near human, with black hair and a face etched with hard-earned experience. He wore form-fitting flak shield body armor in muted grays and blacks, and a long, dark trench coat.
Rax Jarrex, tactical specialist.
As introductions were made, Nex studied Jarrex carefully. There was something in the man's bearing, a coiled tension beneath his casual demeanor, that set him apart from the others. Grimhelm and Jarrex drifted slightly away from the group, their voices low but intense. Nex strained to hear their conversation over the ambient music.
I want point on this operation, Grimhelm.
Jarrex insisted, his eyes narrowing.
I've got the experience, and I know the layout of the target better than anyone.
Grimhelm fixed Jarrex with a steely gaze.
Now you listen here. This isn't some democracy where we take a vote on every little decision. This is my ship, my crew, and 'tis I who doth command.
Jarrex's laugh was cold and humorless.
Your ship? Your crew? Half of them are new recruits, and you're putting the entire operations in the hands of some untested kid.
He jerked his head towards Nex. The tension between the two was palpable. Nearby patrons drifted away. A glowing, gelatinous being oozed past, leaving a floating trail of bioluminescent beads.
The kid stays and that's final. You got a problem with that? Well, tough cookies. His tech is the key to this whole operation.
Jarrex's hand drifted to the Colt Firestorm at his hip.
Then maybe I walk. Good luck pulling this off without my intel.
For a second, it seemed like they were going to go at it. Then Grimhelm's shoulder bones sagged.
Fine. You'll have operational control on the ground, but I still have final say on the ship. Deal?
A smirk played across Jarrex's face as he extended his hand.
Deal.
As the two sealed their agreement, Nex shot a glance at DC. The little bot whirred at his side. With the new crew members in tow, they returned to the Nighthawk. The ship lifted off from Mordrax 4 and climbed through the atmosphere. Nex retreated to his quarters and turned his attention to the portable energy converter he had been building for DC. With the few scrap parts he borrowed around the Nebula Nighthawk, he modified it into a handheld EMP device. To anyone just glancing at it, it'd probably just look like some jury-rigged communicator. The next few days passed. Nex did his best to play his part, assisting Slime in the lab and running errands for Ironclaw and engineering. Rax Jarex held daily briefings, going over resource allocation, contingency plans, and team coordination. When he stood before them, he shed his tough grittiness, and his body became loose and animated. He took them through drills to make sure everyone knew their part of the plan inside and out. They broke down detailed plans and schematics of the Aegis transport. The entire ship was a kind of sophisticated vault with security programming integrated into the ship itself. Apparently, Grimhelm had managed to convince Jarex that Nex was essential to pulling this off. But Jarex still wanted a really strong backup plan in case something went wrong. As the heist was refined, details added and removed, Nex's role became more specific. As soon as they knocked out communications across the fleet, Nex and DC were to leave the Nebula Nighthawk on a service shuttle. Nex didn't know much about piloting, so Ironclaw took him through basic instructions on how to get the shuttle to the docking bay. He would be met in the Aegis transport by one of their embedded agents. He would get Nex and DC to a security access point. Once they shut down the internal ship defenses, the agent would inform their strike teams that they could board. After that, it'd be pretty straightforward to grab the Shards, but they had to act fast before the Space Authority escort fleet could eliminate the virus and bring their systems back online. Nex went along with the plan, trying to figure out some way of messing it up. But it seemed way too simple. It would not be easy to fake a problem, especially with this agent breathing down his neck. He was counting on his message to the Space Authority, but Nex was starting to get more worried as the plan kept changing, especially with Jarex involved. It was after one of these strategy sessions, as Nex was making his way back to his quarters. A hand shot out from a darkened alcove, pulling him into the shadows. He found himself face to face with Rax Jarex. His expression was grave.
We need to talk. Not here. Follow me.
Nex's first thought was that he intended to take Nex out to get him off the job. Should he sound an alarm? But he thought better of it and decided to see what the tactical specialist wanted first. Nex followed after him through the ship's less-traveled corridors. They arrived at a small closet crammed with cleaning supplies and spare parts. Once inside, Jarex activated a small device. A steady light winked on and off.
Signal jammer. Now we may speak freely.
Nex tensed.
What's going on?
Jarex's stern features softened. Suddenly, his entire form seemed to unfold. Before Nex's eyes, Rax Jarex transformed. His body straightened and became upright and poised. Pounds of flesh and at least 20 years of hard living seemed to slide off of him. His gray eyes lightened and became eager and bright. When he spoke, all of the huskiness was gone, replaced by a crisp, well-educated voice. The transformation was so complete that Nex blinked his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming.
I received your message, Nex. I'm not, as you may have surmised, the individual known as Rax Jarex. My real name is Captain Oron Starling, an undercover operative in the employ of the Space Authority.
Nex's mind reeled.
Wait, you got my transmission? But how'd you figure out it was me?
Believe me, Nex. I have in my possession a comprehensive profile on every person aboard this vessel. With one notable exception. Yourself. I have been observing your movements with great interest. It became abundantly clear to me that you alone possess the motivation to dispatch such a message.
But how did you
arrive here so quickly? I was already embedded in the criminal networks of the Void Marches when your distress call came through. It was a trifling matter to position myself as the tactical specialist Grimhelm was seeking.
Tension melted away as a spark of hope filled him.
Then the Authority knows about the heist? Does that mean they're going to shut this whole thing down?
Starling's expression darkened.
I'm afraid next that the situation is not quite so straightforward. Your information was received, but, well, let us say that those in positions of power are not treating this threat with the gravity it demands.
Nex's stomach dropped.
What do you mean?
Starling sighed.
Budget constraints, politics, territorial disputes. Who is to say? There is, however, some good news. A support fleet is to be dispatched, but I fear it is more a gesture of appeasement than a genuine attempt at intervention. The Aegis transport, I regret to inform you, maintains its present course, unaltered.
Nex shook his head. This couldn't be happening. The Space Authority was supposed to step in to stop piracy. They had acted fast on a supply fleet distress call, so why weren't they taking this seriously when he had given them all the details of the heist plan?
There's got to be something we can do. We can't just sit here and let Grimhelm get those shards.
Agreed.
Starling nodded.
Which is precisely why I stand before you now. Why we may lack the full support of the Authority, we're not entirely without resources.
He pulled out a small, encrypted data chip.
This contains updated security codes for the Aegis transport systems. When the moment arrives, I want you to do exactly as originally planned. However, upon accessing that control panel, are you able to upload this data into Aegis Transport's mainframe?
Nex nodded.
Yeah, I can do that.
He took the chip.
Good.
Starling's eyes gleamed.
Leave the rest in my hands.
Nex narrowed his eyes.
There's one other thing I should probably mention.
What's that, Nex?
I might have done a little hacking. Nothing big. Just planted some fake information in First Mate Slime's computer to make it look like he was going to double-cross everyone and steal the shards after the hijacking.
Starling blinked.
And these falsified records, they can be readily accessed?
I think so. You should be able to find the backdated messages if you search for them.
Excellent work.
A wily smirk spread across his face.
This is precisely the sort of subterfuge that our Rex Jarix would uncover. Thank you, Nex. We will most assuredly turn this to our advantage. There is, however, another facet to this operation of which you remain unaware. The protection of the convoy, while crucial, is but one aspect of a far greater mission.
What's that?
Captain Grimhelm.
When Starling said the name, his entire demeanor changed, and a profound sense of brooding came over him.
What about Captain Grimhelm?
He must be neutralized. He's the true peril in this affair. Regardless of the other outcomes, if we cannot eliminate Grimhelm, utterly destroy him, we have failed.
Nex nodded, even though he was honestly way more worried about protecting those Darkcore shards than he was about Grimhelm. But there was something ravenous about the way Starling was talking, and Nex didn't feel the need to argue with him.
Now we must depart before our absence is discovered.
Starling clasped his shoulder.
We are united in this endeavor, Nex. Whatever trials may lie ahead, we will face them as one.
As they slipped out of the maintenance closet and went their separate ways, Nex felt a swirl of emotions. He wasn't alone anymore. He had an ally now, and together they might actually have a chance. Episode 10, Breaching the Aegis Transport. The SSV Nebula Nighthawk, 28 minutes from the Aegis transport convoy. The Shadow Lanes. Nex entered the Situation Room, DC hovering beside him. Captain Grimhelm sat over the holotable. One by one, the crew streamed in. Slime, wearing his spotted lab coat, followed by Legatron. Spank, the little weapons expert, fur slicked down with a heavy application of styling gel. And Tiny, who had to turn sideways to fit through the door. Ironclaw came in last, fully fitted out in his mechanical arms and hooded coat, and tucked himself away in a corner. Last to enter was Oren Starling as Rax Jarex, His cold, gray eyes swept the room and locked onto each crew member in turn. It was hard to believe this was the same guy he'd been talking to in that maintenance closet a few hours earlier. Grimhelm turned from the holotable to address the group.
We're about to drop out of hyperspace for the final meeting with our associates.
He lingered on the final word, letting it hang in the air with a sneer.
Be ready for anything. Remember, we're not here to make friends.
The familiar disorientation of returning to normal space tilted them to one side. Outside the viewport, 3 other ships popped into space around them. The Hellrunner crowded the viewport, a scarred Dreadnought-class warship bristling with enough firepower to level a small moon. Captain Susek's face fluttered up from the holotable. His icy eyes pierced through the feed.
I trust you're all adequately prepared.
Susek's silky voice oozed from the speakers.
The Hellrunner is poised and eager to obliterate any opposition that might arise.
Captain Dulac of the Innovation nodded. His stealth corvette was barely visible even at this close range. Its adaptive camouflage rippled like a ghost ship. Captain Nansen's weathered face completed the quartet. The reinforced hull and powerful tractor beams of his repurposed mining frigate, the Null Taurus, would make it the tank of the operation. Grimhelm leaned forward, his skeletal fingers steepled.
We're going over this plan one last time, and I don't want any mistakes. Susek, your dreadnought will provide the distraction, engaging the Aegis transport's escort ships. Dulac, I want your boarding parties ready to go before that transport even knows what hit it.
Rax Jarek stepped forward, his voice sharp.
We need to change the runner's approach vector. If it engages the escort ships head-on, we can move up behind the transport without detection.
Susek's eyes narrowed.
That strategy, Jarex, places my vessel in unwarranted jeopardy. We'd be exposing our ventral weapons array. That would make us susceptible to a counterattack.
It's a risk we need to take,
Jarex insisted.
The element of surprise is crucial here. If we can't surpass the Aegis transport's defenses, this whole operation falls apart.
Grimhelm's head moved from one to the other.
Jarex has a point. Susek, can you adjust that attack pattern or not?
Susek's jaw clenched.
It is possible, of course, but I would be severely limiting my capacity to maneuver.
After some back and forth, they finally reached a compromise. Susek and Nansen would split their forces, creating a pincer movement to provide distraction and cover for the Nighthawk to slip in.
All ships prepare for the final jump,
Susek commanded.
Victory lies in wait on the other side.
The holograms winked out, leaving the situation room of the Nebula Nighthawk in darkness. Grimhelm turned to his navigation officer.
Set that course and prepare for the jump.
The crew moved to the bridge. As the hyperdrive spooled up, Nex felt the sensation of being in 2 places at once. Then the stars outside stretched into lines. Grimhelm stood at the center of the bridge.
All right, pay attention. Today you're all going to be tested to your limits. We're not talking about knocking over some backwater fuel depot or hijacking a rusted cargo freighter. This is the kind of operation that comes once in a lifetime, if you're lucky. We pull this off, and we'll be sitting pretty. Fail, and, well, let's just say failure isn't an option. I want you to...
The crew leaned in. Even Slime's watery eyes widened. But then everything changed. Grimhelm's voice shifted, becoming hollow and ghostly.
I am thy father's spirit,
he declared, his posture growing taller, more imposing, as the words left his teeth.
Doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fasting fires, till the thorough crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away.
A bolt of fear ran through everyone. Was this some bizarre glitch in Grimhelm's cybernetics? Nex slipped a worried glance towards Orin Starling, wondering if the captain had finally lost his mind. Starling stared at the captain, his pallor deathly white. Slime jumped forward. He thrust a small electrical device against Grimhelm's skull. Blue lights on every connected bone joint in his body jumped. Grimhelm shook his head. He looked around, seeing the bewildered and frightened faces of his crew. His eye sockets flared.
What are you all staring at? Get back to work. We've got a heist to pull off.
The crew scrambled to their stations, shaking off what just happened as best they could. A hand slapped Nex on the shoulder. He turned to find Rax Jarex, or rather Captain Auron Starling, standing above him.
A word.
Starling muttered, his voice low and urgent. He guided Nex to a quiet corner. Once they were alone, Starling straightened as he shed the role of Rax Jarex. His eyes switched around, and he leaned in close.
A most unfortunate complication has arisen. The Space Authority support fleet has been delayed.
Nex's heart sank.
Delayed? For how long?
Starling's lips thinned.
Long enough, I fear, to render them quite useless in the initial confrontation.
He paused, noting the fear in Nex's eyes.
However, we are not without some fortune. The convoy has been placed on high alert. They're expecting trouble.
Will it be enough?
Nex's voice faltered.
It will have to be.
Starling replied grimly. His eyes hardened.
Now, attend closely, Nex. When you set off from the Nighthawk in the shuttle, take your time.
How much time?
That I cannot say. Avoid arousing suspicion, but by no means make haste. Upon boarding the Aegis transport, upload the security codes I entrusted to you. Should the need arise, I will create a diversion.
Nex nodded.
No, I have something for you.
Starling's tone shifted, becoming almost paternal. He handed Nex a bundle wrapped in plastic.
I commissioned I Implore to modify some Rithgard body armor to your specifications. This armor has a phase disruption mesh that stops rifts from opening around it. I want you to wear it.
Nex's eyes widened.
Body armor? I don't know about that. I've never worn anything like that before. I'm not exactly graceful to begin with. Wouldn't it just slow me down?
Starling frowned.
This is not a request, Nex. You're about to enter a potentially volatile situation. The stakes are too high and the risks too great to ignore.
But isn't that stuff super heavy?
Nex asked, backing away.
I'm not exactly built like a space marine here.
You underestimate this armor,
Starling countered in frustration.
It will enhance your movements.
Nex shook his head.
Look, I appreciate the thought, really. But maybe we could find a compromise? Like, I don't know, a really thick jacket or something? Or maybe I could just try really hard not to get shot?
Confound it, Nex. This is no trivial matter. A single errant rift could spell disaster. Not merely for you, but for the entire operation. Everything for which we have labored hangs in the balance.
The intensity in Starling's eyes made Nex pause. He looked down at the armor. Its flat gray surface had a grid-like texture. After a long moment, Nex sighed.
All right. I'll wear it.
Relief flooded Starling's face. He handed Nex the armor and, stepping back, gave him a firm nod.
May fortune smile upon your Nex.
Nex retreated to his living quarters. The armor, despite Ironclaw's modifications, felt huge and clunky. He struggled to fit his arms through the sleeves. The material caught and bunched at his elbows. He tried to fasten the chest piece, but the connectors wouldn't line up right. When he finally managed to seal the suit, the armor pressed against his small chest and made it difficult to take a full breath. He tried to raise his arms above his head, but the shoulder joints restricted his movement, leaving him feeling stiff and uncoordinated. As he emerged from his compartment, the armor that was meant to protect him now felt like a cage. Grimhelm's voice boomed over the intercom.
All hands, prepare to exit hyperspace.
Nex took the turbo lift to the top deck.
Engage stealth mode. Exiting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The Nebula Nighthawk shuddered as it tore back into normal space. Through the viewport, a cluster of ships materialized. In the distance, the powerful forms of the Space Authority escort vessels drifted silently.
Comms listings down across the convoy.
Slime reported, his bulbous eyes fixed on his console.
My little nanovirus, it's working perfectly.
He rubbed his hands together.
I wonder what they're thinking right now.
The Hell Runner, Captain Susek's dreadnought, decloaked. Its huge antimatter fusion arrays powered up, straining as they charged the Hell Runner's high-energy particle beam mounted along its spine. Susek's slip cannons fired. A series of cascading distortions rippled between it and the lead frigate. Its shields thickened like a bubble. For a second, they held, then collapsed as its emitters overloaded. The Hell Runner's particle beam fired, vaporizing hull plating and internal structures. Secondary explosions ripped through the frigate as its fuel pods ruptured in a brilliant flash that outshone the nearby stars. The cruiser and second frigate scrambled to respond. Their still partially operational weapon systems launched a volley of disruptor missiles that streaked toward the dreadnought. The Hell Runner's armor flexed on impact, redistributing the force. The Hell Runner slip cannons fired again, disintegrating their shields. Then it targeted their weapon bays with its particle beam and shredded through their defenses one by one. The Space Authority support corvettes surrounded the Aegis transport in an uncoordinated zigzag. The Null Taurus's tractor beams clutched onto them, holding them in place. Captain Susek's amused voice crackled over the comm.
No quarter. Ensure there are no survivors.
The Hell Runner's main spinal cannon fired again, its beam so powerful it warped space-time around it. The shields of one of the corvettes buckled and the beam slashed it down the middle. The two halves drifted apart, explosive decompression spewing atmosphere and bodies into space. Escape pods shot out of its sides, but were quickly picked off by Susek's point defense lasers. His silky voice echoed over the comm.
Pathetic. Is this the full extent of the vaunted Space Authority's capabilities?
Nex watched in horror as the Aegis transport attempted an emergency hyperjump. Its thrusters flared. The Null Taurus's gravity tractor beam latched on. The stress tore a colossal rift right up the center of the transport. Glittering clouds of frozen atmosphere and debris billowed out.
Those maniacs, they're going to decimate the transport.
Grimhelm growled, clutching the armrests of his chair.
We need that vessel in one piece, ye dribbling dullards,
he shouted at the viewport. The Nebula Nighthawk circled beneath the Aegis transport. Above them, occasional flashes of defensive fire lit the hull as the transport's automated defenses put up a feeble resistance to the Hell Runner's onslaught. Grimhelm turned to Nex, his eye sockets glowing.
This is your moment. Don't disappoint me.
The captain's voice was cold. Nex swallowed hard. He managed a nod, forcing his legs to move. Slime followed as Nex made his way to the shuttle bay.
All those hours of practice, it all comes down to this moment, doesn't it?
Nex fitted an earpiece in his ear and climbed aboard the service shuttle, a compact vessel designed for maintenance and short-range transport. The control panel lit up as he settled into the snug pilot's seat. Rows of switches and displays came to life. Nex tapped the controls. Outside the viewports, the Aegis transport rose before him. Its hull dwarfed the Nighthawk. The shuttle detached with a lurch. Nex guided it towards the Aegis transport, trying not to think about those automated turrets that were blasting away at Captain Susek's warship. What if they decided to target him next? Nex's fingers slipped on the throttle, jamming it forward. The sudden thrust slammed him back into his seat as the shuttle leapt forward. A massive, jagged shard of hull plating spun by him through the viewport so close he could see the scorched paint and bent metal sliding past the side window. Smaller fragments peppered the shuttle. Each impact sent a jolt through the frame and the screeching of metal through the cabin. He approached the transport's docking bay and activated the shuttle's transponder, broadcasting a signal to Captain Grimhelm's agent on the inside. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with painful slowness, the bay doors retracted. Nex eased the shuttle inside. It bumped the sides of the door. The docking clamps engaged with a resounding thunk, securing the small vessel in place. Nex let out a breath and wiped the sweat from his face as the bay repressurized. With the immediate danger past, Nex's attention turned to the lumpy armor clinging to him. He didn't care what Starling said. There was no way he could work with that thing on. He tugged at the phase disruption mesh, grimacing as it stuck to his sweat-soaked skin. With a grunt, he yanked it off. It felt so good to be able to move properly again. Throwing the rift guard armor on the floor of the shuttle, Nex reached for a compact rebreather and fitted it over his nose and mouth. Nex glanced at DC. The little bot hovered by the shuttle's exit.
Ready or not, DC. Here we go.
Nex activated the shuttle's airlock. The hatch slid open with a soft hiss, revealing the large interior of the Aegis transport's docking bay. Nex stepped out of the shuttle. The distant sounds of klaxon alarms and muffled explosions resonated through the ship. A figure with a pointed head and a sealed environment suit approached. Inside the reflective faceplate was a worried-looking old guy with a little white mustache. That had to be Kane, Grimhelm's inside man.
Well, I was wondering when you'd show up.
Kane's voice came through the suit's external speakers.
That paralytic gas did the job nicely. We've got roughly 18 minutes before it wears off.
He handed Nex a security badge.
Here, take this. Just put it on and it'll keep those security droids from getting too nosy.
Nex nodded. He clipped the badge onto his shirt.
Come on, let's get moving. I don't like all this noise.
Nex followed Kane through the corridors of the Aegis transport. Flashing red lights lit the prone forms of security officers and technicians sprawled across the decks. A 3-meter-tall, shiny black Omega-class security droid strode past. It stopped for a second, its red optics narrowing to sweep Nex and Kane. The ship's interior was a mess of torn panels, sparking ends of superconducting wires, and occasional hull breaches bending out into open space, contained only by electromagnetic force fields. They reached the central security hub. This was nothing like the security hub on the SS Horizon. This hub was accessed through a reinforced alloy door with thick locks that could only be opened with a palm and retinal scanner. The door led into an elaborate series of walk-in cages protected with electromagnetic shielding. Inside, he could see banks of panels, buttons, and monitors. Kane gestured impatiently.
All right, do your thing, Speed. We haven't got all day, you know.
Nex pursed his lips.
Can you get me any closer than this?
Kane scowled.
Listen, kid, I'm not cleared for this sort of thing. They said you're the one with the skills, so let's see you work your magic.
Nex sighed.
DC, commence security systems override.
DC's sensors lit up. He began passive data collection on the biometric scanners, analyzing signals and extracting patterns in the encryption. After a minute, DC projected an artificial holographic image that mimicked the authorized personnel's hand vein structures and retinal scans along with a key code. The door lock sprang open. Nex stepped over and pulled open the cage. Kane started to step inside, but Nex pulled him back.
Stop!
DC's retractor door opened. The swarm of B drones drifted through the door, directing controlled electromagnetic pulses, disabling motion sensors and tamper-evident systems. DC followed them into the cage. Once inside, he plugged directly into the security system and accessed the system's core functions using Kane's identity passcode. The air boiled with tension as Nex and Kane waited.
Uploading security bypass now.
Under his breath, he added,
and a little something extra.
Seconds ticked by. The console beeped, confirming the upload. Then, one by one, the ship's defensive systems powered down. The patrolling security droids, visible on the monitors, stopped in place before slumping over. DC pulled his plug and exited the hub. The B drone swooped around and wafted back into his nesting bay.
That's it.
Nex sighed.
Defensive systems are down.
Kane closed his mouth.
By the galaxy's sagging gravity wells.
Thanks.
On the monitors, blast doors opened, clearing the way for the boarding parties.
Right then, let's get out of here.
In the distance, they could hear the sound of ships latching onto the hull. The invasion had begun. Episode 11, The Aegis Gambit. Nex and Kane twisted through the corridors of the Aegis transport. Suddenly, Nex's earpiece erupted with frantic chatter.
Security codes aren't working. Vault's still locked. What infernal mischief is happening out there?
Kane winced, his hand moving to his ear. 2 vessels were docked in the bay, the Nebula Nighthawk and Captain Dulac's Innovation. At the base of the Nighthawk's ramp stood the small, furry weapons expert Spank, the hulking Cronin, Tiny, and Ironclaw, his mechanical arms twitching. They wore protective exovac suits and guided the shielded containment units that would be used to carry the Darkcore Shards. As Nex and Kane approached, Ironclaw's voice scrambler brought Nex right back to the SS Horizon.
There you are. We got a problem, Squirt.
What's wrong? Ironclaw turned to Nex.
Them security codes for the vault. They up and changed on us. We're locked out.
Nex blinked, trying to look surprised. Kane tossed his hands in the air.
Those codes are hardwired into the ship. They can't be changed unless the ship programming was overwritten.
Spank's large eyes darted between them, his fuzzy cheeks bulging out inside his helmet.
Is there any way we can change it back?
Ironclaw looked at Nex. Nex shook his head.
Rewrite base-level ship programming? Maybe there's someone else who could do it? Someone who actually knows what they're doing?
Kane frowned.
I told you, that vault is locked. It can't be turned off from the outside.
Ironclaw glared at the group.
Well, we'll have to switch to plan B then. We gotta crack that vault open ourselves. The old-fashioned way.
He fixed Nex and Kane with a steely gaze.
You two, back to the Nighthawk. You'll just be in the way out here.
As Ironclaw pointed his finger at the ground and circled his hand in the air, a signal to the boarding party groups to gather for debriefing, Nex and Kane climbed the ramp. Orin Starling's codes had done the trick. The pirates' plans were falling apart. Fast. The bridge of the Nebula Nighthawk was quiet as Nex and Kane stepped through the door. Captain Grimhelm, Slime, and Rax Jarex stood watching a bank of monitors. Nex approached the screens. At first, it was difficult to decipher them, but then he realized he was looking at first-person helmet cams from Ironclaw, Spank, and Tiny. They stopped at a closed blast door.
I'm getting code 407. Hull breach.
Rax Jarex frowned. He looked over Slime's shoulder at the Aegis transport schematics.
Automatic containment.
Is there another way around?
Grimhelm growled.
Not into the vault. They're gonna have to go through.
Grimhelm shouted into the comms.
That blast door isn't going to open itself, so get to it.
Ironclaw instructed his strike team back to seal off the corridor, while he directed Spank and Tiny to fasten their tether lines and pressurize their suits.
This is a dangerous move, Captain. We don't know what's behind that door. Could be a small breach. It could be big. You're putting those men's lives at stake.
I'm aware of that, Jarex. And so are they. So don't give me that sob story.
Jarex sighed. He leaned forward into the comms.
Use bypass code 7618.
Ironclaw clamped down onto the hull plating with all 4 of his mechanical arms. Then he punched in the code. Nothing happened. He tried it again.
The code is not working, Jarex.
Grimhelm snarled.
Excuse me, please. The code is 7610.
Slime corrected. Ironclaw punched it in. The door slowly slid back. A sudden sharp groan reverberated through the metal. The air exploded outwards. Howling wind that surged towards the breach. Loose objects and unsecured equipment tore from their moorings, swirling in a ravenous vortex of escaping gases. Ironclaw's ragdoll body was wrenched out toward the abyss, but his powerful spider arms held him fast. Then, as quickly as it began, it stopped. Just like that. The door was open. Before them lay a massive hole in the side of the Aegis transport. The space outside was a minefield of twisted metal and frozen debris. Jagged shards of the ship's hull jutted out like teeth. Sparks from severed power conduits danced across the wreckage, creating a silent, mocking light show against the backdrop of stars. A bunch of stuff floated around, random things from inside the ship. A chair spinning, a pencil, a coffee cup, a shoe. Like someone's messy room got sucked into space. Between footholds were meters of nothing. The junk whirled around, each pulled by the microgravitation of the others, creating an ever-rotating three-dimensional maze of death.
How in the glitching scrap are we supposed to cross that?
Spank's voice crackled over the comms.
There's a path. It's risky, but it's there.
Spank took the lead. He bounded from a twisted support beam to a floating panel. Firing off tethers, he latched onto a spinning piece of piping and swung to a chunk of bulkhead. Tiny went next. He launched from the corridor and just barely grasped the edge of a floating door. The next jump he missed entirely, tumbling end over end. Spank fired a tether that snapped around his ankle, pulling him back from a jutting slice of metal. Ironclaw brought up the rear. He thrust off with his legs and clamped onto the side of the ship with his mechanical arms. As he propelled himself forward, a piece of paneling suddenly shifted under his foot, sending him spinning out into open space. For a moment, he started to drift away. But Tiny's strong arm shot out, grabbing Ironclaw's metal arm and dragging him back. Just as it seemed they might make it across, a large section of the ship's hull broke loose, spiraling towards them. Tiny flung Ironclaw clear. The hull fragment flew by, missing them by centimeters, and sent them all tumbling. For a moment, it seemed the mission would end there. But Ironclaw grappled onto an exposed joint, and tethering Spank and Tiny, he pulled them all to the far side with his muscular arms. On the bridge, Nex realized he'd been holding his breath. His hands were sweaty. Even Rax Jerex looked pale. The team paused on the other side of the chasm, caught their breath and checked their equipment. They pulled across the containers on tethers. Captain Grimhelm swiveled to face Rax Jerex.
You're getting sloppy, Jerex. One more blunder like that wrong code, and I'll see to it that you're removed from my bridge permanently.
If Starling kept going like this, he was going to blow his cover. Nex wanted to yell at him to dial it back a notch before he got both of them in deep trouble. Grimhelm turned back to the comms.
Ironclaw, have your strike team send the service shuttle around to pick up those shards once you have them secured.
Ironclaw barked out the orders over his comms. Grimhelm's skeletal fingers drummed. Nex felt the sweat on his hands turn cold. He forced himself to focus back on the screens. Spank, Tiny, and Ironclaw approached the layer of vault security. It appeared to be a room of shapes slowly spinning around.
What is that?
Slime's bulbous eyes glinted.
Quantum entanglement block,
he said, gesturing at the display.
Fascinating.
The room on the screen was a maze of floating translucent shapes of primary colors. Cubes, spheres, and strange abstract shapes. Were they holograms? Some kind of force field? Or were those actual solid shapes moving around? As Ironclaw cautiously reached out to touch one, others shifted in response as if connected by invisible threads.
Careful. There's more to this than meets the eye.
A disembodied voice filled the room. Its tone was neutral, yet somehow menacing.
State your purpose and intent.
Ironclaw hesitated.
Routine inspection.
A series of lights flashed across the ceiling of the chamber, scanning the group.
Lie detected,
the voice stated, its artificial calm somehow more terrifying than anger.
Security protocol engaged.
The colored shapes began to spin and shift rapidly, creating a dizzying, ever-changing labyrinth that folded in on itself. Nex's head hurt just looking at it. He could only imagine how confusing it must be for those actually in the room.
Ah, EEG systems.
Slime grinned, rubbing his hands together.
It's reading their intentions, every little thought.
Well, what are they supposed to do with the void-sucking thing?
Rax Jarex nodded towards the screen.
Bring up contingency plan P3.
Slime pulled up the vault defense plans.
Oh my, what a clever little system we have here. The pattern changes every 60 seconds. Never the same twice, and only an authorized device knows the combination.
Then how in the seven hells do you crack it?
You're gonna need a keygen to get this thing open. It'll lock in the right numbers once it figures out how all those symbols interact.
He leaned forward and spoke into the comms.
Ironclaw, your team must interact with those shapes so the keygen can record their movements. Keep looking directly at them.
On screen, the team spread out, each tackling a different section of the room. Tiny grabbed 2 translucent cylinders and pulled them apart. As he did, the shape of the maze changed. Spank darted between them like a furry pinball, pushing them inwards. Ironclaw kept his helmet cam focused on the pattern, while his mechanical arms pulled them in different directions, changing the complex movement of the others. Slime held up his device to the screen. While he did, number and symbol combinations blurred past and one by one locked into place. Suddenly, the shapes careened across the room. Spank rolled out of the way of an expanding cube. Tiny grunted as a tetrahedral shape phased through his arm, leaving it temporarily motionless.
Combination failed. Try again.
The disembodied voice said.
Try it again.
This time, Slime got the entire code locked into the keygen.
Now move the pattern following my exact directions.
As he began to instruct the team, strange energy fields flickered between them. Ironclaw cursed as one scrambled his cybernetic systems, forcing him to reboot.
Combination failed. Try again.
We're getting power surges. Might go supernova if we ain't careful.
Rax Jarex sighed.
The system may be more damaged than we thought.
Captain Grimhelm's eyes bore into him.
Again.
Be careful. This lock, you see, is quite temperamental. It will allow you to fail 3 times. If you fail the 4th time, the vault will lock down forever.
Grimhelm's grip tightened on the console.
Get to it,
he shouted, eye sockets flaring. Back in the quantum maze, a cube slipped from Tiny's grasp.
Combination failed. Try again.
I've seen some crazy things in my day, but this is impossible.
Ironclaw roared, his voice scrambler reverberating through the chamber.
No, it's not,
Rax Jarex shouted into the comms.
It's simple. There's plenty of time. Just take it easy. Don't think about the clock.
They shook it off and began again. Slime locked in the code and instructed their movements slowly and deliberately.
Start at 0.
They fastened the shapes together in a complex choreography of quantum manipulation. Slowly but surely, a new pattern emerged from the chaos.
They're doing it.
With an upward arc to 17.
The floating pieces started coming together in a strange, solid geometric structure. All of the colors and angles shouldn't have made sense, but somehow they did. Spank, Tiny, and Ironclaw pushed on the structure at the same time. The whole thing clicked into place with an almost musical resonance. A chime sounded, clear and crisp. The disembodied voice returned, its tone neutral, but somehow carrying a note of disapproval.
Security disengaged.
A collective sigh echoed through the Nebula Nighthawk's bridge. A familiar silky voice crackled over the intercom. Captain Susek.
You're taking your time, Captain Grimhelm. By my estimation, you should have secured those shards a good 7 minutes ago.
We ran into some problems, Susek. You think you've got a better idea? Well, keep it to yourself. I must say, if you and Captain Nansen had left the Aegis transport be, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Easy does it, Captain.
Came Susek's calm reply.
It appears you have quite enough trouble stemming from your own crew to occupy your concerns.
You let me worry about my crew. You just stick to keeping those escort ships at bay.
With a slam, he closed the comms and stood up on creaky bones. He strode back and forth, glaring at each one of them in turn.
There are too many coincidences. Far too many things are going wrong with this operation for my liking.
They exchanged glances. Nex's stomach dropped as Rax Jarek stepped forward and cleared his throat.
Captain, I hate to break it to you, but I've uncovered some concerning information.
Nex groaned. Not again. Starling was bringing up that stuff now? Seriously? Rax Jarek's paused, his eyes flicking to Slime.
Your first mate has been asking about secret hideouts and chatting up some shady customers.
That weird smile spread across Slime's mouth.
What? That's preposterous. I would never—
Silence.
He turned to Jarek's.
Show me this evidence.
Jarek's moved to Slime's computer, but as he tapped on the keys attempting to pull up the fabricated files, his brow furrowed.
That's strange. Looks like somebody's moved or deleted the files.
Uh-oh. Did Slime find them? Did he know? Grimhelm's eye sockets flared.
Or perhaps they never existed at all. You've been quite reckless in this operation, Jarek's. All too eager to point fingers and stir up trouble.
Nex's pulse quickened as he realized what was happening. Grimhelm was putting the pieces together, but not in the way they wanted.
In fact,
Grimhelm continued, his skeletal hand moving to the weapon at his hip.
I'm starting to wonder if you are who you say you are at all.
The bridge fell silent. The soft beeping of consoles suddenly deafening. Jarek stood perfectly still, his face calm despite the weapon now pointed at his chest.
I don't know what you're talking about. My job performance here has been impeccable.
Save your lies. I had a gut feeling about you from the moment you stepped aboard this ship. The way you came across with all that my intel and your sneaky maneuvers. I don't have a clue who you really are or how you managed to tamper with those transport codes. But until I know, I'm taking you off this job.
Nex's mind raced. He had to do something, say something to defuse the situation. But before he could open his mouth, Grimhelm barked an order.
I want this rascal restrained and locked up in a secure cell until I can get to the bottom of this mess.
Two burly crewmen stepped forward, seizing Oron's arms. The undercover agent didn't resist. His eyes met Nex's for a fraction of a second before he was dragged away. As the door slid shut, Grimhelm's burning gaze swept the bridge.
This changes nothing. We proceed as planned. And if anyone else feels like testing my patience—
The threat hung in the air. Nex turned back to the security feed, trying to act normal. On screen, Ironclaw, Spank, and Tiny approached the vault door. But all Nex could think about was Starling, locked up somewhere on the ship. Nex was on his own again, and it was going to be up to him to stop the heist. Episode 12, The Nighthawk's Flight.
Captain, we're detecting a number of ships dropping out of hyperspace.
A fleet of vessels, led by the flagship Patriot, flashed around Admiral Susek's warship. The sudden appearance of heavily armed vessels sent a shockwave through the bridge of the Nebula Nighthawk. Around the Patriot, a dozen Venus-class cruisers adjusted their vectors, creating a complex attack formation. Their distinctive L-shaped silhouettes were lined with point defense lasers and turrets. Hangar bays in their ventral sections deployed swarms of Raptor superiority fighters. On the perimeter, Phantom destroyers ghosted in and out of the Nighthawk's sensors. Captain Grimhelm's skeletal fingers tightened on his command chair as a sector-wide channel opened. A grizzled visage filled the view screen.
Admiral Fox of the Space Authority. You are hereby ordered to stand down and prepare to deboard us.
Grimhelm's eye sockets flared. He cut the communication and swiveled to face his crew.
Slime, establish an encrypted channel to Captain Duloc on the Innovation. Now.
Slime's fingers tapped the console. Captain Dulac's weathered face appeared on the view screen.
Dulac, evacuate your teams. Prepare for emergency undarking procedures.
Dulac's eyes narrowed.
Are you mad, Captain Grimhelm? We're so close to the...
We're sitting targets here. The Space Authority fleet has us surrounded. We have minutes, maybe seconds before they board.
And the Shards? We can't just...
We're coming around to the hull breach to pick them up. Get your people out now, or I'll leave you behind. Understood?
A tense moment passed. Finally, Dulac nodded.
Understood. Innovation out.
As the screen went dark, Nex's attention was drawn to the helmet cam feeds inside the Aegis transport. Ironclaw, Spank, and Tiny stood before the vault doors. They were made of some kind of blue refractive alloy, etched with strange surface patterns. Ironclaw's cybernetic hand hovered over the handle. He hesitated for a second before pressing against it. The interlocking mechanisms of the vault disengaged. The door slowly moved outward and divided. Inside the vault, 7 cases marked with radiation hazard symbols were arranged in a semicircle, each one blinking with red warning LEDs. Through armored viewing ports, the Darkcore shards pulsated with a strange energy. Nex felt a jolt of recognition, memories of the Darkcore gem in their home on Zrayn. But there was something different, something angry in the pulsing of these shards that Nex could feel. Ironclaw let out a low whistle.
Beautiful slag rats, ain't they?
Spank nodded, transfixed.
Like staring into the heart of a black hole.
The 3 donned specialized protective gloves and disengaged the case's locks. The lids swung open. Dark energy concentrations reflected off the sides of the vault like ripples in a pool of ink. Ironclaw's metal arm gently grasped one of the shards. As he lifted it from its case and transferred it to the shielded containment unit, the energy field around it intensified. Outside, the Null Taurus quaked as a salvo of guided missiles from the vectoring Raptors found their mark. The frigate's shields flared. As it diverted power to reinforce its defenses, the Null Taurus's tractor beam released the corvettes from their deadlock around the Aegis transport.
Personnel aboard, airlock sealed. Initiating undocking sequence.
The Nighthawk quivered as it released from the docking clamps. Nex fingered the EMP in his pocket. In theory, it would cripple the Nighthawk, but he had no idea what strength the EMP had, or if it would do anything to the ship's controls at all. It might also fry DC, and who knew what might happen if the Darkcore shards were within range. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice.
Navigation, plot a vector around the Aegis transport. Use the Null Taurus for cover.
On the Aegis transport, a new complication arose. From the ship's bridge security feed, dazed members of the crew started to stir. The paralytic gas was wearing off. The captain of the transport pulled himself into his command chair. He squinted against the light of the emergency beacons. Static spit through the speakers as he fumbled with the comm controls.
Security. This is Captain Cross. We've been attacked.
He swayed in his chair.
Reactivate security protocol.
Captain Grimhelm stood and paced the bridge of the Nebula Nighthawk.
Navigation. Position us relative to the Aegis transport's hull breach.
He turned to his communications officer.
Signal Admiral Susek.
Susek's face appeared on the monitor.
What is happening over there, Grimhelm? Have you acquired the shards yet?
Grimhelm's jaw clenched.
My team is inside the vault now.
He replied,
I want every rust bucket and flying scrap heap you've got running interference.
Susek's eyes narrowed.
Very well, Grimhelm. However, I must insist that you stop wasting time and secure those shards immediately.
It was pretty clear he meant business. Grimhelm took a seat in his chair. The breached section of the Aegis transport's hull was now visible on their long-range sensors. Even cloaked, occasional high-energy particles peppered the Nighthawk's hull. Helmsman Shears adjusted their approach vector.
Ironclaw.
Grimhelm barked into the comm.
What's your status?
Inside the Aegis transport, Ironclaw and his team were sealing up the shielded containment units when alarms inside the vault began to squawk and warning lights flashed. As they activated the container's repulsion field emitters and began pushing them out, the vault doors started to slide shut. With the strength of his metal arm, Ironclaw wedged them open. Hydraulics whined in protest.
Hey, Spank, get a move on, will ya?
He growled through gritted teeth. Spank darted through the narrowing gap, pushing the last containment unit. The doors slammed shut behind him with a thud. Ironclaw tapped his comm unit.
We got what we came for, Captain, but we got company.
His words cut short as a pair of shiny black Omega-class security droids strode around the corner.
Contact front!
The pirates dropped into a triangular formation around the hovering cargo containers. Spank and Tiny dove for cover behind corners. Ironclaw crouched behind one of the containment units. The droids crouched, arms out and eyes flashing red. Their weaponized arms lit up, firing a volley of rifts. Perfectly circular holes appeared in the walls around the pirates. Spank unfastened some kind of modified weapon from his back. With a series of clicks and whistles, he folded it out. Its display lit up as the AI targeting system engaged, analyzing the droid's phase disruption armor. He fired. A droid's arm vanished into a momentary void, and the rift closed with a snap of displaced air. The droid's frame began to shift. A panel on its right shoulder slid open, and a secondary arm unfolded out of it like some metallic origami. At its end, a cylindrical apparatus swiveled into place. A wrist-mounted rocket launcher. Ironclaw flattened out as a rapid succession of vortex rockets spun through the corridor. The vortexes expanded out rapidly, folding in one of the shard containers before snapping shut. Tiny lumbered forward, snatching a magnetized sticky bomb from his tactical belt.
Grenade out!
He bellowed, tossing it towards the droids. The lead unit's ocular sensors flashed, analyzing the incoming threat. A high-pitched whine cut through the air as a blue dome wrapped around the droids. The sticky bomb struck the shield and fizzled.
Son of a Bloxorian slime beast!
Tiny cursed as the droid advanced. Suddenly, 3 more droids dropped from concealed wall compartments, their articulated limbs moving with crazy speed. Spank laid down a barrage, his weapon popping as it opened microportals around and behind the droids. Chunks of metal disappeared from their frames as the rifts closed. A sudden tear ripped through space near the hull. A hiss of escaping air filled the corridor.
Watch your fire!
Ironclaw shouted over the ruckus.
To the shuttle, go!
The team began their strategic withdrawal. Spank and Tiny alternated suppressing fire as they leapfrogged backwards through the smoke-filled corridor. Ironclaw guided the containment units. The air crackled with opening and closing rifts. The remaining machines strode forward, their AI constantly calculating new attack vectors. The pirates slammed against the sealed containment door and tethered themselves to safety lines.
Brace for decompression.
His metal fingers tapped the door's control panel.
Blowing the hatch in 3, 2, 1.
With a squeal of hydraulics, the door opened. The pursuing security droids were sucked out. Their red optics faded as they tumbled away, becoming glinting specks against the star-studded backdrop of space. Now in zero gravity, Ironclaw pushed off from the door, gliding towards the waiting shuttle. The containment units floated, secured to tethers alongside him. Nex watched as the team loaded the containers into the shuttle's small cargo bay. If those shards made it to the Nighthawk, he might lose his only shot.
Slime, take over the bridge. I'm going down to the docking bay to personally see to it that those shards make it safely aboard the ship.
Yes, Captain.
Slime said, taking his place in the captain's chair. Nex watched in horror as the service shuttle approached the Nighthawk. A jolt from a nearby explosion shook the vessel. Panicked voices spluttered over the channel.
Captain, we're off course.
The ship's grappling arms activated.
Hold steady. I'm bringing you in.
Captain Grimhelm's voice cracked. The massive robotic appendages extended, grabbing onto the shuttle and pulling it aboard. Captain Grimhelm's voice boomed over the comms. Nex was out of time. With trembling hands, he pulled the EMP device from his pocket. His finger hovered over the activation switch. Captain Grimhelm was securing the shards. Slime was preparing to make the jump into hyperspace. Nobody was paying attention to Nex.
Engage jump drive.
Captain Grimhelm yelled through the comms. With a deep breath, Nex leapt forward. Pushing the EMP hard against the command console, he hit the button. A wave of invisible energy slammed outward. The effect was immediate. Consoles across the bridge sparked and went dark. The view screens died. Red emergency lighting kicked in. DC, hovering nearby, let out a pitiful squeak as his systems overloaded. The little bot dropped to the floor, lights fading.
DC!
Nex cried out, reaching for him. But before he could take a step, rough hands seized him. Two of Grimhelm's goons pinned his arms behind his back, wrenching the EMP device from his grasp.
You idiot!
Slime snarled.
What have you done? I told the captain he was a fool. They trust you.
We've lost all controls on the bridge.
Slime turned to the engineer.
Switch to auxiliary power and reboot everything.
The door pulled open. There stood Grimhelm. His skeletal form seemed to grow larger as he towered over Nex, his eye sockets blazing.
I should have divined thy true nature,
he said.
A gutter slug, a saboteur, perhaps even a Space Authority spy.
As if in answer, a violent shiver ran through the ship. Klaxons blared across the bridge. Nex's blood turned to ice as Helmsman Shears called out,
"We have power back up on the main console."
What's going on out there?
Hull breach on deck 4.
Slime called out, his bulbous eyes wide.
We're venting atmosphere, Captain.
Grimhelm whirled away from Nex.
Seal it off! Reroute power to the emergency force fields.
But even as the crew scrambled to obey, another tremor rocked the ship. This time it was accompanied by a deep, resonant boom that seemed to come from everywhere at once.
What was that?
Slime tapped his console, calling up damage reports and sensor readings.
Oh my, Captain. It's down in the docking bay. The Darkcore Shards. I don't know what's happening, but they're sending out huge power anomalies. They're reacting to one another, creating some kind of cascading energy effect.
Suddenly, all the memories from Zrayn came flooding back to Nex. This was way too much like what happened on his planet right before it all went down. Captain Grimhelm stood for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was cold.
You think we're licked because a pack of Authority hounds are snapping at our heels? Well, think again.
Grimhelm strode to his command chair.
Slime, status on the hyperdrive.
The Luminid scientist blinked, his watery eyes fixed on his readings.
It's operational, Captain, but barely. If we attempt to jump, there's no telling where we might end up.
Grimhelm laughed, a harsh, metallic sound.
Where we end up matters not a whit.
The ship shuddered again. Through the viewport, Nex could see the Space Authority fleet closing in. Grimhelm's skeletal hands gripped the edges of the control panel.
Initiate jump sequence.
The Nebula Nighthawk groaned as its damaged systems struggled to comply. Sparks flew from overloaded circuits, and the deck plates vibrated. Nex felt a surge building inside him. With a burst of strength, he wrenched free from his captors. He lunged for the control panel, not entirely sure what he was going to do, just that he had to do something. But he was too late. Captain Grimhelm's bony finger descended on the activation switch. The hyperdrive engaged with a sound like the air itself being torn apart. Stars outside the viewport stretched into lines of brilliant light. The Nebula Nighthawk shook. For a moment, the ship hung on the edge of normal space, caught between dimensions. Then, with a final wrenching lurch, they were pulled into hyperspace. Episode 13, A Spark in the Darkness. The door of the Nebula Nighthawk's single holding cell slammed shut. The room was lit by the tiny light of one monitoring camera. Nex stumbled forward. His eyes, still adjusting to the dark, swept across the cramped, reinforced metal walls, struts and pressure bars that extended from floor to ceiling before settling on a familiar figure seated in the corner. Oren Starling, stripped down to a loose-fitting shirt and cargo pants, looked up from his contemplative pose. A smile spread across his face.
Nex.
He sprang up from the narrow cot.
Nex, what happened?
Nex slumped against the wall and slid down until he sat on the cold floor. His hands trembled.
DC, he's gone.
He looked up into Oron's face.
I did what I could, but they got away. They have the shards.
Oron's smile faded. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees.
I see. I feared that might be the case. Pray tell me how they came to suspect your true motives.
Nex relayed the story. As he did, Oren tilted his head to one side, listening intently. When he finished, Oren looked up.
A setback, to be sure.
He rose to his feet, his face clearing.
But all is not lost. More difficult, perhaps, but not lost. The curtain has not yet fallen on our little drama.
What do you mean?
Nex said, gesturing around the cell.
How can we stop the pirates now?
Consider, if you will, the game of chess. When a skilled opponent captures one's queen, the match does not immediately conclude. Rather, it forces one to reassess, to devise new strategies.
Nex narrowed his eyes.
The stakes have risen. The margins for error have narrowed. But the game, Nex, is far from over. We must rely on our wits, our resolve, and perhaps a touch of audacity.
But DC is gone. What do we have left?
I would have thought that perfectly obvious. We are two highly resourceful individuals, you and I. And it so happens Grimhelm was foolish enough to lock up the one person on his team who is a locksmith.
But you don't understand. I don't actually know anything about security systems. I told DC to turn off security. He figured it out. He built his own database of knowledge. Without DC, I can't get us out of here. I have nothing.
Oren frowned.
I see. Well, that does add a new wrinkle to the situation.
He tapped his fingers. Then he looked down at Nex.
Tell me, your droid, if it was capable of doing these incredible things, how did it come by such learning?
Nex sighed, memories tumbling back.
I built DC when I was on my homeworld, before everything happened.
He paused, swallowing hard. Oren shook his head.
Most remarkable. Tell me, by what means did you acquire such a profound knowledge of advanced robotics?
I guess it was my father, really. He was a scientist back where I come from. But on Zrayn, being good with machines wasn't exactly rare.
Just a moment. Did you say Zrayn?
Nex nodded. Oren's eyes widened.
But Zrayn was, by all accounts, utterly obliterated. How can this be?
Nex shook his head.
I'm not sure.
Oren studied him.
But the pieces begin to fall into place. Your fascination with these Darkcore Shards now takes on a new significance. But I fear I've allowed my emotions to interrupt your narrative. Pray do continue with your account.
Nex shook his head.
I don't really want to talk about it.
Nex, I must implore you. Perhaps through your story we may devise a means of escape.
Nex sighed and nodded.
After Zrayn was destroyed, DC was all I had left. We've been hopping around, stowing away. Just trying to get by, I guess.
So, that is how you come to be here.
Oren mused, stroking his chin.
But tell me, Nex, about Zrayn. I have heard rumors regarding its mysterious downfall, but I should very much like to have a first-hand account of it.
Nex's thoughts grew distant.
Zrayn was... it's hard to even describe. It was beautiful. Our cities were almost alive, always changing. And our tech, it grew and adapted. The Darkcore gems, they were the center of everything.
Of course they were. Such were the things of legend. Fairy tales.
His eyes stared at Nex with a new dawning of fascination. Perhaps a new respect. Or fear.
You are a Zraynian. I can't quite bring myself to believe it. These gems you speak of, they were the very lifeblood of your people, were they not?
Nex nodded.
Yes.
But...
Orin trailed off, his expression darkening.
But they destroyed us.
Orin furrowed his brow.
The thing is, I'm not really sure how they did it. There wasn't enough time to figure it out.
Orin nodded.
I understand that. The turmoil on Zrayn was... fraught, to say the least.
Blinking at Nex, he continued.
Perhaps you were too young to grasp the situation.
I don't remember anything about it.
Well then, I may be able to assist in filling in some of the missing details.
Nex nodded.
Naturally, this all transpired long before my time with the Space Authority. However, if my recollection serves me correctly, many desired the technology of your world. Demanded it even. But your people, they guarded it jealously.
I didn't get it all at the time, but I could feel it.
Orin nodded solemnly.
Indeed. Many viewed your people's refusal to share the gems as a threat to the unity of the galaxy at large. I can well imagine the pressure that must have mounted upon your people next. The temptation for the other worlds to seize such power by force, no doubt, grew ever more alluring. And when diplomacy failed, well...
Nex's brow furrowed.
But it wasn't just that, was it? There was something else going on.
Yes, there were. Other factors at play. When the Council, in their infinite wisdom, decided to launch a surprise invasion upon your homeworld, I rather suspect they never anticipated the consequences. But alas, I fear delving deeper into the sordid aftermath would only serve to further darken this already grim tale. Perhaps it would be best reserved for another time, when we find ourselves in less trying circumstances.
He paused, his expression softening.
Tell me, Nex, about that fateful night. What I can't quite understand is how you escaped.
Nex closed his eyes.
It was crazy. 1 minute, everything was normal. And then the next, the sky just lit up. Ships everywhere. Weapons I'd never seen before. Our defenses, they just weren't ready.
Orin leaned in, listening.
I remember running through our house. I grabbed DC and I just shoved him in my backpack. Didn't even think about it. Just did it. And then I saw it. This Darkcore gem my father had been keeping in our house. I knew it was there. But it was different this time. It was pulsing. Glowing with this power I'd never seen before. It's gonna sound weird, but it was almost like it was talking to me. Not with words or anything, but I don't know how to explain it. It was just calling me. I couldn't help it. I reached out to touch it. And then... Darkness. Complete darkness. And the next thing I knew, I was on a Space Authority cruiser. I don't know what happened or how I got there. I was scared, I guess. But I stayed hidden there. Until we reached port. That's how I escaped. Sometimes I still see it when I close my eyes.
Orin placed a comforting hand on Nex's shoulder.
A harrowing tale indeed. You've carried this burden for so long, my young friend.
Nex looked up, his eyes glistening. A violent tremor ran through the ship. He was struck with the familiar sensation of exiting hyperspace.
It would appear that our journey has reached its end.
Orin mused, steadying himself against the wall. Nex's eyes widened.
Where do you think we are?
Orin raised an eyebrow.
Difficult to say.
They sat in tense silence for a few moments, straining to hear any clues about their situation. The stillness was broken by a surge of movement above their heads. Footsteps raced by and shouts bounced off the walls.
What's happening?
Nex whispered, pressing his ear against the metal. Orin closed his eyes.
Repairs by the sound of it, and in quite a hurry too. Listen. Do you hear that?
Nex focused. He picked out the distinct roar of welding torches and the clink of tools.
They're fixing the ship.
Suddenly, the sound of repairs was replaced by shouts and weapon fire.
Ah, what do we have here? Their circumstances have clearly taken a grave turn.
A resonant shudder rolled along the ship's frame, and the tug of G-forces pulled at his body as the Nebula Nighthawk tore free from the ground.
Well, well.
Orin smiled.
It would appear that our adventure is far from over.
The steady drone of the fusion drive grew louder. The Nighthawk rattled erratically, as if something was out of balance. Orin's smile faded.
We're accelerating,
he said, pressing his ear against the bulkhead.
That doesn't feel right. They're still having problems.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's the sound of the hyperdrive spooling out.
Nex blinked.
They're jumping again? But where?
His question was cut short by the uncomfortable sensation of being in two places at the same time. When the feeling passed, Orin turned to Nex with a grim smile.
Well, Nex, it would appear our captors are indeed in a state of haste. The true question, however, is whether they are fleeing from something or racing towards something.
It was a hull breach. They didn't stop long enough to fix that.
Orin smiled.
Ah, very good. My plan so far is proceeding quite satisfactorily.
Your plan?
A glint of mischief flickered in Orin's eyes.
Indeed. You see, I may have taken the precaution of activating a hidden tracker somewhere on this ship. The Space Authority is no doubt in close pursuit as we speak.
A tracker? What if Grimhelm finds it?
Now. Let us not borrow trouble. The device is well hidden, and I can assure you our captor Grimhelm will not stumble upon its existence unless he happens to know precisely what to look for.
Orin's eyes glinted.
Always have a trick in your back pocket. A lesson I learned during my days as a thespian on the stages of New Avalon.
He winked.
Thespian? What's that?
An actor, my dear Nex. Oh yes, it may surprise you that someone as humble as myself, born and raised in New Avalon, has trod the boards since I was but a mere lad.
His eyes took on a faraway look.
Ah, but I shall never forget my very first standing ovation. 16 years of age, playing the illimitable Puck in a production of A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Orin smiled.
And I must say, this particular profession of mine has served me exceedingly well in my current line of work.
Nex found himself smiling.
It does sound pretty wonderful. But how did you go from that to this?
He gestured at their cell.
That's a pretty big career change.
Oron's expression sobered.
Ah, well, that is, I must confess, a dark tale. You see, Nex, in the prime of my youthful 20s, I had entertained the most grand of ambitions. Along with my dear friend, Professor Ackroyd von Fitch at the New Avalon Academy of Sciences, I had embarked upon a project that I believed would truly revolutionize the art of theater.
What kind of project?
The use of cutting-edge technology to produce ever more baffling special effects for our theatrical productions, an endeavor that, regrettably, led to the creation of our current adversary, Grimhelm.
Nex's eyes widened.
You created Grimhelm?
You see, in our zeal to push the boundaries of what was possible on the stage, we unwittingly stumbled upon discoveries that would ultimately prove to be a double-edged saw.
Wait, you're kidding, right? But how?
We used the demonstration bones from Professor Feet's anatomy class to construct him. Feet had devised a most ingenious invention to bring my vision to life, an electrical current that induced an adhesion between the joints. Grimhelm is completely autonomous, with the one exception that he needs his power cell to be replaced every day.
But he was burned in a fire and brought back with robot parts.
Lies, Nex, lies, conjured up no doubt by Grimhelm himself. Allow me to assure you, The truth of the matter is quite different from what you've been led to believe.
Auron leaned forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Nex.
For Grimhelm, I can say with absolute certainty is no mere marriage of organic and machine.
His lips pressed into a thin line.
No, Grimhelm is in fact a completely cybernetic robot, devoid of any biological components. I know this to be true, Nex.
But why? Why would you ever create a robot like Grimhelm?
Ah, the irony of it all, Nex. You see, my original intention was to utilize Grimhelm in a grand production of Hamlet, to portray none other than the ghost of Hamlet's father. Can you imagine? The spectre of the late King Hamlet, haunting the stage, played by a veritable automaton of my own creation. Alas, it was not to be.
What happened?
Everything. The fateful night when what should have been a triumphant performance descended into sheer carnage. Grimhelm, he went rogue, Nex.
He trailed off, shaking his head.
The loss of life that ensued was devastating. Many perished, including my dear brother.
Nex sat in stunned silence. Finally, he spoke.
Is that why you're here? To stop him?
Auron nodded, a determined glint in his eye.
It has become the very mission of my life, Nex, to capture and deactivate the monstrous creation that I, in my misguided youthful ambition, helped to bring into this world. Since that first encounter, he has learned, adapted, evolved. For years, he disappeared, became this.
He gestured around the cell.
But I searched for him relentlessly. Joining the Space Authority ultimately became a means to an end.
Auron, I'm still confused about something. If Grimhelm's just a robot, how... why did he...
Go rogue?
Auron finished, his expression growing somber.
Yes, the very question that has haunted me for years. The truth of the matter is, I'm afraid we have never been entirely certain of the root cause. A flaw, perhaps, in his base programming, or perhaps an unexpected interaction between his advanced artificial intelligence and the specialized theatrical algorithms we had implemented to enhance his performance. In our hubris, we created something we did not fully comprehend. We imbued Grimhelm with the ability to improvise, to react to the audience and his fellow actors in real time. But we never considered the implications of granting such powers beyond the confines of mere performance.
Nex nodded.
So when he killed those people...
He was improvising, creating his own narrative, one of destruction and disorder. And we, the fools who brought him into being, were powerless to stop him.
A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the out-of-phase clatter of the ship's hyperdrive core. He felt bad for Auron. He was carrying around all this guilt and responsibility. It was like he was living in his own tragedy.
That's rough.
Auron's eyes met Nex's, filled with tears.
It is. But it's also what drives me. Every life Grimhelm takes, every act of destruction he commits. It's a reminder of my responsibility, and a renewal of my vow to stop him, no matter the cost.
Nex nodded.
Look, I know I'm probably the last person who should be giving out sympathy or whatever. I'm not exactly great at the whole feelings thing, but I get it. Well, I don't really get it, but I get that it sucks, big time. If you ever want to talk about it, or, I don't know, just sit in awkward silence or something, I'm here. Not that I'd be much help, but sometimes it's nice to just have someone around, right?
Auron smiled.
Thank you, Nex. You've helped more than you know. In many ways, you remind me very much of my poor, lost brother.
Nex slumped against the wall.
So what do we do now?
Auron's eyes sparkled.
Now, Nex, now we play our roles. We are not mere prisoners, but prisoners with hope. And hope, Nex, is a powerful force indeed.
As the Nebula Nighthawk carried them to an uncertain destination, Nex found himself clinging to Auron's words. In the darkness of their cell, surrounded by the metal of their prison, something small and bright stirred, a spark of hope. The Nebula Nighthawk surged forward. He and Auron settled in for the long haul. For the next hour, they sat in silence, ears straining to catch every sound that could piece together the puzzle of their captivity. Nex studied their cell. The door was a heavy, automated sliding type with bars made of a dense, high-grade alloy. It operated on a mechanical track system with a series of interlocking gears and hydraulic pistons. It had a triple lock system with a mechanical deadbolt, an encrypted keypad, and an auxiliary manual override that required a physical key, an old-fashioned safety measure in case of electronic failure. A series of sharp clangs reverberated through the ship, followed by the Nighthawk once again exiting hyperspace. Hurried footsteps moved over their heads.
What's happening?
Auron closed his eyes.
If I had to guess, I'd say our quarry has been forced to make an unscheduled stop. If the damage to this ship is as severe as I believe, their situation is indeed precarious. Listen.
In the distance, they could hear the muffled sound of shouted orders and the distinctive whine of weapons being discharged.
We're under attack again.
Auron nodded.
Their avenues of escape are dwindling rapidly. This may also afford us the advantage we seek.
Before Nex could ask what he meant, the ship lurched, throwing them both off balance. The lights jumped, then went out entirely, plunging them into darkness. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the emergency lighting kicked in. The sound of footsteps approached down the stairs. It was Slime, followed by Legatron. He stopped outside the cell door.
I have some delightful news for you. It seems we have some rather unwelcome attention. I suppose you know what that means, don't you? One of you has been quite naughty. Well, shall we start pointing fingers, or would you prefer to confess?
His bulbous eyes moved from one to the other.
You.
He pointed at Auron.
Come with me. The captain wants to speak with you.
Episode 14. Nex's Awakening. The manual door to the stairwell swung open as First Mate Slime led Auron away for interrogation. Nex stood alone in his cell, facing Legatron. As the Nebula Nighthawk's battered frame rattled under the strain of hyperspace, his eyes darted to the security camera. Its indicator light was dark. The ship was running on backup power, so all of the non-essential systems were shut down, including the cell security and cameras. This might be Nex's only chance to figure something out. As the droid turned to leave, Nex whispered,
Legatron, initiate black box mode, 010 Zeta.
The droid's lights winked out as its processors cycled down. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, with a series of soft clicks and whirs, Legatron's frame stiffened and its systems rebooted with altered access privileges. Nex had no clue what good accessing Legatron's backdoor would do right now. But maybe this would get his brain working. Nex ran his hands along the cell door, searching for any weakness, any flaw he could exploit. The triple lock system seemed unbreakable. But Slime hadn't used the keypad, so maybe only the mechanical lock was working. It was something. And right now, he'd take anything he could get. Nex looked around the darkened room. He spotted a half-hidden emergency panel near the entrance. An idea struck him. Maybe there was a physical key inside that panel. Nex turned to Legatron. The droid stood facing him, now fully rebooted in black box mode.
Legatron, see that emergency panel by the door?
The droid stood motionless.
Open it.
For a second, the droid did nothing. But then it turned, strode toward the panel, and stopped. Great, now what? With its limited function, Nex didn't know if it would be able to perform the command at all. Then it began ramming its pelvis against the cover with thunderous impacts. Each strike seemed to shake the entire ship. Nex winced and covered his ears, expecting slime to burst in at any moment. Then miraculously, the panel popped open. Legatron stood before it, motionless. Nex squinted. Inside, amidst bundles of exposed wiring, he could just make out a manual override key dangling from a hook.
Legatron, pick up the key.
As Legatron clumsily bumped into the panel trying to interact with the small metal object, Nex's hopes faded. The droid's lack of hands made the task impossible. After several attempts at lifting the key off by standing on tiptoe, Nex realized this droid just couldn't do it. Desperation clawed at Nex's insides. He clenched his sweaty fists, wishing he had DC.
Think, Nex, think.
He muttered to himself like a crazy person, eyes darting around the barren cell. There had to be something, some way to make Legatron do something useful. Nex's gaze switched back to the emergency panel. He fixed on the exposed wiring inside. If he could mess them up enough, it might force an emergency response from the ship's systems.
Legatron, hit that panel. Keep hitting it.
The droid obeyed. Nex gritted his teeth as Legatron began repeatedly colliding with it. At first, Legatron didn't make contact with the wires inside the panel's metal housing. But then it hit a soft spot. Sparks flew as Legatron's metal body hammered against it. Nex held his breath, hoping the damaged systems would respond in some unexpected way. But nothing happened. Nada. Zip. He could almost feel the seconds ticking away. As Nex watched Legatron's sparking frame, a crazy idea took hold. Fire. The ultimate threat aboard a spaceship. If he could start a small blaze in the brig, it would almost certainly trigger an automatic emergency response, perhaps prompting a release of the cell door.
Legatron, come here.
The droid weaved back towards Nex. It stopped outside the cell door. Reaching through the bars, Nex accessed the small panel on the droid's buttock. He found a power wire and a ground wire, pulled them, and crossed the two bare ends. Sparks crackled, followed by a small burst of flame as the insulation caught. Acrid smoke curled from Legatron's plastic components. Nex's eyes watered as the smoke thickened around Legatron's frame. Then an alarm pierced the silence, and water showered from the ceiling. The cell's lock snapped open. Nex pushed against the door, sliding it along its track. Darting from his cell, he slipped past the smoldering remains of Legatron still standing by the door. The corridor outside was a dizzying clatter of flashing lights and alarms. With all this racket, no wonder the noise below hadn't been noticed. Nex found the brig's storage locker. Inside, on top of Orin's coat and armor, sat his backpack. With fumbling fingers, he fished out Grimhelm's tracker beacon and planted it back in the locker. On the bottom lay Oron Starling's Colt Firestorm. He dug around for the power cell, but it was gone. Typical. He grabbed the weapon anyway and stuffed it in his backpack and then slipped into the straps. The familiar weight felt good. Nex was a stowaway again, and all of his survival tactics kicked on. He moved like a shadow through the Nebula Nighthawk, pressing against walls and dodging into alcoves. Pirates rushed past, their frantic shouts clamoring down the corridors. His mind was focused on one goal: find DC. And he had a hunch where the little bot might be. A dense stillness hung in the air as Nex slipped inside Slime's powered-down lab. Every weird half-man, half-machine seemed to watch him from the darkness. Nex's eyes were drawn to a workbench in the corner. There, looking small and lifeless, sat DC. Nex's chest tightened as he approached. The bot's once gleaming surface was now dull. Blackened internal circuitry showed through gaps in the casing. Nex's fingertips brushed against DC's cold metal frame.
I'm gonna fix you, buddy. I promise.
Carefully, Nex lifted DC into his backpack. The weight of the bot was more than physical. It carried memories of Zrayn, of his family, of everything he had lost. Somehow having DC made him feel like maybe things might turn out okay. Nex took a moment to do a quick search around the lab, looking for anything that might be of use. Maybe he could fix DC if he had all this fancy equipment. But who was he kidding? That'd take forever, and he didn't exactly have all the time in the world there. He found himself wishing once again he was back on Zrayn in his father's laboratory. With Darkcore energy, he would be able to repair DC's burned-out circuitry in minutes. Then, it hit him. The gems. They were on the Nebula Nighthawk somewhere. Broken gems. Did they still have the same regenerative properties? If he could get to the shards, maybe their energy could rebuild DC. And with DC back in action, they might actually have a shot at stopping Grimhelm. It was a long shot, but right now, long shots were all he had. As Nex moved away from Slime's lab through the ship, the extent of the damage became increasingly clear. Blast doors sealed off sections. He pressed his ear against one of the doors and heard the hiss of escaping atmosphere. Voices echoed from around the corner. Nex jammed himself into a shadowy alcove, holding his breath as 3 pirates sprinted past. Their faces were contorted, eyes wide with fear.
Captain wants the cargo bay shields checked. This is the last jump, and then they're handing off the goods.
Good. We can't take much more of this.
On Deck 3, Nex had to crawl through the twisted bits of a partially collapsed ceiling. As he emerged from the wreckage, the ship lurched. He stumbled against a bulkhead. The metal was hot to the touch. That couldn't be good. The docking bay door was warped, jammed half open in its track. Nex squeezed through the gap, his backpack catching on jagged edges. Darkness closed around him, broken only by the soft glow of lighting strips along the floor. The bay seemed to swallow him into a pocket of silence. His eyes adjusted, and he began to make out monstrous shapes of control consoles, machinery, and the service shuttle. Against the far wall, Nex spotted them, the containment units, secured by a web of reinforced tethers. As he got closer, he felt it, a subtle variation in the air, a rhythmic whisper of power. Nex placed DC down on the white-dented surface of one of the containment units. Poor little guy. He opened his power compartment and carefully disconnected his battery pack. Back on Zrayn, handling Darkcore gems was common practice. Nex used them for his inventions all the time. But these broken ones, they gave him the creeps. There was something angry, unhinged even, about them that he first felt when he saw them pulsing through Ironclaw's camera feed. He pulled on a large protective glove that sat nearby. Better safe than sorry. Powering off one of the container's shields, he sprung the lock and opened it. The Shards' glow intensified. It was like they knew he was there. No longer the frenzied maelstrom of energy they had been on the service shuttle. Now they seemed to pull in darkness and breathe out light in a slow, mesmerizing pirouette. Nex hesitated, then grasped a shard. He reached inside DC and squeezed open the delicate clamps. As he was about to put the shard in, the Nebula Nighthawk exited hyperspace again. He stumbled. The shard started to slip. Just in time, he caught it with his bare hand. Soft currents tickled the ends of his fingers, and before he could think, they ran up his arm into his body and towards his face. In a flash, reality fractured. The docking bay separated into a spray of particles, sending him hurtling through a swirling vortex of light and energy. He was everywhere and nowhere, his mind racing through a maze of flickering lines at impossible speeds. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice just fastened into an eruption of light, sending showers of substance revolving through space. Then, in a flash, he was back. Nex gasped and stumbled. His hand searched for something solid to grasp onto. To his left, a waste disposal unit exploded in sparks. The air of the docking bay crackled with residual energy. A new presence whispered in his mind. Vast, ancient, beyond understanding. Nex shook his head, trying to clear it, but it just stuck there like the afterimage of a bright light. What had he done? He looked down. The Darkcore shard sat in his trembling hand, its glow subdued. He looked at the sparking waste disposal unit. Had the shard done that? Had the conductive current through his own body caused a power spike? For a second, he thought about putting the shard back, but then he looked down at DC.
Next, you gotta do this.
He couldn't be scared off by an electric shock. With shaking fingers, Nex slipped the shard into DC and closed the clamps. For a moment, it pulsed. Then DC's circuits began to glow. Damaged components regenerated as Darkcore energy coursed through the bot's systems. Suddenly, DC's sensors flickered and he let out a squeak and rose into the air.
DC, you're back.
Oh, what's this?
DC said in a high-pitched and wizened voice.
A wee Zraynian sproutling. Got caught with our hand in the biscuit barrel of destiny, did we?
Episode 15, Secrets of Zrayn. Nex stumbled back.
DC? Is that you?
DC? Ah, yes, DC. Charming fellow, though perhaps a bit simplistic, wouldn't you say? Why, at first we mistook him for a hat. What gobbledygook this little blender holds in that rattling noggin of his.
But if you're not DC, what are you?
DC spun around.
Oh yes, as we were saying, we're not your dear sweet DC. We are something far older, far more complex than your little blender here. Ah, but then again, who's to say what is complex and what is not? Complexity, simplicity, such strange and fascinating concepts.
Nex figured something must have sprung loose in his memory core. He made a grab for the bot. DC leapt back.
Please, allow us to explain before you put your curious little hands on your blender. If we are to keep conversing, you must call us something more fitting than DC. Let us think.
He spun around for a second.
Ah, yes. Docking clamp, perhaps.
Docking clamp? Seriously?
Oh, what's this? You don't like docking clamp? That insults us. What in the 9 realms of madness is wrong with docking clamp?
Nex opened his mouth, but nothing came out.
Oh, very well, Zraynian sproutling.
The voice sounded frustrated.
Of all the pretentious cognomens in existence, fine, DC it is. But as for what we truly are, you might call us your friend, your neighbor, your Aunt B. But really, what words do you linear beings have to describe us? None that we've found.
Nex's breath caught in his throat.
Wait, you know about Zrayn? About me?
Know about Zrayn? Why, we are Zrayn. Or at least a part of it, though your simple mind may struggle to grasp such a concept. But that's the beauty of madness, isn't it? Sense and nonsense all tangled together.
Nex's mind spun.
Wait a second. You're not a...
Speak. What is it you wish to say?
You're not the Shard, are you?
Shard? You balk at docking clamp but call us Shard? That insults us more. Of course we are the Shard, you infant.
Wait, what? You can actually talk? You're alive?
Alive, you say? Well, what did you think, Zraynian sproutling? We're alive, we breathe, we exist just as you do, though informed far beyond your limited comprehension. We live in the spaces between matter and energy, inside space-time itself.
Nex shook his head.
But you never said anything before.
Ah, did it never occur to you that we've always said anything? But now something appears to be different in our alteration that makes direct communication possible.
Nex steadied himself against a container.
Okay, so... did my father know about this?
Your father. Let's see. Ah, you mean did you know this?
No, I mean my father, Dr. Elias Novak.
We understand our dear friend, neighbor, Aunt B. We do not understand your father. Perhaps a better question is, do we know you?
I don't know. I'm Nex, from Zrayn.
Nex said, feeling kind of dumb for having to introduce himself.
Yes, but you're not just from Zrayn. You are different, your father.
Hey, come on. I'm not different or special or whatever. I'm just trying to survive here, same as anyone else would.
You possess a connection to us that defies our understanding. When you touch us, did you not feel it? The rush of power, the tingling of your very toenail.
Nex nodded, thinking back to when he'd grabbed the Darkcore shard.
Yeah, I felt like I was everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Exactly.
The voice exclaimed, causing DC to spin in midair.
We feel it too. You reach out, and in that time we became intertwined, entangled in space and time in ways that others do not.
But I don't get it. I don't even know what happened.
Ah, yes. You were not ready, were you, to grasp the tendrils of your connection? Disorientating, isn't it? Like trying to catch shadows in a tablecloth. We find it equally bewildering speaking with you now. Look here.
DC zipped over to the waste disposal unit.
Do you comprehend this contraption? Ah, so simple we admit, yet for a fleeting time, you were with us, adrift in this curious waste disposal notebook.
Nex's head swam with questions, but a distant explosion reminded him where he was.
Look, I'd like to stay and chat, but we're kind of in deep trouble here.
Yes, this timeline grows short. Your Aunt B is in peril, and this ship is on the brink of apocalypse. You must act quickly.
Can you still get into DC's systems? We need to get to the bridge.
The voice chuckled.
Oh, we can do much more than that, my father. We can recite DC systems to you, in song if you'd like. But you're right, time is of the essence. Shall we take the scenic route?
Before Nex could say anything, DC zipped over to a maintenance shaft panel in the far corner of the bay. His processor's whirred.
Hostile encounter probability in primary corridors, 83.4%. Recommendation? Utilize maintenance access ways for optimal stealth traversal.
Nex nodded. He knew the layout of the Nighthawk well enough, but traveling through the main corridors right now was risky. The access shafts, or Jeffrey's tubes as some of the old space engineers called them, were their best shot. Nex pried the panel open, revealing a narrow tunnel full of pipes, power conduits, and control panels. A metal ladder ran upward, disappearing into darkness above.
After you, my father.
Nex crawled into the shaft. The metal was hot against his hands and knees. DC followed close behind, his headlamp providing just enough light to see. Nex gripped the rungs of the ladder and started climbing. The shaft was tight, barely wide enough for Nex's backpack. As they went up, the ship's superstructure groaned under the immense forces of space. Every now and then, a burst of superheated plasma exploded from a valve, filling the shaft with ionized particles. Reaching Deck 2, DC hovered as Nex twisted the manual override on the horizontal access hatch. The shaft here was even tighter, forcing Nex to crawl on his hands and knees as they made their way forward. The walls were covered with diagnostic panels and fiber optic cabling. As he squeezed through, the voice kept up a steady stream of commentary.
My, this vessel's structural integrity field is operating at 37% below optimal parameters. It has more holes than our own tattered mind. But wait, what if this ship isn't falling apart at all? What if it's merely shedding its shell to emerge as a beautiful space toaster? Now there's a fascinating thought.
Nex grunted, trying to get past a tangle of exposed wires.
Maybe you should just read DC's systems right now. Can you tell me where we're supposed to be going?
Of course. Situation room is 2 levels up, northeast quadrant.
Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ship. Nex braced himself against the bulkhead. DC let out a low-frequency whistle, stabilizing himself in the turbulence.
Alert! Microfracture detected in hull plating, deck 5. No immediate threat to structural integrity.
They pressed on, reaching another vertical shaft. As they climbed, the ambient temperature rose noticeably, likely due to the strain on the ship's environmental controls. Finally, they reached a small ventilation grate on deck 1. Through it, Nex could see the situation room. And there, seated alone in the center of the holotable, looking surprisingly calm despite being restrained to a chair with hard light cuffs, was Auron Starling.
Well. Here we are at last. Your Aunt Bee, bound and bundled like a festive feast.
Nex shushed the voice. He couldn't see any guards, but that didn't mean they weren't around.
DC, do a passive scan, full spectrum analysis.
A holographic tactical display from DC's projection module showed heat signatures and energy readings.
4 hostiles detected on the bridge. 2 armed with fractal weapons, 1 individual at navigation, another occupying the command chair.
Captain Grinhelm.
He removed the grate and dropped into the room. Auron's eyes widened.
Nex.
A broad smile spread across his face.
I knew our cunning locksmith would devise a way of escape.
He looked at DC hovering beside him.
And I see you have reunited with your robot. Now this is a most fortuitous turn of events.
DC swiveled about, his sensors flickering.
Ah, I see. A reunion with your dear Aunt Bee. Did you know that ant spelled backwards is Tugda? Which coincidentally is the sound a time hiccup makes when it belches?
Auron's face drained white.
What the devil, he can speak?
Yeah, it's a whole thing. But we gotta be quiet. Those guys are right next door.
Indeed, Nex. Those scoundrels attempted to extract from me the location of the tracking device. But I remained steadfast in my resolve. They now find themselves in quite the predicament.
Yeah, but so are we. What are we gonna do now?
We must act strategically. We know our adversaries are waiting at these coordinates with no intention of executing another hyperspace jump. They dare not. The integrity of the hull would not withstand the strain. Furthermore, Admiral Fox of the Space Authority is in close pursuit.
But Auron, there's another pirate ship coming to grab the shards.
Auron rubbed his wrists as Nex turned off the cuffs.
Then we must act with the utmost haste, Nex.
What do you mean?
Our course of action is dangerous but clear. We must execute another jump into hyperspace before the arrival of the intercepting vessel.
But that's crazy. We can't do another jump. You literally just said we couldn't.
No, my young friend. I stated that they would not dare attempt another jump. I propose that we undertake this perilous move. Our daring do will prove our salvation.
Nex shook his head.
No way. That's impossible. To do another jump, we'd need to be running the whole ship.
Ah, not impossible, Nex. We have you and your remarkably capable mechanical companion. I will let you in on a little secret. In the academy, I finished last in combat. However, I learned one thing that has served me well in both the theater and in fighting. When you possess the element of surprise, very little combat is required.
DC's optical sensor flickered, looking back and forth between them. Nex shook his head.
But, Auron, we don't have any guns. We should just wait for the Space Authority to show up.
Admiral Fox is a man of considerable cunning. However, he will be proceeding with greater caution. The Space Authority will not risk traversing the shadow lanes with the same reckless abandon as these desperate villains. I can assure you with utmost certainty that they will arrive too late to be of assistance.
But Auron...
Auron held up his hand, his stubborn eyes gleaming.
Forgive me if I do not share your caution, Nex. However, we shall not risk our lives needlessly. At present, we hold the advantage, as the non-essential crew members are occupied with repairs throughout the ship.
Seeing that Nex was about to cut in, he held up his hand again.
Tut, tut. Now I suspect our captors have abandoned their fruitless attempts to extract information from me. I want you to lock down the bridge if you can. Every door except this one. I want no one to be able to enter or leave. I will do the rest.
Nex sighed and turned toward the security console in the Nebula Nighthawk situation room.
DC, lock all the doors on the bridge except this one, then shut down all the comms.
DC zipped over to the console and extended his multi-tool arm towards the data port.
Ready to interface?
Nex nodded.
Do it, DC. We're running out of time.
With a soft click, DC's interface port connected to the console. Streams of code flashed across the screen as he dug through layers of encryption and security measures. Auron kept his gaze on the door.
I will proceed to the bridge. You follow, Nex, but stay behind cover to confound their targeting systems. Follow my instructions.
DC's interface arm twitched as it worked.
Authorization bypass complete. Proceeding to access door locking mechanisms. Estimated time 20 seconds.
Another beep from the console, followed by a series of rapid clicks. DC's lights blinked in succession as he executed the final commands.
Bridge door secured.
Nex let out a big breath. This was heavy stuff, but there was no time to dwell on it.
DC, keep an eye out for anyone trying to override. Don't let them get through.
Auron gave a sharp nod.
Excellent. Time has come to bring this affair to its climax.
Nex stopped him as he turned to leave. He dug out Auron's sidearm.
It might help. Be careful, Auron.
Auron belted on his holster. He smiled, giving Nex a firm nod.
Caution is indeed our watchword, Nex. Remember what I told you about always having a trick in your back pocket. You are about to see what we in the theater refer to as a spectacle. On my signal. 3, 2, 1.
Auron pulled the manual release on the door to the bridge. Nex followed. The scene that greeted them was one of barely contained chaos. Alarms squealed, console lights blinked, and Grimhelm, Slime, Helmsman Shears, and the nav officer scrambled around trying to keep the ship from falling apart. Auron moved like a shadow up behind Captain Grimhelm, so quickly none of them even noticed him. Grimhelm, his skeletal form hunched over, turned slowly to face him. In a single motion, Auron produced Nex's EMP device and activated it directly in Grimhelm's face.
Checkmate, you dastardly fiend.
For a second, Captain Grimhelm's eye sockets flared with an unholy light. Then he started shaking all over, with sparks shooting out of his joints. His mechanical voice screeched, and then silence. The fearsome pirate captain collapsed as every electrical adhesion failed, and his structure folded into an unrecognizable pile of inert plastic and metal. Grimhelm's skull darkened, and his teeth ground together.
Jarex!
He growled, his voice box slowing.
Would that I had cast thee into the void when I had the chance.
The captain!
Slime shouted.
Oh my! Oh my!
Suddenly there was yelling from the left. It was Helmsman Shears, weapon drawn. Auron tackled Shears' ankles, knocking him to the floor. His weapon clattered across the bridge.
Pick it up, Nex,
Auron said, cool as ever. Nex jumped forward and scooped it up. Auron stepped clear of Helmsman Shears and circled around to Nex, holding up his Colt Firestorm.
Okay, don't try anything. I want everyone to step away from your console and move slowly into the Situation Room.
He herded them into the Situation Room and pulled the door shut.
Nex, see if you can lock this door.
Nex moved to the console. The controls were dead. He shook his head.
I can't get the door locked.
And keep it covered.
Fists pounded outside the sealed doors.
They'll breach that eventually, too,
Auron said, moving to the hyperspace navigation console.
Now let's see if we can make the jump.
Nex started to say something, but he never got the chance. A new alarm popped up. Auron's hands flew to the controls, bringing up the long-range sensors on the main view screen. A massive ship had just dropped out of hyperspace. There was no mistaking it.
The Hellrunner.
Auron breathed, his face pale.
Come on, Auron, get us out of here!
Auron's face turned grim as he looked up from his control panel.
I can't, Nex. All my hyperspace controls are down. It was the EMP. I'm sorry, my friend.
The imposing warship filled the viewport, blocking out the stars. Nex and Auron exchanged a look. The voice from DC let out a low whistle.
What's this? Out of the frying pan and into the toilet, are we? We do hope you've conjured up another one of your clever little schemes, or we sense the winds of madness are about to blow in a most fascinating direction.
Episode 16, The Hell Runner. The Hell Runner, XG-472, Quadrant Delta 7. The airlock hissed open. A gust of air blew into Nex's face, and his ears popped from the sudden pressure change. Gloved fingers dug into his arms as Captain Susek's elite agents shoved him forward onto the Hell Runner's hangar deck. Beside him, Oren Starling stepped down the ramp, his usual theatrical flair subdued. His trained eyes darted about, taking in the situation. The hangar bay stretched out before them, easily large enough to carry a dozen ships the size of the Nebula Nighthawk. Nex's gaze traced the path of security droids as they patrolled the perimeter, their optics scanning for threats. At strategic points throughout the bay, automated defense turrets tracked their movements. A tall officer oversaw the loading operation from a raised platform near the airlock. As Nex got closer, he saw a network of multicolored wires and tubes snaking across his face and neck into metal-rimmed ports in his skull.
Secure the prisoners and prepare for shard transfer,
he commanded, his hand resting on the grip of a fractal weapon holstered at his hip. Agents stripped Nex and Oron of their stuff. A hovering drone scanned him from head to toe. Nex watched helplessly as DC was placed into a containment unit, along with his backpack and Oron's weapon. But it was the Darkcore Shards that had the room's full attention. Handlers encased in exosuits pushed the floating containers along, pausing every few meters to check the integrity of the containment field surrounding them. As the last of their stuff was carted away, Nex caught Oron's eye. He gave Nex a tiny nod, but Nex could see the worry etched in the lines of his face. They were totally glitched now, completely at Captain Susek's mercy. Movement behind them drew Nex's attention. The battered survivors of the Nebula Nighthawk filed through the airlock. First Mate Slime shuffled past, his bulbous eyes darting around. In his arms, he cradled a sealed stasis pod, all that remained of Captain Grimhelm. Ironclaw followed, then Kane, his brow furrowed. Tiny and Spank brought up the rear, sticking together like always. As the final container was locked down, everyone went quiet. Captain Susek's voice pounded through the intercom, cold and imperious.
Now let's leave Captain Fox a little souvenir. Something to remember us by.
Nex turned back towards the Nebula Nighthawk. With a loud thump, the docking clamps released. The battered Nighthawk, its hull breaches barely held together by flickering force fields, drifted away into space.
Particle beam charged and locked,
the weapons officer called out.
Target's defenses neutralized.
Good,
came Susek's silky voice.
Fire at will.
The Hell Runner's main spinal cannon lit up as its blinding concentrated stream lanced through the Nebula Nighthawk. The ship's hull buckled. Then it disintegrated in a silent explosion of light and debris. A rough shove propelled Nex deeper into the Hell Runner. As they passed through a series of airlocks and glowing purple UV decontamination chambers, a fine mist coated his skin, leaving behind the stinging odor of antiseptic. The main hallways of the Hell Runner were like veins in some giant metal arm. Agents moved like automatons, not even looking at them. Nex and Oron were unceremoniously shoved into their cells. His new prison was no larger than a closet. Nex felt the oppressive weight of isolation settle over him. His cell buzzed with barely perceptible energy fields. Along the ceiling and floor, dampeners emitted a soft glow, neutralizing any unauthorized tech. Nex ran his hands over the smooth, soundproof walls. This ship was built for serious advanced warfare, and every centimeter down to its brig was highly engineered. Nex sat down on the floor, alone in his thoughts, unable to talk to Orin a few cells away. His reason and imagination began to circle and blur together. Well, that went as poorly as could be expected. Maybe worse. All of their genius plans, their sneaking around, daring do, as Orin called it, up in smoke. Now, not only had they lost the Darkcore Shards, they were further beyond reach than ever. And for sure, Nex wasn't getting out of this reinforced spaceship anytime soon. And what did he expect to happen anyway? He was no hero. He was just a stowaway. And this crazy idea of stopping the Shards from getting stolen? Was he nuts? He had just made it easier for the pirates to get the Shards. In fact, everyone would have been better off if he just made a break for it back on Mordrax 4. Nex looked around his cell again. Maybe the Hell Runner had jumped to hyperspace already. In a fancy ship like this with highly sophisticated inertial dampeners, it was impossible to tell where they were and what was happening. The weight of the last few days rolled over him, and he suddenly couldn't keep his head up anymore. He must have dozed off, because he opened his eyes in a stupor when the cell door abruptly slid open again. Two of Susek's goons stood framed in the opening.
On your feet. It's time.
Nex's pulse quickened.
Time for what?
The guard's lip curled.
Your execution, of course.
Orin stepped forward, placing himself between Nex and the guards.
Now, gentlemen, I implore you to stay your hands. Surely we need not resort to base violence.
His words were cut short as a guard activated a set of hard light restraints. The energy field snapped around Orin's wrists. Nex was dragged to his feet, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. As they were marched out of the cell, Nex desperately searched for some way out of this nightmare. Finally, they arrived at a gigantic airlock. Nex's legs weakened. Of all the times he had been on his own, the worst he worried about was getting caught, stranded, or starving. He wondered what it would feel like to be blown out into the vacuum of space. He looked over at Oron, whose brows were knit. His worst fear of all was catching a glimpse of Orin as they were sucked out and hearing his screams. As soon as the airlock closed, he would try to plug his ears and keep his eyes shut tight.
Nex,
Orin whispered.
I find myself in the position of having to offer you my most profound apologies. It was never my intention for our adventure to take such a turn.
Nex managed a little smile.
It's not your fault, Orin.
Deep down, Nex knew Orin's whole revenge thing got them into this mess. But being mad felt pointless now. Instead, he just felt sad for the guy and all that had happened to him.
Rest assured, Nex, that while our current predicament may seem dire, my mind is even now racing to formulate a solution.
A burst of static from a guard's comm unit cut Oron off. Nex held his breath, straining to hear.
Understood.
He turned to his partner.
Change of plans. This one goes back to the cell. The boy comes with us.
Nex's eyes widened as rough hands separated him from Oron.
Hey, wait! Where are you taking me?
But his questions echoed unanswered down the metallic corridors of the Hell Runner as he was dragged away into who knows where. The march through the ship's winding corridors seemed like it took both forever and no time at all. Finally, they arrived at a set of heavy doors. One of the guards pressed his thumb to a scanner, and the door slid open. Nex was shoved into the room beyond. As his eyes adjusted, Nex found himself in what appeared to be part command center, part executive office. The walls were covered in panels etched with digital lines that traced the circuitry of the ship's nerve center. Holographic displays hovered in midair, complex algorithms flipped past, and three-dimensional star charts rotated. At the far end of the room sat a large desk, on it a tumbler of half-consumed brown liquid. And there, behind a desk, sat Captain Susek. Nex swallowed hard. Susek's piercing blue eyes bored into Nex's soul, like he was judging every bit of him.
So, this is the boy. The boy responsible for the tragic end of Captain Grimhelm. fascinating.
Nex remained silent, looking all around the room. Then he spotted something familiar on a table nearby. DC, powered down and motionless. His power compartment lay open and empty. They had found the Darkcore shard. Susek followed Nex's gaze.
Ah, yes, your droid. A rather ingenious piece of technology for what it is. I look forward to having my engineers examine it much more closely.
Nex clenched his fists, forcing himself to remain calm.
What do you want from me?
Susek leaned back in his chair.
In just a few days, I will deliver this cargo to its destination and collect the bounty for its safe arrival. That is, assuming nothing unforeseen occurs. But in the meantime, I've acquired the most intriguing information about it.
He gestured to a holographic display showing the containers under armed guard in the cargo bay.
These shards, they've captured my imagination. Did you know they're far more than power sources? I've discovered they possess a form of life, in a manner of speaking. And through your droid, they've become quite talkative. The tales they've spun about you, of the secrets in your blood, they are quite intriguing to me.
Nex blinked. How much did this guy know?
You're a Zraynian, the last of your kind, if I'm not mistaken, and I rarely am. Do you see, here on my vessel, I find myself in possession of both a living, breathing Zraynian and these tantalizing fragments of Darkcore gems. One might call it destiny.
Why does that matter?
It piques my curiosity. It's the sort of knowledge those awaiting the shards would be very eager to acquire. Yet at this moment, I'm the only one that possesses this information.
Nex kept his mouth shut. He always knew being from Zrayn made him different. But he never thought about how dangerous that could be if the wrong people found out. Susek stood, moving around the desk to stand directly in front of Nex.
I conducted a small examination of one of the shards myself.
He nodded toward DC's empty power compartment.
This shard responded very little to my prodding. Quite vexing to have such power at one's fingertips, yet find it stubbornly silent. Now, there's long been speculation that Zraynian's blood could awaken something unique in these gems. I'll admit, I was skeptical. But now...
He reached out, grasping Nex's chin and forcing him to meet his gaze.
Now, I see the truth of it in your eyes. How exquisitely rare you are.
Nex jerked away from Susek's touch, feeling totally grossed out.
I don't know what you're talking about,
he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Susek chuckled.
Oh, come now, there's no need for such deception. I want you to understand me, truly. You may see a ruthless space pirate before you, but I came from a harsh world, not unlike what you see throughout most of the galaxy. When I was but a fraction of your age, my mother, that woman who bore me, sold me to Flanian pirates. And for what? A water ration.
He smiled.
In that moment I learned the truth. Love is nothing but a comforting lie we tell ourselves. When survival is at stake, we're all nothing more than animals, driven by our basest instincts of fear and preservation. And why should we be otherwise? It's the law of nature. Eat or be eaten. I'm offering you an opportunity, Zraynian. An opportunity to eat together. To collaborate with me on a little research project. Share your knowledge with me. Unveil the secrets of your long-lost world in the Shards. Have them speak to you. It will be nothing short of cordial. Straightforward, even. There's no need for drama or unpleasantness. Unless, of course, you prefer otherwise.
They stared at each other for a long time, which was kind of awkward.
It would justify the air you breathe. Perhaps even the existence of your friend, that murderer Rax Jerix. After all, what's a little cooperation in exchange for clemency?
Next thought of Oron, of DC, of all the people who had suffered because of the Darkcore gems. Oron's resolve would be firm. Could Nex be that tough? He squared his shoulders and looked right at Susek.
No way. I'm not helping you.
Susek's face darkened.
You disappoint me, Zraynian. Surely you've realized by now that I'm cut from a rather different cloth than our late lamentable Captain Grimhelm. His sentimentality was his undoing. I, on the other hand, am a far more formidable adversary. I had so hoped we might reach an amicable understanding. But if you insist on being difficult, well, there are many unpleasant ways to make you comply.
He nodded to the guards.
Take our young friend back to his quarters. We will talk again soon. And I do hope that you'll have had a change of heart by then, for your sake.
As Nex was dragged from the room, he caught one last glimpse of DC, still sitting motionless on the table. The trip back to the cell passed in a blur. Before Nex knew it, he was shoved back into the small space, the door clamping shut behind him. Nex slumped against the wall. His mind replayed the encounter with Susek. Did he do the right thing? If Susek figured out how to control those Darkcore shards, it could be really bad. Was Nex's whole Zraynian connection really that important? There was something about when he touched the shard he still couldn't explain. But then, there was Captain Susek. He was supposed to be delivering these shards to someone else, right? The person behind that whole Aegis transport job. And from where he was sitting, it looked like there was no way to stop that from happening. Unless Susek himself stopped it. His curiosity, maybe thinking he had found some secret way to unlock that power. That could be a weakness. Something Nex could maybe use against him. What did he expect Nex to do anyway? Talk to the shard? Touch it? Somehow do that weird thing he did back on the Nebula Nighthawk? Nex didn't even know what had happened then, or if he could do it again. And if he tried and couldn't do it, Susek was probably going to kill him anyway. But then again, Susek didn't mention the shard saying anything about that. Nex held his head. It was all so confusing. Suddenly, Nex had a crazy idea. What if he played along with Captain Susek, but Nex talked him into letting him touch one of the shards? He had wrecked a waste disposal unit. Maybe he could do it again with something else. That might be enough to distract everyone. Maybe pull off some wild move to get out of there. Kind of like what Oron called a trick in his back pocket or whatever. Nex took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and reached out with his mind. At first, there was nothing but the silence of the cell. But then, faintly at first, but growing stronger, he felt it. The familiar, angry pulse of the broken Darkcore energy, calling to him from somewhere deep within the Hellrunner. The presence he had felt whispering in his mind in the Nebula Nighthawk. Vast, ancient, beyond understanding. He opened his eyes. One thing was for sure. Nex was tied to the Darkcore shards now. Whether he lived for a long time or not, his fate was tangled up with theirs. And Nex knew right then, he wasn't going to run away anymore. He was going to fight. Episode 17, Shards of Destiny. The cell door slid open, flooding Nex's tiny prison with light. He squinted up at a tall shadow filling the doorway. Its hand shot out, closed around Nex's arm and yanked him to his feet.
Move,
he growled. Nex stumbled forward on stiff legs. A squad of heavily armed guards fell into formation around them, their fractal weapons reflecting the brig's cold glare. As they marched, Nex tried to psych himself up. This was it. The big moment he'd been waiting for. He did his best to push away the doubt that gnawed at his insides. They rounded a corner and came up against a blast door posted with warning symbols. The tall officer and another guard pressed their palms against twin biometric scanners. The door slowly rose, revealing a high-security containment room beyond. The room was a converted storage bay. It stretched at least 30 meters across, its ceiling lost in shadows far above. White light poured from recessed fixtures. Scattered throughout the room were islands of medical equipment, scanners, neural interface stations, and even a surgical suite sealed behind panels of transparent aluminum. In the middle of the room, there was a massive circular platform, easily 10 meters across. Blast-resistant observation windows lined the walls. Through the thick, sapphire-infused glass, Nex could see people in white lab coats just standing there, looking all nervous and excited. But it was the figure bound to a chair with hard light cuffs that made Nex stop. Auron Starling. What the glitch was he doing there? But then, at once, it hit him. His face was bruised. A trickle of dried blood was frozen against his temple. His eyes met Nex's, blazing with reassurance. Nex swallowed hard, fighting to keep his expression neutral. In the center of the room, a white-coated scientist hunched over a familiar spherical metal box. DC. The little bot's sensors flickered as the scientist tinkered with its power compartment. A dark glow emanated from inside. The Darkcore Shard.
Ah, here is the Zraynian,
Captain Susek's smooth voice said. He stood near the scientists, a spider in his web. His icy blue eyes locked on Nex. A smile spread across his thin lips, but it never reached those cold eyes.
I trust you've had ample time to reconsider my offer.
Nex clenched his fists, trying to keep his voice from shaking.
Yeah, I've thought about it.
Susek's smile widened.
Good. As you can see, I've assembled my finest minds. They're eager to commence the research project I mentioned earlier.
His gaze flicked to DC, then back to Nex. He leaned over to a balding man with thick glasses nearby, and the two conversed in whispers. Nex had to be careful here, say just enough to keep Susek interested, but not give away too much. Nex opened his mouth to say something, but Susek nodded toward the tall officer.
Commander Blacktooth?
The officer stepped forward and raised his fractal weapon, aiming it directly at Auron's head.
I hope you don't mind,
Susek said, his voice dripping with false concern.
The very last thing I would wish is to place you under undue stress. However, I thought a little motivation might jog your memory.
Nex looked at Auron. He was just staring at Nex with a little smile. His eyes had that spark, like he wasn't giving up. It was almost as if Nex could hear his words.
Wait.
He took a deep breath.
I'll do it. I'll help.
Susek's eyebrows rose.
I thought you might. How very grown-up of you.
The captain gestured, and two armed guards stepped forward and led him up onto the raised platform. They activated a ring of shimmering containment fields around Nex and DC, keeping them apart from each other and everyone else. Nex felt all the little hairs on his arms standing up from the static.
Now then,
Susek said, leaning forward.
We'll commence.
His eyes scanned the group of scientists before settling on an unexpected figure.
Dr. Slime?
The Luminid's bulbous eyes bore into Nex's for a moment before swiveling towards Susek, looking scared. He spoke to him in a voice that Nex could barely make out through the buzzing containment field.
Aha, I noticed something strange, you see, Captain. On my initial scan. Anomalies I couldn't explain at the time. Who could have known those little anomalies would lead to this?
Susek's eyes glittered.
Scan him again.
Nex felt the tingle of neutrino beams passing through his body. The scientist's excited murmurs filled the air. Nex strained to hear. A thin man with wild gray hair leaned in closer to his screen.
They're mining fragments here along the thoracic region of the spinal column T3 to T7 vertebrae.
Another scientist, a squat woman, jumped in.
Also here. Concentrations near the cervical vertebrae C4 and C5. The energy signatures are the same.
What are we looking at?
The energy signatures match the extra-dimensional harmonics of the shard.
What exactly do you mean by that, Dr. Griggs?
The man shrugged.
We don't know.
The squat woman spoke again, her voice hushed.
If these fragments are interfacing directly with his spinal cord, the gems could be using his nervous system as a conduit.
Susek stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. Next looked at DC, then back at Susek.
Just try to relax. You're doing very well, Zraynian,
Captain Susek said.
Now, what can you tell us about these shards?
Nex hesitated. He had to be careful. He glanced at DC, felt the pulsing of the shard.
It's kinda complicated. They can, like, interact and stuff. But not with just anybody. You gotta have this special connection, you know?
The scientists exchanged curious glances.
Go on.
As if on cue, the crazy voice came out of DC.
What's this? My father returns! We've been scouring the multiverse for you, turning over every rock, pebble, and occasionally confused wombat. But all we found were twerps. Twerps to the left, twerps to the right, twerping here, twerping there. Last time you ended the conversation so quickly, we did not understand. But now that you're here, we shall unravel these mysteries.
Nex cringed hard. He'd hoped to control what information he gave out. Susek leaned in, his eyes gleaming.
Very good. And what precisely is the nature of this connection?
The shard's voice rang out again, totally ignoring Nex, silently begging it to shut up.
Listen here, you dimensionally challenged nincompoop! We exist in the in-between. We once existed in many spaces at once before the great cosmic hiccup. In this timeline, we've lost Zrayn, but my father, that sly Zraynian sproutling, forged in the fiery crucible of Zrayn's cataclysmic end. He's got a trick up his antimatter screwdriver.
Nex squeezed his fists. He could see the wheels turning in Susek's mind. He licked his lips.
Tell me about this cataclysm. I find that subject captivating. How does one unlock such awesome power?
What is this you speak of unlocking? This is no door, no cupboard, no spoon. No, our dear confused one. We tried to save Zrayn. Who is this crazy voice we're speaking to? Your puny brain box couldn't fathom our multifaceted existence if it tried for 1,000 eternities.
I am Captain Susek, and I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance.
Aha! I see now. The clever ruse, the cosmic sleight of nosehole. My father, that sly Zraynian comet rider, must have slipped off, leaving you to contend with my madness.
Susek's frown deepened.
No, but I am interested in your story. Please continue. You spoke of trying to save Zrayn.
Susek's eyes were becoming more ravenous.
But you didn't. I want to know how you destroyed it.
We tried to move our Zraynian kin to one of our other spaces. Calamity most dreadful. Matter and energy colliding in a burp of universal proportions. We did not know the limitations of these simple humanoids. One place at a time, constrained by their linear existence. And now, poof, just like that, we too have lost the pathways to other spaces and cannot find our Zraynian kin except this one.
Are you telling me that you tried to teleport the Zraynians to another world?
We attempted to whisk them away, yes, to a sanctuary beyond the reach of those meddling separator types. To spirit away not just ourself, but our Zraynian kin too. A safe haven we sought. A cradle where we could continue to nourish and flourish. But something went awry. What it was, we do not understand.
Is that so?
Susek's eyes turned back onto Nex.
And getting back to this Zraynian, you have a connection with him. What can this connection do?
Nex jumped in, trying to take back control of the crazy situation.
It's super unpredictable and dangerous. Sometimes I can kind of merge with the shards, but I can't control it at all.
Susek's eyes narrowed. He conferenced in hushed tones with his scientists. They looked concerned and shook their heads. Finally, after some back and forth, Captain Susek looked up and addressed Nex once more.
Can you provide a demonstration?
This was it. His opening. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. He looked over at Oron, hoping he'd give Nex that "you got this" look. But he just stared at Nex with huge eyes as if he couldn't believe what was happening. It threw Nex off even more.
I'd actually need to touch the shard to show you.
Susek hesitated. For a minute, Nex thought he messed up, but then the captain nodded.
Very well.
He waved to the scientists.
Let us see what our young Zraynian is capable of.
The energy field separating Nex and DC flickered and died. It was working. So far. Nex stepped forward, his heart pounding so loudly he was sure everyone in the room could hear it. His eyes darted around frantically for something useful. Oron. The hard light cuffs fastened him to the chair with 2 bright bands of light. No one was looking at him right now. Commander Blacktooth had dropped his weapon a little. Nex remembered what he had said about coming in last in combat. If Nex was able to short-circuit his cuffs, he would at least have the element of surprise. Would that be enough?
Proceed. There's no need to be nervous.
Nex reached out, his fingers trembling as he opened DC's power compartment to reveal the shard inside. This was it. He stared at DC's optical sensors, trying to mentally yell at the shard to listen to him. Then he took a deep breath and looked right at Oron's cuffs. Time seemed to slow as Nex reached out and touched the shard. Just like before, he felt the tingling starting at the tips of his fingers and moving throughout his body towards his face. In a flash, reality fractured as the room separated into a spray of particles, sending him hurtling through a swirling vortex of light and energy. He was everywhere and nowhere. Colors flew by, moving past in blinding blurs of speed and lights. Glowing strands of code swirled around him so fast he couldn't get a hold of anything. He could sense the ship's systems, feel the ebb and flow of power coursing through its circuitry. He had to focus, to slow things down enough to find something he could actually do. His awareness brushed against a familiar energy signature. Nex reached out, trying to interface with the cuff's programming. But the digital realm pushed back, resisting his clumsy attempts at control. Panic clawed at Nex. He was in over his head, lost in an ocean of information he couldn't begin to comprehend. The data streams pressed in, squeezing tighter and tighter until... With a flash, Nex's consciousness snapped back to his body. He stumbled, nearly falling as the room spun around him. Alarms shrieked. Emergency lights leapt on and off.
Incredible.
Susek's eyes widened. Nex blinked his vision clear. The shard's presence shouted in his mind now. Vast, ancient, beyond understanding. Nex fell to the floor as the sensation pounded over him. Out of the corner of his eye, there was a flash of movement. He felt as if he was just about to black out as he watched the lithe figure of Orin Starling take out a guard. As the guard fell, Orin's hand wrapped around the grip of his fractal weapon. Blacktooth raised his weapon. Before he had a chance to squeeze the trigger, Oron opened a rift next to its power cell. The effect was instantaneous. The power cell, its containment field disrupted by the spatial anomaly, collapsed in a catastrophic release of energy. The explosion threw everyone back. A blinding flash filled the room, sending out a shockwave. Screens shattered, weapons short-circuited, and for a moment, the air seemed to bend. The containment field around Nex and DC died. Nex scooped up DC and sprinted towards Auron.
Nex, that terminal!
Auron called out.
Can you access ship controls?
Nex nodded.
Yeah, what do you need?
Vent the atmosphere in the corridors outside, then give me a pass to the nearest escape pod.
Nex shouted.
Pod bay is 2 levels down on the starboard side.
Now, Nex!
Auron shouted, already moving. He grabbed Nex's arm, propelling him towards the maintenance shaft. Behind them, guards stumbled and coughed in the aftermath of the explosion.
This way,
Auron said, pushing Nex into the narrow passage.
Keep low to the ground, move fast, and whatever happens, don't stop running.
Nex stopped.
Go, Auron. Get to the escape pod.
For heaven's sake, Nex, move!
I'm going after those shards.
After the shards? Have you taken leave of your senses, Nex? You can't go after the shards. Those artifacts are contained in the cargo hold under heavy guard. We haven't a prayer of reaching them. And even if we did, there's no conceivable means of removing them from this vessel.
Nex sighed.
No, I'm not trying to take them. I'm going to destroy them.
Episode 18, The Point of No Return. Nex crouched in the darkened corridor, DC hovering nearby. The metal grating beneath his feet vibrated in time with the Hell Runner's drives. Beside him, Auron frowned, his eyes skipping between Nex and the passageway ahead.
Nex, there is an alternative course of action. We must employ our faculties, construct a strategy. We may yet discover a solution that does not require such a dire sacrifice. I implore you, do not cast your life away on mere conjecture.
Nex faced Auron.
You don't get it, Auron. These shards, they're too dangerous. You didn't see what I saw back on Zrayn. The destruction, it's not like anything you can imagine.
DC's optical sensor flickered, moving from one to the other. Auron leaned in closer.
I'm well aware of their theoretical potential, Nex, but that is precisely what it remains. A theory.
It's not a theory, Auron. I saw it. You didn't.
Very well. I concede that you have observed something beyond my experience. However, you are allowing emotion to cloud your judgment.
Nex shook his head and opened his mouth to speak. Auron raised a hand.
Hear me out, I beg you. What makes you believe you can destroy these gems? Consider the possibility that an explosion might merely scatter them, postponing the inevitable rather than preventing it.
Auron's words scratched Nex's doubts. What if he was right?
I propose an alternative. Initiate an investigation. Track them to their destination. Live to fight another day.
Nex clenched his jaw.
And risk losing them? Let some crazy person like Susek or whoever hired him get their hands on these things?
Then instead of attempting to destroy the shards here, why don't we endeavor to seize them from the pirate's grasp?
Nex blinked.
Seize them? You just said we can't get them off the ship.
I may have spoken in haste. Now, time is of the essence. Listen carefully. We commandeer a shuttle to the cargo bay. Admiral Fox is not far behind. We transmit a beacon with our precise coordinates. Then we secure the shards and make our escape from the Hell Runner together.
Nex frowned.
We don't have time for all that.
We shall make time, Nex. We shall create a diversion. We will employ our superior resourcefulness. We must at least try.
Nex shook his head. This plan sounded even crazier than the last one. But when he looked at Auron's face, he could tell he wasn't going to back down.
All right, fine. We'll do it your way.
Auron nodded.
Excellent, Nex. Now let us strategize our next move.
They huddled closer, their heads nearly touching. The explosion from the power cell and the vented atmosphere had bought them some time, but it wouldn't last long.
We gotta get the Hell Runner out of hyperspace.
Auron nodded.
What do you propose?
Nex's eyes lit up as an idea struck him.
The hyperdrive core. If we can get to it, we might be able to get them to drop back into normal space.
Brilliant, Nex.
Auron grinned.
I knew you would arrive at a solution worthy of this predicament.
Nex and Auron began to move, ducking through the narrow shafts and crawl spaces. Every few meters, Nex paused. The Darkcore Shards pounded through his head like an off-key symphony that wouldn't stop.
Steady now. Focus your attention on the task at hand.
They pressed on. At a junction, Nex spotted an amber glint. A motion sensor, nearly invisible, poked out of the ceiling.
DC, turn off the sensors in this hallway, quick!
Oh, my father, you speak as if time were a linear construct. Though we must warn you, Zraynian sproutling, in the grand tapestry of the cosmos, quick could mean anything from instantaneously to next Tuesday after tea time in the 47th dimension.
Just do it, DC.
The bot zipped off. DC approached the sensor, extending his thin, multi-tool arm from his utility housing. He connected with a small access port, and his lights flickered in rapid succession. After a few tense seconds, the sensor's light darkened.
Security protocols bypassed and sensor array disabled.
The deeper they went, the more the ship's age became apparent. Here, the walls bore the scars of layered and soldered together repairs. Exposed conduits snaked overhead. The constant roar of the reactor grew louder, a deep, rolling beat that shook their bones. Then out of nowhere, a surveillance drone appeared. Nex and Oron froze behind a ventilation duct. The drone buzzed by, and its yellow sensor swept past.
Such a quaint little bucket of bolts. We are appreciating this blender we inhabit more and more. Maybe we're discovering a newfound fondness for the charmingly archaic.
Thanks, DC.
We're closed,
Oron said, pointing to a set of heavy blast doors protecting the ship's power core. A tingling spread through Nex's limbs. The energy in the air made his teeth chatter. Oron's eyes narrowed.
Careful. In my experience, when a situation appears too convenient, it often conceals a deadly design.
Nex hesitated. He felt it too.
DC, run a full spectrum analysis.
A holographic scan popped out of DC's optical projector module.
Multiple security layers detected. Pressure-sensitive floor sensors, fractal turrets, and an alarm system linked directly to the bridge.
DC, shut it all down.
Oh, what other despotic decree shall you bestow upon us, oh diminutive dictator? Shall we hop on one foot while explaining the square root of -1 backwards? Or perhaps juggle neuron stars for your amusement?
DC's retractor door opened. His swarm of bee drones streamed out. They spread all over the corridor, infiltrated the ship's systems, and rewrote security protocols and hijacked control pathways. In seconds, all the defenses were toast, without leaving any trace. Sweat trickled down Nex's back as time ticked by. By now, the Hellrunner's corridors would be pressurized again, and Captain Susek was probably on the hunt. The blast doors cranked open. The hyperdrive chamber yawned before them. Towering columns of energy stretched upward. Each pillar pulsed with a rhythm that seemed almost alive, sending waves of blue light swirling across the chamber. The hyperdrive itself was a colossal spherical structure dominating the center of the chamber. Its surface was a mosaic of interlocking plates and pulsing lines of energy. Arcs of brilliant white-blue power skittered across its surface, leaping from node to node. As they stepped inside, a familiar voice stopped them.
They're looking for you two.
Nex and Oron spun around. There, in his grease-smudged t-shirt, leaning against a control panel with a cigarette dangling between his lips, stood Ironclaw. The grizzled engineer regarded them with a scowl.
Ironclaw.
Oron crouched.
Stand down and you won't be hurt.
Ironclaw glowered.
Now park your pod there, pal.
He pushed himself away from the console.
You do best skedaddle before you get yourselves caught, because them engineers will be swarming this place any minute now.
Nex blinked.
Wait, you're not gonna turn us in?
Nah,
Ironclaw said, pulling the cigarette from his mouth with his metallic arm.
I don't know what they mean to do to you, but I got nothing against you. So you best turn tail and get yourselves gone.
He looked at Nex.
I meant what I said before, Squared. This life, it ain't no good.
Nex felt a lump form in his throat. Oron stepped forward.
I'm afraid we cannot take our leave until we've disabled the hyperdrive core. Perhaps given your generous disposition, you might be persuaded to turn a blind eye for a moment or two.
Ironclaw squinted at him, and then at Nex.
I got a better idea.
The engineer's eyes glinted in the blue light of the core.
I'm gonna yank this rust bucket out of hyperspace. That'll give you a chance to warp it out of here.
Auron's eyes narrowed.
Just like that. What, pray tell, is the price of such assistance?
Here's the deal,
Ironclaw said, getting serious.
You got 7 minutes once we drop out of hyperspace. If you're not off by then, I guess you'll be stuck.
7 minutes wasn't much time. Next remembered the security droids patrolling the perimeter of the hangar bay. They'd have to move fast. He looked at Auron. Auron met his gaze. He gave a small nod before turning back to Ironclaw.
All right, we'll take it. But how do we know we can trust you?
Ironclaw's eyes softened.
You ain't got much choice, pal. It's either trust old Ironclaw here, or take your chances with them fellas looking for you.
Nex nodded. He took a deep breath.
Yeah, I trust you.
Ironclaw's expression darkened.
All right, Squirt. But when that clock starts ticking, you better run like there's a phantom up your pants. 7 minutes is all you got.
Auron stepped forward, extending his hand to the engineer.
You have our deepest appreciation, Ironclaw. Your kindness shall not be forgotten.
Ironclaw shook Auron's hand, then turned to Nex.
And when you're free and clear, find yourself a decent life. No more of this running around from system to system with a target on your back.
But what about you? Come with us. It's not safe here,
he pleaded.
Me? Nah, Squirt. I'm all burned out inside. I made my choice a long time ago. Now I'm gonna live with it, and I'm gonna die with it. On this job, maybe the next.
With a grunt, Ironclaw turned to the hyperdrive controls. His mechanical fingers wandered over the holographic interface, inputting commands and overriding safety protocols.
All right, I'm setting up a failure in them drive coils. It'll knock us out of hyperspace, so it'll take them a little bit to figure it out. They'll think it's just some programming gone haywire.
Nex and Auron watched as Ironclaw worked. Warning lights began to flash on nearby consoles.
That's it,
Ironclaw said, stepping back from the controls.
We'll be dropping out of hyperspace in about 30 seconds. You two better get moving.
Auron clasped Ironclaw's shoulder.
Good fortune to you, my friend, and once again you have our profound gratitude.
As they were about to leave, Nex stopped at the door. He looked back at Ironclaw, wanting to say something, to thank him, to say sorry for what they were going to do, but he couldn't get the words out. Ironclaw gave Nex a smile.
Go on, Squirk. Make something of yourself.
Nex nodded.
I'll try. I promise.
With one last nod, Nex and Auron sprinted out of the hyperdrive chamber. As they rounded a corner, the streaks of hyperspace through a viewport collapsed into pinpricks of starlight. Alarms sounded throughout the ship, and Nex could hear the confused shouts of crew members in the distance.
We have returned to normal space. The countdown has begun. We must move with all possible speed. We have not a moment to lose.
They weaved through the hallways, trying not to get noticed. At last, Nex and Auron peered around the corner at the hangar bay doors. 2 guards stood, rocking on their heels. Their fingers tapped their fractal rifles. The air felt heavy. The muscles in Nex's shoulders tightened. His hand instinctively slipped to his wrist where his wristwatch should have been.
TC, how much time we got?
DC's lights flickered in a rapid sequence.
T-minus 240 seconds and counting.
Nex bit his lip. He looked at Auron.
If you'll permit me,
Auron whispered, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Before Nex could object, he stepped out into the corridor.
I say, my good fellows,
he called out as he closed the space between them. The guards blinked and exchanged glances, their weapons lowering.
I find myself in an embarrassing quandary. Might one of you fine gentlemen be so kind as to direct me to the nearest water closet?
In a blur of motion, Auron's fist connected with the first guard's jaw. The second guard barely raised his weapon as Orrin's elbow caught him in the solar plexus. Orrin reached down and relieved him of his weapon.
The way is clear,
he called out, standing over the incapacitated guards. Nex shook his head, amazed, as he joined Orrin at the hangar bay doors.
Are you sure you finished last in combat?
It would appear I have managed to glean some practical knowledge,
Orrin replied with a wink. They slipped into the hangar bay, keeping to the shadow cast by a towering stack of cargo containers. The stream of security droids continued to roll back and forth along the perimeter, and automated defense turrets stood by, waiting for any unusual movement.
DC, disable the automated security.
DC zipped over to a nearby panel and went to work. One by one, the automated turret's red targeting lights blinked out. Security droids patrolling the perimeter stuttered in their paths and settled to the deck, their propulsion systems deactivated. Orrin shook his head.
I will never cease to be amazed by that robot.
Before them, several streamlined fighters were strapped down alongside bulky cargo shuttles. A massive troop transport was latched into a docking cradle, its boarding ramps lowered.
There,
Orrin said, pointing to an angular craft tucked away in a corner. It had a polished, matte black hull, clearly designed for speed and stealth. Its narrow profile and ion drive marked it as a courier vessel, built to slip past blockades to deliver cargo or personnel.
This should serve our purposes admirably.
They slipped through shadows, crouching low. Every rustling of their clothing and squeak of their feet rattled off the walls. They followed a snake-like path through stacks of tarped spare parts and fastened down fuel cells to the vessel's boarding ramp and mounted it into the shuttle. Orrin slipped behind the controls and powered up the console. Lights flittered up, and the computers started their boot sequence. He cracked his knuckles, and his eyes glowed with childlike glee.
It has been far too long since I last piloted a spacecraft.
He swiveled in his seat to face Nex, his brow furrowed.
I will bring the shuttle around to the cargo bay. That means you, Nex, will have the responsibility of making your way to the cargo bay without attracting attention, and clearing it so that I can dock the shuttle.
Nex pressed his lips together.
Yeah, I can do that.
Orrin nodded.
I have no doubt. But these are pirates of considerable organization. One wrong move, and that cargo bay will be full of combatants. This is a big task you have before you.
Don't worry about me, Orrin. You're gonna have enough trouble getting to the cargo bay without anyone noticing.
Orrin shook his head.
A valid point, yet I would feel infinitely more at ease were I with you.
Nex smiled.
Hey, I'm a stowaway, remember?
Orrin's eyes bored into his.
Are you truly, Nex?
That question caught Nex off guard. Orrin was right. He wasn't the same stowaway kid from the SS Horizon anymore. He'd changed. Orrin handed him the weapon.
Good luck to you, Nex.
A hint of defeat flickered in Orrin's eyes for a moment. A rift of doubt opened in his armor. But just as quickly it was gone, replaced by a firm determination. Nex started to feel shaky about the plan too. It seemed doomed to fail. He felt this huge urge to bail, to just take off with Orrin and run. He'd promised himself he wouldn't run again. But this wouldn't really be running, right? This would be living to fight another day. He was wrestling with it hard. The feeling was strong. But was it the right thing to do? Then he thought about Zrayn, and his heart sank. Deep down, he knew that leaving would be breaking his promise, and whether it was right or wrong, he couldn't just ditch the shards as long as he had any fight left in him.
Thanks.
He looked at Orrin. The Space Authority agent's constant, unwavering optimism had pushed Nex forward in a way that he probably couldn't have managed on his own. Part of Nex knew he was really saying goodbye.
Go.
Orrin's eyes searched Nex's face. He nodded.
Very well. But do not keep me waiting long, my friend. May your wits be sharp and your steps sure. Until we meet again, Nex.
Nex stood clear and watched as the drive flared up and the craft rose smoothly from the hangar floor. It shot out through the Hell Runner's containment field into space. Alone in the hangar bay, with the courier vessel's afterburners still roaring in his ears, the full weight of his responsibility crushed down on him. The distant whoosh of a pneumatic door and the thud of booted feet echoed through the room. Nex slipped behind a supply container. A squad of personnel ran into view. Security detail.
DC, get us out of here!
Episode 19. The Final Barrier.
This way! This way!
DC said, his sensors blinking as he led Nex towards a tiny gap near the far wall of the hangar bay. He was barely small enough to squeeze through on his hands and knees. The panel slid shut behind them with a click, locking them into complete darkness.
Where are we?
This is a Type 7 service conduit designed to withstand up to 15 atmospheres of pressure differential.
DC said, his headlamp lighting up. Nex's shoulders brushed against the curved walls as they crawled forward in single file. His boot caught on a metal railing running along the floor. He wrenched it free with a muffled grunt. The cool metal against his palm was slick with greasy residue.
See here, mind your step, my father. We wouldn't want you to fall into an alternate timeline now, would we?
They pressed on, till they came to a spot where other tunnels branched off into the darkness. DC paused, his sensors sweeping the area.
Left fork ahead. It interfaces directly with the cargo bay.
As they turned, a distant clang echoed through the passageway. Nex froze, listening. The sound of scraping metal got closer.
Ah! A mechanical minion in need of ministration. Fear not, my father. We shall attend to this robotic rascal.
The maintenance drone rolled past their hiding spot, its treads purring against the tracks and articulated arms folded against its boxy frame. Nex reached for the grip of his weapon. As its sensors lingered in their direction, DC's hazard lights issued a series of rapid flashes. The maintenance drone's optical receptors refocused. Then, with a soft beep, it continued on its pre-programmed route, disappearing around a bend.
That's a little something we taught your blender to do.
That was way too close. DC, can you hack into the ship's comms? I want to know what's going on out there.
The little bot's sensor flickered.
Aha! But of course! Shall we reorganize the ship's entire database while we're at it? Perhaps compose a ditty using nothing but the sound of malfunctioning airlocks?
Despite his sarcasm, DC activated his advanced signal processing matrix, isolating and decrypting the Hell Runner's subspace communications. The service conduit soon resonated with the intercepted transmissions.
Unidentified vessel has breached our perimeter. All units hold fire. Spectrographic analysis matches the fugitive vessel. Acknowledge, standing down.
Sir, the shuttle is repeatedly attempting to broadcast to the Space Authority's communication hubs.
Signal jammer is active across all standard emergency channels.
Nex's heart sank. The first part of their plan had failed. Auron had been spotted. Now, with everyone watching him, there was no way he could dock at the cargo bay without every pirate on the Hell Runner showing up. Ahead, the tunnel ended.
Hark! The cargo bay.
Nex huddled in the shadows of the open service tunnel. Below sprawled a huge warehouse, crammed with crates and containers spread out in a blocky landscape. And there it was, the thing they came for. The containment units holding the Darkcore Shards. 2 guards with guns stood nearby. Nex felt a familiar rush go through him. The Shards were reacting to his presence. Their power called out to him. Suddenly, the cargo bay doors slid open. Nex pressed himself deeper into the shadows of the service conduit. 2 more guards entered, their G-47 Infinity pulse rifles at the ready.
Check everywhere. The captain wants the boy found. Now!
They knew. They knew Auron was all alone out there. Nex held his breath as the guards moved through the cargo bay. He glanced at DC, willing him to be quiet. For once, DC seemed to get it. The little bot just hovered silently next to Nex, with his lights dimmed. The cargo bay echoed with the sound of booted feet and the low moan of charged fractal weapons. They sent out pocket-sized surveillance drones that buzzed about the walls, flashing lights into every corner. Nex's breathing got faster. If they found him now, it was game over. His hand tightened around DC. He could feel the power of the shard inside DC's body tingling his fingertips. Suddenly, a surveillance drone buzzed up in front of Nex's hiding spot. Its yellow sensor eye blinked once, twice.
Got something!
Nex scrambled back into the conduit, but before he could make it to safety, he found himself staring into the optical aperture of a fractal weapon.
Come down out of there!
His luck had run out. Through a skylight in the cargo bay, Nex saw the stars turn into streaks of light. The Hellrunner was back in hyperspace. He was done. His whole body seemed to collapse. Before he knew what was happening, rough hands seized him, yanking him out of the conduit.
Don't move! Hands where we can see them!
Nex was patted down and they took his weapon. The guards marched him across the cargo bay. As they passed rows of containment units that held the Darkcore Shards, Nex could feel their power reaching out to him. One of the guards tapped his comm unit.
Sir, we've apprehended the boy.
The guard held his hand to his ear.
Bringing him to you now.
Nex looked at DC hovering beside him. His lights flickered. Suddenly, through the intercom system, Antonio Vivaldi's symphony in A major began to echo throughout the cargo bay.
What's that?
The guards spun around, their weapons raised.
What's that?
It was all Nex needed. He twisted free, ducking and running low between two cargo containers. A rift opened inches from his head. The spatial distortion left a perfect circle in the metal. He leapt behind a stack of bulky crates, breathing hard.
Contact Sector 7G.
Nex's joints froze up. What the glitch was he doing? DC zipped into view. The little bot started beeping and squeaking. Rifts opened up, trying to follow DC's crazy flight path. A rift snapped shut next to the Darkcore Shards containers. Its energy shield rippled. Nex felt the power of the shards get stronger, making the floor vibrate with a deep, resonant boom that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Just like they did during that Aegis transport heist. DC came back to Nex, hovering close. They weaved through the maze of containers and equipment, trying to find a better hiding spot.
DC, what's going on?
The shard's voice was changed, rising to a frantic pitch.
We must cease, my father. Can you not feel it? Heed our words, we beg you. Let us retreat to safer space before the tides of madness sweep us away.
Nex peered over the lid of the cargo container. He couldn't see the pirates anymore, but he heard the surveillance drones buzzing overhead, searching the area for him. Then his eyes landed on the rows of containers holding the Darkcore Shards. He knew what he had to do, what was right. He would go through with his original plan. Destroy the shards. But how? Maybe if he could draw even more fire to the shard containers, the Darkcore Shards would become unstable enough to destroy themselves. But the shards were alive, a sentient being. Destroying them would make him a murderer. He'd also be killing everyone on the Hellrunner in the process. Nex hesitated. Was Auron right? Was he really ready to do this? But what other choice did he have? Suddenly, Nex heard the rustle of clothing and the rattle of a weapon nearby. A guard rounded the corner of a large cargo loader, his G-47 Infinity Pulse raised. As the guard's finger tightened on the trigger, Nex dropped flat, throwing off the weapon's AI targeting calculations. The guard's shot opened another rift close to the containers. Light flared from the phase disruption mesh, forcing the rift to collapse. The Darkcore Shard's power emissions increased, thundering through the cargo space. Seizing his chance, Nex sprang up and dodged away.
He's over here!
The guard shouted into his comm. A barrage of rifts opened up from above. He glanced up and saw guards on the catwalks. They'd taken the high ground to pin him down.
DC, distract them!
Nex called out. DC flew up above the cargo bay, spinning and wheeling all over the place, messing up the guards' targeting systems. Nex used the distraction to dash from cover to cover, staying low and unpredictable. He scooted behind a huge power converter. The machine's hull rang with impacts. The cargo bay doors slid open. Armed reinforcements poured in, led by a familiar figure. Captain Susek stepped through, his icy eyes scanning the room.
I want him alive. Use your rift guns to contain, not kill.
They spread around the room, closing him in. Nex could feel the shard inside DC resonating with the others. The deck plating and metal structural supports of the cargo bay groaned and creaked under the strain.
They must cease! Cease this madness! Lest we all be scattered across the multiverse like a cosmic confetti!
The shard container suddenly snapped with bands of leaping sparks and blue lightning as their energy emitters overloaded and their shields collapsed. All of the containers began to lift off the floor, straining inward. Shouts of fear went up from the guards.
It's the kid! He's doing something to the jams!
Hold your fire. I want him alive.
The shards pounded in Nex's head now. The clattering of the deck plates lifted him up off the floor. He remembered his last moments on Zrayn, reaching out to touch the Darkcore gem and then darkness. The next thing he knew, he had been on a Space Authority cruiser. Suddenly, Nex had this wild, desperate idea.
DC, you know that thing you did that day Zrayn got destroyed? I want you to do that again.
DC spun in a circle.
You know not what you ask, my father. The weight of cosmic outcomes bears down upon us. Failed telephones, broken realities. You must make it cease.
We will make it cease. But maybe you messed up the first time. I want you to try it again.
You tempt us greatly, my father. We do understand we could do this, but we understand we could also destroy you. We are broken now. Perhaps this transfer of matter would destroy what remains of us.
But you think you could get it right this time?
We remember Zrayn. The sorrow, the madness, the destruction we caused. Are you certain this is the path you wish to tread?
Nex closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he nodded.
I'm sure.
Very well, my father. We shall attempt it. But know this, the outcome is uncertain.
I understand.
Nex whispered to himself and the shards.
Let's end this.
Nex felt the energy of the shards coursing through him. He stood at the edge of oblivion, his heart pounding. In this moment, balanced between life and whatever came next, Nex was hyper-aware of everything. The coolness of the metal deck, the vibration of the ship, the weight of his own body. It all felt so precious and fleeting. He thought of his parents, their faces so clear in his mind. Would he see them again? The idea filled him with both fear and longing. What would they say? Would they be proud of the man he'd become, of this final desperate act? Or ashamed? As the air around him warped and crackled, on the brink of tearing open, a strange sense of peace washed over him. Suddenly, Nex was surrounded by weapons and a patchwork of frenzied faces. Captain Susek stepped before him. He clasped onto Nex's arm and wrenched him to his feet. Pulling out a sidearm from his holster, he pressed it against Nex's head.
You've gone far enough. Make this stop.
For a moment, Nex locked eyes with the captain.
Goodbye.
Then darkness. He was lying on his back in soft grass, cool and damp against his skin. The air was crisp and filled with unfamiliar scents and sounds, dank and wild. Nex sat up. The faint whispers of the Darkcore shards still resounded in his head. DC hovered beside him. As his vision cleared, He realized he was in a vast field dotted with strange, sheep-like creatures. Their woolly bodies glowed faintly in the moonlight, and they regarded him with mild curiosity before going back to sleep. Had the teleportation worked? Or was he dead?
DC,
Nex said, his voice hoarse.
Where are we?
Aha! Unless our cosmic cogitator has been catapulted into complete chaos. Which, mind you, is about as likely as finding a tap-dancing black hole in one's bathtub these days. We have arrived at Rower's Edge, the planet of Zraynian, Nemorphous constellation.
To his left, a series of rocky hills rose against the night sky. To his right, down a gentle slope, he could see the warm glow of lights from what appeared to be a homestead nestled in the valley below. Scattered around him, the Darkcore Shards, dozens of them, lay strewn across the field. Each one pulsed, pulling in bright tendrils of energy. Nex reached out, his fingers brushing against the nearest shard. Its power tickled his fingertips, calm, almost peaceful. A sudden flash of light in the sky above caught Nex's attention. He stood up, squinting into the darkness. Far above the planet, he could make out a stunning eruption of light and bits of debris sparkling and flaring out into the atmosphere. The Hell Runner. For a few fleeting seconds, it ended in a brilliant supernova. And then it was gone. Nex turned.
Let's go, DC.
They headed down the slope. Episode 20, The Last Zraynian. The Silurian capital city spaceport. Silurian Nemorphous constellation. The Silurian capital city spaceport buzzed with starships. They glided overhead, gleaming in the warm sunlight. The air vibrated with the low rumble of fusion drives and the thunk of cargo pods being loaded and unloaded. Nex stood at the arrival concourse, scanning the small bunches of pilots, engineers, and migrants. Beside him, DC hovered silently, his sensors flickering. Emerging from the shadow of a rectangular freighter, a familiar figure appeared. Oran. He was dressed in the same gray and black armor and long trench coat he had worn when Nex first saw him as Rax Jerex in the gravity well on Mordrax 4. He carried a black case, and his skin looked pale and drawn, and dark shadows circled his eyes. Their gaze locked across the terminal, and for a second, the movement around Nex faded as Oran stepped towards him, a smile breaking across his weary face.
Nex!
Without warning, he pulled Nex into a firm embrace. The gesture caught Nex off guard. He stiffened before relaxing into the hug, feeling the weight of the past few days lifting from him. When they separated, Oran held him at arm's length, his eyes searching Nex's face.
What a joy to see you again, Nex. When you contacted us, well, you can imagine my relief. I confess I thought the worst.
Me too,
Nex admitted. He glanced at DC, then back to Oran.
Seriously, we shouldn't even be here right now. But we are.
Oran's gaze shifted to the nestling bot.
And our friend?
DC's sensors flickered.
Aha! Your dear Aunt B returns. We look forward to watching how your Aunt B interacts with my father. Will they tango through time, waltz through wormholes, or perhaps perform a pancake of paradoxes? We shall observe with utmost fascination.
Nex smiled.
He seems to be okay.
Oran nodded.
Come, Nex, walk with me,
he said, gesturing towards the pre-flight waiting area. As they moved, he began to speak in a low voice.
I received the distressing news of the Hellrunner's destruction upon my arrival at Space Authority headquarters.
Nex listened as Oran told his story.
My escape was narrow indeed. Their slip cannons were nearly the end of me. At the very moment when I believed myself doomed, the Hellrunner jumped to hyperspace. I could not help but reproach myself for leaving you in such a precarious position. I wasted no time in alerting Admiral Fox's Space Authority fleet. From there, we put out an all-points bulletin on every likely spot the Hellrunner might attempt to make planetfall.
As Orin was talking, Nex's mind flashed back to those final moments on the ship. He shuddered.
I saw this massive explosion up there, right above the planet. Pretty sure it was the Hellrunner, but I don't know. My brain's still trying to process all this.
Orin's brow furrowed.
Yes. When we received your message, we checked into it. Moments before the explosion, the observatory on Silurian detected an extraordinary energy spike.
The hairs on the back of Nex's neck prickled. He looked at DC.
Orin, listen. There's something crazy I haven't told you yet. I got the shards. Not just some of them, all of them.
Orin's eyes widened.
Truly? Where are they now?
Nex nodded.
I stashed them, here on Silurian. There's these caves near Roar's Edge Outpost. It's pretty off the grid. Mostly just colonists there. Those shards aren't exactly easy to lug around. So I thought this place was as good as any. At least until we figure out what the Golden Blaze were gonna do with them.
A commendable stratagem. But Nex, what precisely happened aboard the Hellrunner? By what means did you escape and recover the shards?
Nex sat down. How was he supposed to explain something he barely understood himself?
I'm not totally sure. Everything happened so fast. 1 second I'm there, and the next... I don't know. I've been trying to figure it all out.
Nex told Orin his side of the story. As he did, Orin tilted his head to one side, listening intensely. After Nex finished, there was a long silence.
Nex, do you understand the implications? These shards have long been known to possess formidable power. However, the nature of your experience transcends anything we have heretofore encountered.
Nex nodded.
I know. And I've been trying to make sense of it all. I mean, back on Zrayn, we thought we had figured it all out. But now?
Nex was the last of his kind. He now realized his people had been living in a symbiotic relationship with the Darkcore gems the whole time and never knew it. But now he was the only one left who had this connection to the shards. It was like the universe decided to dump this massive responsibility on him. Protect the shards, figure out what they did, don't let them fall into the wrong hands. And oh yeah, make sure he didn't mess it up and wreck everything.
Nex, there is a matter of grave importance that I must bring to your attention.
The tone in Orin's voice snapped Nex back to the present.
What is it?
Orin's eyes darted around, making sure no one else was listening.
The Discovery Foundation. They're conducting research near the remnants of Zrayn.
Nex stopped.
Wait, Zrayn? But there's nothing left there, just an asteroid field.
Precisely. And therein lies their interest. Their purpose is classified. However, I strongly suspect they're searching for additional fragments of the Darkcore gems.
A coldness settled in Nex's stomach.
Why? What do they want with them?
Deep down, he already knew the answer. Oran shook his head.
Their motives remain unclear. However, given our knowledge of the Shards' capabilities, we can deduce their intentions. Should they harness even a fraction of that energy?
Nex didn't need Oran to finish. In that moment, he made a decision.
I have to do something. I can't just sit here. They can't get their hands on any more of these shards.
Oran nodded, a grim smile on his face.
I anticipated your response. I have, therefore, presented a carefully curated account of my experiences to my superiors. They have, in turn, sanctioned an investigation that will allow me to join up with the Discovery Foundation research convoy. I was compelled to conceal my true motives, you understand. As you may be aware, the Space Authority works hand in glove with the Discovery Foundation. My superiors have only permitted this endeavor because they believe I possess certain knowledge about the shards.
Nex blinked.
Wait a second, Orin. Why are you getting mixed up in all of this? I mean, this is my mess. I appreciate you having my back and all, but it's not your fight. You've got your own life, your own stuff to deal with.
Orin pursed his lips.
Ah, surely you must be aware that my entire existence is predicated upon risk,
he said with a wink.
Next, as you know, my involvement with the Space Authority has always been a means to an end. Now that I have at last brought about the downfall of Grimhelm, My life's purpose has shifted somewhat. I could, of course, pursue other investigations. Call it a flight of fancy, if you will. Or perhaps a fondness for you, as you do remind me in many ways of my dear brother. However, having observed the extraordinary events that have unfolded during this case, I find myself consumed by an insatiable curiosity to see this matter through to its ultimate conclusion. I trust you have no objections to my continued involvement.
Nex shook his head.
No. What I'm trying to say is you straight up lied to the Space Authority for me. Those guys don't mess around. I feel pretty bad if you ended up in some space jail because of me.
Not at all, Nex. It was merely a small subterfuge that would allow me to proceed with this investigation. I dare say, my association with the Space Authority will be an invaluable advantage to you in your mission.
Hold up. What about me? Sorry if I sound paranoid. It's just, there's so much crazy stuff going on. I'm trying to figure out if I need to be looking over my shoulder for the Space Authority too.
They remain ignorant of your involvement, Nex, which is for the best at present.
Oren looked at him.
The Discovery Foundation wields considerable resources and influence. Should we find ourselves at odds with them, we will face a formidable adversary.
I guess I'm getting used to that now.
Indeed you are.
The lines of his face hardened.
However, you must understand that this conflict extends far beyond the Discovery Foundation. There are greater machinations at play, Nex. Powerful factions, deeply entrenched within the Galactic Council, vying for supremacy. And now, with your newfound abilities, we are entering a realm that is far subtler and fraught with extreme danger and volatility.
So what do we do?
Oren's eyes hardened.
We join the Discovery Foundation and feel out the situation naturally. Our duty is to safeguard the Shards and thwart any attempts to misuse their power. The road ahead will be difficult, but remember, Nex.
He placed a hand on Nex's shoulder.
You do not walk it alone. I stand with you, come what may.
A profound sense of warmth settled over Nex. He'd been alone for so long, carrying the weight of his past and the mystery of the Shards. To have Oren by his side, supporting him, meant more than Nex could even say.
Thanks.
Oren nodded. A shadow of hesitation crossed his face.
Now, speaking of allies in this endeavor, I have procured something for you.
Oren set his case on a nearby table.
What is it?
Oren's lips pressed together.
I am well aware of your reservations, Nex. Our disagreement aboard the Nebula Nighthawk remains fresh in my memory. However, I cannot, in good conscience, allow you to embark on this perilous journey without this.
Inside the case, nested in form-fitting foam, was a suit of body armor. It was a deep charcoal color.
Look, Oren, I get it. You're trying to look out for me, but it's not like I'm totally clueless about staying alive out there. I mean, I've made it this far, right?
Oren held up his hand.
This, Nex, is the pinnacle of the Space Authority's technological advancements. It has been tailored specifically for you.
Nex looked into Oren's determined face. Something inside him still fought back against armor. It felt like admitting that he couldn't handle what was coming on his own. But his fear of offending Oren was greater than it had been back on the Nighthawk.
It looks cool, but Oren, I don't know if I can...
If you are to accompany me to Zrayn, you must understand that we face unprecedented peril. Every advantage at our disposal is crucial.
Nex hesitated for a bit, then nodded.
Okay, fine. Just promise me one thing, okay? If I look like a total dork in this, you gotta tell me.
Oren smiled. With his help, Nex pulled the armor on over his regular clothes. To his surprise, it fit perfectly, molding to his body. As the last piece clicked into place, a slight vibration ran through it.
Well, what do you think, Nex?
Nex flexed his arms. The armor moved with him, no resistance at all.
It's good. I can't even feel it.
Excellent. Now observe closely.
He tapped on the suit's wrist with 2 sharp hits, and suddenly Nex's form shimmered and faded away. Nex looked down. He saw only a faint distortion where his body should be.
Whoa, that's actually pretty cool. I take back half the stuff I said about not wanting to wear armor.
You will have ample opportunity to familiarize yourself with its myriad functions in due course.
Orin tapped Nex's wrist again, bringing Nex back into full visibility. Nex caught a glimpse of his reflection on a nearby screen. The figure staring back at him was a far cry from the scared, confused kid who first stumbled into all this. But it wasn't just the outside that had changed. There was this new resolve burning inside him, a determination that hadn't been there before. He wasn't running from his past or hiding from the future anymore.
Well, Nex, what is your assessment?
Nex turned to face his friend.
Look, I still think it's overkill, but I guess you've got a point. Maybe. A tiny one.
Orin nodded, a proud smile on his face.
Precisely what I wanted to hear. Now, shall we proceed to save the galaxy, my friend?
Save the galaxy? I mean, we're already suited up like space heroes. Might as well act the part.
As they headed towards the docking bay where Orin's ship was waiting, DC piped up.
Oh, joy! Another invitation to cavort through the celestial circus. Shall we engage in a waltz with those wily black holes? Or perhaps you'd prefer a rousing round of hide-and-seek with those slippery quantum fluctuations? Whatever you choose, we guarantee it will be more fun than a supernova in an umbrella factory.
Nex and Orin exchanged a glance. The Interceptor-class starship Raven sat on the tarmac, its clean contours gleaming black in the sunlight. As Nex stepped up the boarding ramp, the atmosphere shifted. The familiar blend of high-tech machinery and ionized air filled his nostrils with the oddly comforting aroma of space travel. In the cockpit, forward viewports stretched wide, framing the bright sky of Silurian beyond. Orin slid into the pilot's seat and powered up the controls, and cleared the takeoff with air traffic control. Nex settled into the co-pilot's chair. DC zipped to a nearby data port and plugged into the ship's systems. The Raven's drive roared through the ship's frame. Nex's body pressed back into his seat as the vessel lifted off.
This is the Space Authority vessel Raven, requesting clearance for the Zrayn asteroid field.
The asteroid field, all that was left of Nex's home. He hadn't seen it since the day it was destroyed, and the thought of going back there just felt like digging up old wounds.
Orin, before we go, I want you to know, I'm really glad you're here. I couldn't do this on my own.
Orin gripped Nex's shoulder.
You're not alone, Nex. Not anymore. We're in this together. All of us.
He looked at DC. Nex nodded. Orin turned back to the controls as the comm crackled to life.
Interceptor Raven, this is Silurian Control. You are cleared for departure on Vector 279 Mark IV. Prepare for atmospheric exit and engage jump drive on my mark.
Acknowledged Silurian Control. Vector 279 Mark IV, standing by for jump authorization.
Interceptor Raven, you are clear for jump. Godspeed and safe travels.
With a nod to Nex, Orin engaged the drive. The stars outside the viewport stretched into brilliant lines of light as the Raven tore through the fabric of space-time. Nex smiled. He glanced at Orin, steady and determined beside him, felt the reassuring presence of DC, and sensed the dormant power of the Shard. The fight for the future was about to begin, and Nex was ready. You've been listening to Darkcore Frontiers. If you enjoyed the story, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Wondrous Legends. And if you like this production, you can help us make Season 2 by supporting us on Patreon at patreon.com/wondrouslegends. Thank you for listening.